This isn't grass, but cows eat it like crazy. Farmers call it hydroponic barley fodder, and in the US, it's quickly becoming one of the most popular feeding methods. Barley seeds are soaked for about 8 hours, then spread in trays in a thin layer about 3/4 inch thick. They're misted with water several times a day, and in just 7 days they grow into a dense green mat about 6 inches tall. But here's the wild part. Cows eat the whole thing, roots, sprouts, everything. And once it's placed in front of them, it disappears in seconds. The most interesting part is that compared to regular hay, this feed contains more protein and vitamins, which can lead to higher milk production in dairy cows. And then there's efficiency.
This girl and her dad built a genius custom cattle restraint for their farm. They attached it to a vehicle, which lets them safely get close to the cows without stressing them out. As they slowly approached the herd, she was able to safely...
Why are people filling containers with water, dropping Crocs inside, and freezing the whole thing solid? You might think they are trying to stretch the shoes, harden the foam, or create some strange grip for ice. But Crocs already have a whole culture of wild modifications, from metal spikes for frozen streets to skate blades mounted underneath. These guys push that idea further by locking the shoe into a thick ice block. So the moment it touches a slope, the sole becomes a sliding surface with almost no control. That means the first step is already the commitment, because after that, the Croc no longer follows the foot.
Serious question, who is allowed?
There is a shape in geometry that is not a circle, but a circle just can't do the job that this does, and this fact is truly mind-blowing. If you measure it from any direction, its width always comes out the same, which logically doesn't make sense because it has 3 sides and looks like someone made a triangle and rounded its corners. But this is its strangest power. This is why it was used inside cars in the Wankel engine, where Mazda replaced the traditional pistons with this shape and the car ran perfectly. This shape was studied.
This is the Yongwang Hong Mango Farm in Korea. The trees are intentionally kept small, grown in limited planting media, and pruned regularly to stay neat and easy to manage inside a modern greenhouse. Water and liquid nutrients are delivered through an automatic drip system, sending every drop precisely measured directly to the roots. The branches are gently pulled downward so new shoots grow evenly, and every leaf receives balanced sunlight. Once the fruits develop, each mango...
This man built a business selling a beehive for your living room. He created a fully enclosed, futuristic beehive with a smart tunnel that lets bees go outside while your space stays sealed. Through a clear panel, you can watch the entire process. It also lets you collect honey, pollen, and propolis directly from the hive and even breathe air from it as a form of natural therapy. Like and subscribe for more business ideas. This man built a business selling a beehive for your...
Why should you let this sea monster go as soon as you catch it? The thing is, this armored monster saves all people on Earth. But how? At first glance, it looks like a trap straight out of a nightmare. It seems like one swipe of its tail and it's all over. But the truth is, this creature is safer than a house cat. Its fearsome spine...
If you're scrolling right now,
most people think hanging tomatoes upside down is just some dumb internet trend. Turns out, gravity is actually a cheat code. When they grow on dirt, the heavy branches straight up snap under their own weight. But flip the pot over, and the plant naturally dangles downward, snatching extra sunlight, dodging bugs, and keeping the fruits from rotting in the mud. Which is why...
This plant literally shoots at you when you touch it. This isn't just a flower, it's a biological trap mechanism. When a bee or insect touches the center of this orchid looking for nectar, the flower instantly reacts and sticks a packet of pollen directly onto its body. It's so precise that the insect doesn't even realize it's been marked. Then when it visits another flower, the pollen transfers perfectly, helping the orchid reproduce. This plant literally shoots at you when you touch it. This isn't just a flower, it's a biological trap mechanism. When a bee or insect touches the center of this orchid looking for nectar, the flower instantly...
So cute!
Why are they dumping cement on dirt roads? This shouldn't work. They rip open the bag and spread it straight onto the soil. No forms, no mixing trucks, just water poured on top. Now watch closely. A grater blends everything together. It looks weak, loose, wrong, but then the ground starts to... Why are they dumping cement on dirt roads? This shouldn't work. They rip open the bag and spread it straight onto the soil. No forms, no mixing trucks, just water. If you're ever stranded in the freezing cold, packing snow around a branch like this could actually save your life. Instead of building a normal campfire, you pull the branch out and dig a second tunnel at the base. This isn't just a hole, it's a natural blast furnace powered by physics. The bottom tunnel forcefully sucks in oxygen, creating an intense upward draft. The compacted snow walls act as a perfect thermal insulator, trapping.
Now this is working smarter, not harder. Watch him guide that massive pipe with just one hand, using the chain like a leash. Then the trailer does the heavy lifting. That built-in fork catches it, tilted down, and sets it gently on the ground. Safer than a loader?
This is the only weapon in history that hits harder the softer it feels. But because of its design, it cannot.
Now this is working smarter, not harder. Watch him guide that massive pipe with just one hand, using the chain like a leash. Then
This is the
Most people would throw this in the trash, but succulents are the ultimate survivors. When soil becomes hydrophobic, it literally repels water and starves the roots. The only fix is deep immersion. Watch those bubbles. That's the air escaping as the dry.
This entrepreneur created a fire-resistant paint that protects buildings from extreme heat. The special coating expands under heat, bubbling up into small fibers that create a protective barrier and help slow down fire damage. It's applied like regular paint and can be used on homes, sheds, and wooden structures. As wildfires and fire safety concerns grow, demand for products like this keeps increasing. Like and subscribe for more business ideas. This entrepreneur created a fire-resistant paint that protects buildings from extreme heat. The special coating expands under heat, bubbling up into small fibers that create a protective barrier and help slow down fire damage. It's applied like regular paint and can be used on homes, sheds, and wooden structures.
El estiércol ingresa por este tubo y cae directamente al biodigestor. Dentro del tanque ya no hay oxígeno, así que comienza un proceso anaeróbico, donde bacterias descomponen toda la materia orgánica. Durante ese proceso se genera gas metano, que luego viaja por una tubería y puede utilizarse para cocinar o generar energía. Pero no solo.
This video demonstrates a clever hack to repair a damaged woodruff key slot on a shaft. First, apply a generous amount of black epoxy into the damaged slot. Next, position steel pins around it to act as a mold. Once cured, chisel away the excess material to reveal a perfectly reshaped slot. This video demonstrates this boy is in huge trouble because when he was sleeping, this really weird creature had crawled into his ear. So he rushed to the doctor to. This video demonstrates a clever hack to repair a damaged woodruff key slot on a shaft. First, apply.
El estiércol ingresa por este tubo y.
This boy is in huge trouble because when he was sleeping, this really weird creature had crawled into his ear. So he rushed to the doctor to get it removed, but it turns out that the doctor.
This is South India's most famous dish, and it's more fun to.
This is not a normal bolt. It is called a torque, indicating bolt. It has a special type of mechanism inside its head. When the bolt is loose, the dot on its head appears red in color. As the bolt is tightened, the color gradually becomes darker. When the dot turns completely black, it means the bolt has been perfectly tightened. This is not a normal bolt.
When the hotel manager asked this boy to make.
This is not a normal bolt.
When the hotel manager asked this boy to make a chocolate cake for the first time, he got a little nervous and started making it directly on the table instead of using a tray. But not only that, he even cut it in a way that looked completely wrong. The manager was watching all of this from a distance, and from his expression, it looked like the boy was definitely about to lose his job. But then the manager realized that he was actually using a Japanese technique to create the outer layer of the cake, and the final result forced them.
How is this little guy making the painting look brand new? See, what he is using is called varnish, and it is used to protect paintings with a coat of resin. However, people have realized that it starts turning yellow and becomes hard to.
This girl noticed her kittens could barely open their eyes, so she immediately started cleaning them up. She also added some eye drops so they could recover faster. But one of the little ones had something seriously stuck in her tiny eye, so she carefully started cleaning around it while lightly pressing the area, and suddenly a big sticky lump came right out. So she quickly wiped it away and added even more drops just to make sure the little one was okay.
This girl is swiping her credit card in the water, and many.
Have you ever wondered why deer throw away their antlers every year? Some think it's from damage, but that's actually not true. Antlers look permanent, but they're the fastest growing bones on Earth. Growing them drains massive amounts of calcium and energy. So once mating season ends.
If you ever have a rusty cast iron skillet, never throw it out. You can restore it completely with this one trick. Fill a large bucket with tap water and dissolve washing soda into it. Place a piece of steel along the edges of the bucket and hang the cast iron pan inside, using a piece of wood to keep it suspended. Connect a battery charger to both, negative to the steel on the outside and positive to the cast iron pan. Leave it for a day or two, and the electrical current running through the water pulls the rust off the pan and transfers it to the outer steel instead. After a couple of days, the rust peels right off, and the skillet is completely restored. If you ever have a rusty cast iron skillet, never throw it out. You can restore it completely with this one.
This young entrepreneur turned waste materials into a profitable fuel business. He used sawdust, wood chips, and cardboard waste to make eco-friendly fuel briquettes. What started in a small garage quickly grew after a viral video attracted customers nationwide. The low-cost product became popular for grills and home heating.
Its food stylists use tricks to make burgers look perfect. Some ads even use fake ingredients for better visuals. The real food looks very different.
All cat owners need to try this, because if you take a comb and make this specific sound, it instantly makes cats nauseous.
This company turned an old life hack into a viral business. The fridge is buried underground where the earth naturally keeps food and drinks cold with no electricity needed. It stores much more than a normal refrigerator and works year-round without high energy costs. Simple setup, low maintenance, and growing demand for sustainable living. Like and subscribe for more business ideas.
Would you believe
this man grows roots in just 27 days?
This company turned an old...
All cat owners need to try this. All cat owners need to try this, because if you take a comb and make this specific sound, it instantly makes cats nauseous.
This company turned an old life hack into a viral business. The fridge is buried underground where the earth naturally keeps food and drinks.
This man grows roots in just 27 days. He removes a ring of bark from a branch, then wraps it with a cocoa coir pod and...
Would you believe it? This small piece of wood prevents a major accident. In the mountainous regions of Indonesia, when heavy trucks loaded with goods move uphill, sometimes it becomes difficult to stop. Did you know why the courtyards in Pakistan are so beautiful? Instead of using expensive...
This isn't a pipe leak. You're looking at a literal biological water trap called the Traveler's Palm. Step inside a dry jungle, and this thing holds over 100 liters of rainwater right in its base. For centuries, it was the ultimate cheat code for dehydrated travelers. But here's the catch. That water sits stagnant for months in the blistering heat, turning into a toxic soup of parasites and dead.
This guy has a genius way to fix an old, leaning fence. He drives a solid wooden block deep into the ground and screws it firmly to the fence. Then he pours water into the hole and adds dry cement right on top. Next, This guy has a genius way to fix an old, leaning fence. He drives a solid wooden block deep into the ground and screws it firmly to the fence. Then he pours water into the hole and adds dry...
When this guy went to get a haircut, his barber told him to yell if he felt any pain during the haircut. But he yelled at the most unexpected moment.
Brother, yell if it hurts, alright? Alright, I got you. Brother, do it hurt? Nah.
Did American hunters use a weapon so weak it had to be banned? While standard crossbows could bring down a deer in one shot, the pistol crossbow's draw was too weak to kill cleanly, making entire states outlawed as a weapon of needless suffering. But this little crossbow was never built for hunters in the first place. People think the pistol crossbow was designed
A new pan isn't ready to cook with right after washing. The strange part is, the more heat it gets, the more it turns blue, almost like it's damaged, but that's actually the seasoning process, burning off.
This young woman left a little lamb far away to see its mother's reaction. As soon as the baby sheep cried out and walked forward, the mother sheep heard its voice and started running. The little...
Have you seen the world's smallest motor? So small that even if you place it on a matchstick, it would feel like a speck of dust. This tiny black dot is actually the world's smallest electric rotor. It's not that difficult to make, but assembling it is a hell of a task even for scientists. If your hand trembles slightly under a microscope and it falls, experts say it's easy.
If you're ever stranded in the desert, tying a t-shirt like this could actually save your life. Your neck and ears are the very first targets for lethal heat stroke. Knotting the sleeves behind your neck and pulling the bottom over your head creates an instant UV shield. But it's not just for shade. The fabric creates a cooling microclimate by trapping moisture from your breath while completely blocking out blowing sand. Drop a cap on top to...
This is why you should never trust your eyes in frozen water, because while most people assume what they're seeing is accurate, it's actually an optical illusion caused by refraction, which triggers the light to bend as it leaves the water and makes the fish appear higher than they really are. So if he aims directly at what he sees, he'll miss it completely. That's why even experienced ice fishers aim slightly below.
That pricey humidifier in your room is actually a massive scam. Brands charge hundreds for a sleek plastic box, but crack it open and there's no complex heater inside.
Three things in Japan that should exist everywhere. First, in most vending machines in Japan, you'll find this drink. But it's not just a normal bottle of water, you can both drink it and eat it. The most interesting thing about it is that as soon as you shake the bottle,
After seeing an artist using the most expensive colors in the world getting over 500,000 likes for a simple drawing, I decided to challenge him with my simple tools. I don't even know if we can pull this off because I bought these tools for literally just a few cents.
I'm going to try and draw something beautiful from my imagination using all of these tools. We'll see if we can beat that artist and get just as many likes. I know we can do this together.
Let's make a DIY bouncy ball. First, add the glue, coloring, and cornstarch. Stir it together until it forms a thick dough. Knead it smooth, then bounce and enjoy. Let's make a DIY bouncy ball. First, add the glue, coloring, and cornstarch. Stir it together until it forms a thick dough. Knead it smooth, then
After seeing an artist using the most expensive colors in the world getting over 500,000 likes for a simple drawing, I decided to challenge him with my simple tools. I don't even know if we can.
Let's make a DIY bouncy ball. First, add the glue, coloring, and cornstarch. Stir it together until it forms a thick dough.
Why is this perfectly good jackfruit being covered in green dye? And most people assume the merchant is selling fake or inferior fruit, but this is actually a common and legitimate practice in Thailand. The green phosphorus and chlorine dye acts as a protective layer for the fruit during long-distance transportation, and not every jackfruit gets this treatment, only the ones being shipped far away. Because ripe jackfruit has such a strong sweet smell that it
In 1960, a Polish immigrant mixing ice cream in the Bronx accidentally created a billion-dollar luxury empire. Reuben Mattis was disgusted by American ice cream. Entrenched corporate brands were surviving a cutthroat price war by pumping their tubs full of cheap air and chemical stabilizers. He wanted to make real, dense, high butterfat ice cream. But to do that, he had to charge double. The daunting problem?
This is why you should always light a fire before entering a cave. And it's not just so you can see better. This can actually save your life. If you walk up to a cave entrance with a lit torch and hold it near the top, everything seems fine. But the moment you lower it closer to the ground, the flame goes out instantly. Do not enter the cave. This is due to carbon dioxide being heavier than oxygen, so it sinks and it pools.
Out there, livestock isn't wealth. It's life itself. Instead of spraying chemicals everywhere, these farmers release birds. Thousands of them. In parts of China, small birds like quails are let loose inside crop fields. At first, it looks chaotic, but the birds are actually working. They eat insects.
This is why I don't use Dubai's gold paper money. Even though this money looks very cool because it's made from real gold, this paper money is only a souvenir. And because I don't have money to go to Dubai, I cannot use this paper money. This is why I don't use Dubai's gold paper money. Even though this money looks very cool because it's made from real gold.
Why do some car wraps online look 9 months pregnant, ready to pop? Most blame the summer heat, but physics says that theory needs to stop.
When you first saw this, you probably wondered why these farmers were destroying such delicious watermelons. But in reality, they're not destroying them. They're actually... When you first saw this, you probably wondered why these farmers were destroying such delicious watermelons. But in reality, they're not.
A charcoal company in Brazil turned an ordinary product into a viral business idea with one simple upgrade. Starting a grill is usually messy.
This is eiderdown, one of the warmest natural fibers on Earth. And if you ever want a blanket or jacket made from it, get ready to spend around $10,000.
This tiny cannon was once designed to overwhelm enemy formations. It's actually a working miniature version of a... Never peel this thin plastic off your brand new TV. It looks exactly like cheap packaging, but it's actually a vital polarizer layer. The second you rip it off, your entire screen turns permanently white. But here is the crazy part. If you hold that torn sheet up to your eyes, the hidden picture instantly reappears, and your brand new TV. Nobody expected this reaction.
Why can't any billionaire buy this mysterious stone? Located at the Kaaba, it is the Black Stone, or Hajar Aswad. Scientists think it is a rare meteorite from space, but tradition says it is a stone from heaven given to Prophet Ibrahim. It was originally pure white, but darkened over time from absorbing human sins. And here is a crazy secret. It is not one solid rock. It is actually several tiny fragments held in a silver.
Did you know how a naval mine can destroy a massive ship in the blink of an eye? These spikes are called Hertz horns. When a ship's steel hull hits a horn, a glass ampule inside breaks, releasing a chemical electrolyte. The liquid instantly activates the mine's electrical circuit. Electricity flows, triggering a massive underwater explosion. Did you know how a naval...
Japan is facing a crisis no one expected, and it's getting worse every year. Even though Japan is one of the most advanced countries in the world, its population is shrinking fast. But what's surprising is this isn't just a small decline. Japan is losing hundreds of thousands of people every year. Because fewer babies are being born, there aren't enough young people to replace the growing aging population. As a result, some communities are shrinking, the workforce is changing, and many are questioning what Japan's future could look like if this trend continues. Japan is facing a crisis no one expected.
When this woman saw her pet chicken laying in...
What would happen if this massive tree were cut down? A group of people gathered around the unusual giant tree and began cutting it down together. They measured it carefully, then...
This guy went viral after taking ice camping to a whole new level. First, he cut a massive circle into the frozen lake, creating what looked like a giant floating ice island. Then he drilled a hole in the center and attached a small boat motor to it. At first, people thought it was a joke, but the second he started the engine, the entire sheet of ice began spinning on the water. It literally looked like something out of a movie, and somehow, he still wasn't done. He cut
I was doing this completely...
This flower blooms only once per year, and you need to see it. Epiphyllum occipitalum, commonly known as the Queen of the Night, is a cactus which blooms once a year for only 10 hours, which starts at 8 p.m. and ends at 6 a.m. and pollinates in that time, and this is how it looks. This flower blooms only once per year, and you need to see.
This Clash of Clans player quit the game, but his clanmates started noticing something strange. His village had completely changed. Decorations no one had ever seen before. Levels that were impossible for his town hall. No clan castle. Even
This bike looks like gym equipment, and that's because it basically is. This is the Bujak bike, built by Polish inventor Krzysztof Bujalski, and instead of only pedaling with your legs, you pull a lever system that works almost exactly like a rowing machine. Your arms, core, legs, basically your entire body powers the bike at the same time. On a normal bicycle,
this broom has power. Heavy frozen crust release. Bro deleted the entire room. Spawned an entire glacier. Tap the heart below before it falls.
This guy discovered something that could be worth thousands of dollars. Because the spider suddenly jumped onto his white paper, he decided to follow its route using his pen, which confused some people about why he was even doing this. Until the line slowly became longer and longer, the more the spider walked, the longer the line became, and eventually formed an artwork that could be sold. This guy discovered something that could... As this bee stings a human, people make a huge... As this bee stings a human, people make a huge mistake by saying it will die.
Why do farmers stab their cows and light them on fire?
Japan has some strange inventions that the whole world should have. First, people in Japan use these kinds of glasses that won't break no matter how much you try to bend them, because they are made super flexible. If your glasses often fall and break, these are perfect for you. Second, Japanese people use this gadget to maintain the shape of their shoes. You just place it inside the shoe, and it prevents the shoe from losing its shape easily. It's perfect for shoe lovers. The last one is something you've probably never seen before, but before seeing it, if you want your...
China just built a cable that could make the West very nervous. It's called GPMI, a next generation...
This is the difference between the most crowded and emptiest tawaf ever at Masjid al-Haram. In 2012, over 316 million pilgrims filled the mosque, creating a non-stop sea of people.
South Korea is home to one of the cleanest candy factories in the world, where the production looks just like a high-tech lab. Before starting their shift, employees must go through strict sanitation to prevent any contamination. Interestingly, these candies are totally sugar-free. Instead, they use isomalt, a sugar substitute derived from sugar beets that keeps blood glucose levels steady. The process begins by melting the isomalt at 120 degrees Celsius into a clear syrup before pouring it into molds. Once it cools, workers add edible graphic designs using special transfer sheets. The molds are then closed, topped off with more syrup, and pressed. After final quality,
Drop a piece of corn near an offshore platform, and the water instantly erupts with hundreds of fish. They aren't hunting for fruit, but reacting to the splash, because this underwater steel frame has turned into a massive artificial reef. Combined with workers constantly tossing food scraps over the edge, these fish are hyper-conditioned to treat any splashing sound as an immediate dinner bell. The feeding frenzy is now so dense.
The biggest lie you've ever been told are these empty asteroid craters. You probably think the giant space rock is still sitting somewhere buried at the bottom, right? Complete garbage. There is nothing left. When a massive asteroid slams into Earth at over 45,000 miles per hour, it doesn't just break apart, it instantly vaporizes. The crash generates so much extreme heat that even solid iron literally turns into thin air. And here is
This puppy would always run to hide in a hole whenever he saw this man and just wouldn't come out. But once the man placed a bowl of milk for him, 2 big dogs came and just drank all the milk, which left the poor puppy sniffing at the empty bowl. But the next day, the man gently brought him out and started playing with him while his friend placed a bottle of milk in his mouth. And now, whenever the man came, he always brought a
This is a famous Turkish snack called tuzlu fındık. This simple snack is made from premium hazelnuts roasted until fragrant and seasoned only with salt. The flavor is savory, salty, crunchy, and slightly smoky. In many major cities across Turkey,
most people think dragon fruit farming is as simple as putting a cactus in the sun, but that's a huge mistake. These plants are real divas. Before the flowers even open, they are meticulously cleaned with water. And once they bloom, farmers have to be fast, tying the tips with rubber bands so that rain doesn't ruin the delicate pollination. It's work that never ends. Old stems are removed to keep the air flowing, and the ground is mulched. But the craziest part happens at night. The farms glow like small cities. Because dragon fruits react to light, farmers use artificial illumination to trick the plants into producing more harvest cycles. That's why you'll even see workers replacing light bulbs at night. Only
When this girl walked
Most people think dragon fruit farming is as simple as putting a cactus in the sun, but that's a huge mistake. These plants are real divas. Before the flowers even open, they are meticulously cleaned with water. And once they bloom, farmers have to be fast, tying the tips with rubber bands so that rain doesn't ruin the delicate pollination. It's work that never ends. Old stems are removed to keep the air flowing, and the ground is mulched. But the craziest part happens at night. The farms
When this girl walked into a jewelry store, she wasn't there to just buy a pearl. Because at this shop, you don't pick the jewelry, you pick your luck. So instead of choosing a necklace, she had to select a random oyster herself and hand it to the owner. Everyone thought it was just a fun gimmick for customers. But the real reason is that no one knows what's inside, because each oyster holds a completely different pearl. And some are way more valuable.
Do you know what the largest statue in the
Japan habits that just make sense. First, in Japan, people usually remove their hats the moment they enter restaurants, classrooms, or offices. Next, in Japan, people flip their chopsticks around and use the clean back ends when taking food from shared plates, so the side they eat with stays sanitary. It's a small habit meant to keep shared meals more respectful and hygienic for everyone at the table. But the final one is a total surprise. You can only live in Japan once. Live alone? Scroll. Live with friends. Live with your family. Do all three. Lastly, in Japan, people avoid pointing with one finger and use an open.
This is the tool that boosts your energy. It is called the Level Peekaboo 2, and it runs on a battery. It is installed above the rear wheel of a bicycle. Once attached, it helps the bicycle wheel spin faster and saves your energy while riding. With this tool, you can cover long distances comfortably in less time. The best part is that it automatically charges itself while the bicycle is moving. This is the tool that boosts your energy. This machine is spinning at 17 G-force, and this guy built it just so he wouldn't have to throw money in the trash. Most people just shake their bottles, but look at what happens when you use pure centrifugal power. It slams the ketchup to the bottom instantly, making it look brand new. But that was the easy part.
In China, restoring a centuries-old Ming Dynasty portrait requires a meticulous process to save the deteriorating material. Starting directly with hundreds of scattered, brittle fragments, the restorer first sprays the pieces with moisture to make them pliable. Because the ancient silk and paper are extremely fragile, she uses a traditional brush to carefully smooth and align the shattered sections of the official's red robe onto a new stable back.
Oh, that's got a green tip on it. What is that?
Oh, it's an arrow. No way, you guys. Look at the tip on that one. Still kind of looks pretty pointy. Wow, this thing really doesn't even look that dirty or old. Look at, you could still read it. B-Man Hunter 5070. Whatever the heck that means. I'm no arrow expert. Now, I know around these parts, people do a lot of... Oh, don't touch that. Give me that. Give me that.
This girl was handling a chemical solution when things suddenly went wrong. It started as a basic titration, something done in labs all the time. But while adding the base, she didn't realize she had poured in too much. Within seconds, the liquid shifted color, turning a strong purple. That wasn't the expected result. It should have only reached a soft pink, the sign that everything was balanced. Instead, the extra amount pushed the reaction too far, and a routine experiment quickly turned into a risky situation. This girl was handling a chemical solution when things suddenly went wrong. It started as a basic titration, something done in labs all the time.
People were confused by the electronic device next to this athlete and why a woman was tapping her shoulder before the race. But the reason is actually really smart. This was a Paralympic 100-meter event, and while the other runners reacted to the sound of the starting gun, Araceli Rotella is deaf, so she received a light electronic signal instead. The tap on her shoulder was there to make sure she was fully ready for the start. And despite the extra challenge, Araceli Rotella still finished in an impressive 4th place. People were confused by the electronic device next to this athlete and why a woman was tapping her shoulder before the race. But the reason is actually really smart. This was a Paralympic
Have you ever wondered why super glue doesn't stick inside its own bottle? Like, what's the secret behind it? But if you've ever gotten glue on your fingers, then hit like and subscribe. Well, super glue only hardens when it reacts with a small amount of moisture. What I mean is, inside the bottle, there's almost no moisture because it's tightly sealed. Because of that, the glue stays liquid and doesn't harden right away. But once it comes out and touches air, or even the tiny amount of moisture on your
Her friends gave her money to buy the same hoodie, but her mom told her to give it back.
My friends gave me almost $80, but the hoodie cost $89, so I'm gonna like take the rest maybe. And they gave me $80 to buy it because they really want me.
This is why most people don't realize how insane this shadow puppet show is until they watch till the end. Because first,
this artist fixes mistakes using a tool that looks like an ordinary pencil, but it is actually a pencil-shaped eraser called the Staedtler Mars Plastic Eraser Pencil. Its sharp tip allows tiny areas to be erased with high precision. And
in this work, this is probably the smartest way to grow tomatoes. While everyone else plants tomatoes in the ground, some people now grow the entire plant upside down in the air. Sounds ridiculous, right? But the crazy part is, it actually works better. The moment the tomato plant is flipped upside down, everything changes. Every leaf gets more sunlight because nothing blocks the light anymore. Air flows freely around the plant, helping moisture dry faster and reducing mold and rot. And here's the biggest advantage. The plant is completely off the ground. So many
Ever wondered how thousands of rare fish are born on a single plate? It takes extreme precision, but the 48-hour transformation at the end is absolutely mind-blowing. First, we gently harvest the eggs from a female pink bitterling. Next, the male's milt is added to kickstart the fertilization. A gentle swirl ensures every single egg is activated. Look closely. Right now, they just look like tiny grains of rice. But within 24 hours, they swell into perfect ovals. And at 48 hours...
Even the Kokalas must be wondering where this Indian brand gets its brains from. So...
आज सबसे पहले बैंगन को हार्वेस्ट कर लेती हूँ। थोड़ी बहुत वाइट बैंगन को भी हार्वेस्ट कर लेती हूँ।
Have you ever wondered what it would be like if an artist created a human portrait from the inside out? This artist, P.S. Rathore, doesn't paint faces the normal way. He starts with the skull, then slowly adds muscles, veins, blood vessels, and facial structures before finally covering everything with realistic skin details. Every layer is built in the same sequence as...
If you follow this simple trick, you'll be able to jump 7 times higher. But how? Most people think they can't jump higher because of their genetics. But that's not true. In reality, there's a secret method that increases your jumping power and is super easy to learn. So what is this method? I'll tell you. But first, if you have legs, hit like.
Growing roses in high summer temperatures makes them prone to yellowing, black spots, and recurring wilting. Even after spraying medicine several times to temporarily suppress the disease, it often comes back after a while. Many gardeners use plenty of chemicals, only to have the leaves fall off, or in severe cases, the whole plant wither.
Did you know a fungus infection can make corn more valuable? Farmers usually try to avoid fungal infections, but in Mexico, they intentionally inject a specific fungus into the corn. As the corn...
What would happen if your stomach was removed?
Police say they're too dangerous to be on city streets. Dearborn officers are cracking...
This is the only...
Police say they're too dangerous to be on city streets. Dearborn officers are cracking down on these mini bikes. Police say they're too dangerous to be on city streets. Dearborn officers are cracking down on these mini bikes.
This is the only bike bell in the world that will actually save lives. In London, there are over 1.5 million cyclists, and most people now use noise-canceling headphones, which is less.
This experiment shows how a nuclear bomb actually works. Inside a glass box, loaded mousetraps have ping pong balls on top of them, and if even one ball moves, it triggers a chain reaction that activates all the traps. The same thing happens when a nuclear bomb detonates. 3 things in Japan tourists never expect. First, pet hamsters in Japan are treated like tiny celebrities. Some owners buy miniature baby seats so their hamsters can sit upright while eating, while others attach them to car air vents for tiny hamster road trips. Next, Japan has cafes filled with tiny pigs. Visitors relax while miniature pigs run around begging for cuddles, and some even climb onto your lap and refuse to leave. But the third one is hard to believe. How long do you want your mother to live? 1 second? Ignore? 100 years? Leave a like? 1,000 years? Subscribe and comment heart. Forever, do everything.
Did you know? Every year in
This man was cracking open a massive rock, but no one had any idea what was trapped inside. At first, it seemed completely worthless, but then he spotted thin golden streaks hiding in the fractures, so he began breaking it apart. You won't believe what's inside. I'll show you. But wait, what would you want to discover inside this rock? Gold? Leave a like. Diamonds? Subscribe.
A blowtorch is heating the center of these metal rods, and each rod is holding a chocolate ball. The rules are simple. Last chocolate standing wins. Most people think copper is unbeatable, but that's exactly why this experiment gets insane. On the left,
ever seen a giant rock float like it weighs nothing? In China, engineers discovered something crazy. If a massive stone is carved into a perfect sphere and polished smoother than glass, water resistance becomes so low that the
This coconut is almost completely unknown in America, so I hunted it down in the streets of Bangkok. But this is obviously not the fruit that you envision when you think of coconut. This is a fruit called Salaka zalaka, or snake fruit.
Why do engineers place this castellated washer behind massive bolts when they seem to work perfectly fine on their own? In heavy industries, bolts are tightened with so much force that the metal stretches like a rubber band, storing tons of
Companies are shrinking products and barely hiding it anymore. Airheads wrappers now have way more empty space inside. Old versus new Swiss cake rolls next to a banana, and the newer ones look tiny. The Pringles can my grandpa used for an art project 10 years ago next to a new one. The top slice of cheese in this package is wider than every slice underneath. This store-bought birthday cake is smaller than this guy's hand.
This car crash doesn't happen in 1 second. It takes 2 months and 10 seconds. And no, this footage isn't in slow motion. It's actually being fast-forwarded. This is a real art installation where 2 actual cars slowly crash into each other at a speed of just millimeters per hour. Artist Jonathan Schipper spent
3 things in Japan that feel like they should not exist. First, Japan has a 25-year-old giant tortoise named Bonchan who walks through Tokyo daily. Weighing 70 kilograms, he strolls with his owner and is so famous, people look for him every afternoon, though he refuses to move if he's not ready to go home. Next, they've invented a lamp running.
When this guy was walking around the city, he came across a broken paving tile with almost nothing left of it, but instead of just walking past, he took the broken piece with him. Passersby did not understand his actions at all, but the man had something completely unusual in mind. Returning to his workshop, he carefully cleaned the edges of the concrete from dirt. Next, the craftsman started creating tiny warning signs and miniature construction barriers. He made all these details on such a scale to later place them in a cardboard mold next to the stone. This amazing composition perfectly
Avocados were so worthless in the past that farmers were literally destroying their own crops. Nobody wanted them, stores refused to sell them, and people called them alligator pears and wouldn't go near them. If both of your rear wheels ever fall into a ditch, do not slam the gas and use this genius method instead. If only one wheel is stuck, sometimes the car can come out on its own, but when both rear wheels are gone, most drivers don't know what to do. They start pressing the pedal harder and harder, but the car doesn't move at all. Most people panic and call a tow truck, but there's a simple trick. If both of your rear wheels ever fall into a ditch, do not slam the gas and use this genius method instead. If only one wheel is stuck, sometimes the car can come out on its own, but when both rear wheels are gone, most drivers don't know what to do. They start pressing the pedal harder and harder, but the car doesn't move at all. Most people panic and call a tow truck, but there's a simple trick that makes your car pull itself out, and all you need are 2 short ropes. Take the first rope and loop it through the hole in the rear wheel, then run it forward under the front wheel on the
The birds kept stealing her strawberries, so she tricked them first.
Due to the sudden change in weather, this dog has fallen very ill and has no strength left. But this grandma hasn't left its side for even a single moment. Sensing the poor creature.
Look, the little girl's birthday started with tears. Look, the little girl's birthday started with tears. It's her first birthday, so she has hardly any experience. When her older brother was wishing her, she curiously tried
in her garden just to make something you've been using your entire.
After a whole decade, this grandpa finally unlocked his garage, and he couldn't believe his eyes. His old car was still parked inside, uncut. He called his grandsons right away, and together they rolled it out. But the moment they inspected it, they knew it wasn't running anymore, so they planned a surprise. They started washing off the dust, then cleaned the tires, and fixed up the interior until it looked fresh again. After all that hard work, their video ended up getting just 2 likes. After a whole decade, this grandpa finally unlocked his garage, and he couldn't believe his eyes. His old car was still parked inside, uncut. He called his grandson.
This woman noticed something strange that looked like a piece of rubber growing on the horse's leg. But don't worry, it's not a tumor. This structure is called a chestnut, and many horses naturally develop it on their legs. It's made of keratin, the same material found in human nails and horse hooves. And since it doesn't really serve a purpose, some owners even remove it while grooming the animal and give it to dogs.
This dad did something unexpected. He figured out the best and most enjoyable way to say farewell to his old pool. On the last day, while everyone was playing in the water, the dad suddenly cut the pool wall. In seconds, the water gushed out like an overflowing river, and one by one, everyone slid down the hole, as if it were a giant water slide. To everyone's surprise, the dad even promised to buy an even bigger pool if they got at least 100 likes. This dad did something unexpected.
Ever wondered how people know if a frozen lake is actually safe to skate on? Sometimes while people are skating, the ice suddenly cracks beneath them. That usually happens because the ice isn't thick enough to support the weight. But if you're not a gorilla, tap like, hit subscribe, and share. So on frozen lakes and rivers, people use a small tool to check how thick the ice is. If it's around 4 inches thick, it's usually safe for skating. At 8 inches, a car can drive across it. And once it reaches 12 inches, even a heavy truck can make it over without breaking through. Ever wondered how people know if a frozen lake is actually safe to skate on? Sometimes
This giant clam spent more than 15 years growing on the ocean floor before reaching its impressive size. But in the end, it was selected to be served in a... This is one of Japan's truly genius chefs, the man behind a signature dish. This is one of Japan's truly genius chefs, the man behind a signature dish that keeps his restaurant constantly packed with customers. Watching him cook feels like witnessing a captivating live performance. First, the chef finely chops fresh, high-quality green cabbage, quickly turning it into a towering pile on the table. He then carefully washes each handful and places it into plastic bags to prepare the ingredients for his special dish. Next, a large amount of thinly sliced beef is prepared to serve the customers. The stove is heated, and cast iron plates are placed on the burners along with a pan. Once the pan is hot, the chef adds the sliced beef, minced onions, and basic seasonings, stir-frying everything together. When the beef is lightly cooked, he adds minced garlic sauce and continuously stirs. The cabbage is then added with just the right amount of cooking oil. Using both hands, the chef rapidly tosses the ingredients. An action that may look simple, but actually requires experience to ensure the cabbage stays vibrantly green while the beef remains tender. When the dish is perfectly cooked, the chef takes a hot cast iron plate and serves the food on top to retain the heat. Customers enjoy the meal while praising its flavor, and they keep coming back for more. Would you like to try it?
If you throw a snowball onto the roof, it rolls down the slope and gradually grows into a larger snowball. By throwing snowballs repeatedly like this, the hard work of clearing snow from the roof becomes surprisingly fun. Actually, it is best to clear the snow right after it falls. Before it piles up too thickly, a light tap on the roof is enough to make the snow slide right off. Of course, even if a lot of snow has already accumulated, there's no need to worry too much. Once it reaches a certain weight, it can no longer support itself and may suddenly
Score the hot dog on both sides.
Score the hot dog on both sides.
Throwing it on the griddle.
Throw it on the griddle.
Grate cheese into a hot dog bun.
Grate cheese onto a hot dog bun.
Add the hot.
Everyone knows if you cook chicken for too long, it can be dry. That's where butter comes in. But the question is, how much butter is too much butter whenever you're cooking chicken?
As this guy is about to jump into these insane artificial waves, he's actually training for a very serious reason. Because elite ocean swimmers and rescue teams need to prepare for the brutal conditions of wild open waters, so giant machines are used to create massive waves and powerful currents that simulate wild open water. This allows them to safely train and improve their skills before facing the real ocean. Subscribe if you respect rescuers. As this guy is about to jump into these insane artificial waves, he's actually training for a very serious reason. Because elite ocean swimmers.
Do you guys believe in Jesus Christ? No. No? No. Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
I do, yes.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
I'm on the phone and I thank you very much.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
We do.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
I do, and he is my Lord and Savior.
Believe in Jesus Christ?
I was just going to minister to you.
Every Kit Kat contains older Kit Kats inside. Most people break apart a Kit Kat without realizing there's a hidden ingredient in the filling, and it's been part of the recipe since the 1930s. When Kit Kat bars come out cracked, broken, or misshapen at the factory, they usually aren't thrown away.
This is the amazing little tool that has made wiring work much easier. It is called a magnetic wire puller, which helps pull wires easily from one side to another. Usually, people do this job by hand, which takes a lot of effort and time. But now, just attach the wire to this magnetic tool and insert it from one side. The magnet guides the wire and pulls it out from the other side along with the tool.
Guys, we caught a small mackerel and caught it. We dug a hole in the side of the field and set up the camera and went. Guys, we caught a small mackerel and caught it. We dug a hole in the side of the field and set up the camera and went. So, did you see Jayan's water go away? I don't know why. If it's a frog that's caught, it'll be scared and lie still. If it moves.
Is there actually real metal inside your breakfast cereal? This guy decided to find out. First, he poured a cup of iron-fortified cereal into a blender. Next, he added warm water and blended it into a smooth liquid. Then he
In Japan, the future already feels real. In busy cities like Tokyo and Osaka, engineers created automatic underground bicycle parking to reduce clutter on the streets. From above, it looks like
this shape should not exist. You see, for years, mathematicians believed that any solid 3D object would need multiple stable balance points to rest properly. But then something changed.
Ever wonder what F1 crews actually do when there's no race? Do they just sit around? Definitely not. Even on off weeks, F1 teams are grinding at the factory, engineers are crunching data, mechanics are stripping down the cars, and the aero team is prepping new upgrades. But most importantly, they're already gearing up for the next race. Ever wonder what F1 crews actually do when there's no race? Do they just sit around? Definitely not. Even on off weeks, F1 teams are grinding at the factory, engineers are crunching data, mechanics are stripping down the cars, and the aero team is...
This pizza company tried everything to save this guy because he literally couldn't figure out how to take a pizza out of the oven without burning himself.
So I actually have it this time?
So Pizza brand DiGiorno stepped in and said, "Please stop, you're scaring me. I'll send you an oven." But when that arrived in the mail, it unfortunately didn't seem to help. So DiGiorno kept trying and later said, "Package incoming with tools to help end this suffering," and sent him a giant pizza peel, so there was basically no way he could mess this up.
You can't eat at this restaurant unless you build with Legos. It's called Mini Chef in Denmark, where every menu item is represented by a unique Lego brick. Customers build their order by combining one main protein with 3 sides. Once it's finished, the Lego creation goes into a special tray, which is placed into a machine at the table. The machine scans the blocks and instantly recognizes the exact order. You can't eat at this restaurant unless you build with Legos. It's called Mini Chef in Denmark, where every menu item is represented by a unique Lego brick. Customers build their order by combining one...
I'm thinking of...
Japan has quietly solved a problem that even China could not resolve. During heavy snowfall, China deploys massive snow clearing machines to reopen blocked roads. But Japan uses a completely different system. They install special snow melting sprinklers right inside the roads during construction. So when snow starts piling up, the system sprays warm water continuously, melting the snow instantly and keeping traffic moving without
When a snake bites you, how can you tell if it was venomous or not? When a snake gives you a love bite and after the bite you see 2 holes like this,
once the button is pressed,
do not make the mistake of standing anywhere near this ordinary-looking tree, because it is officially the most poisonous tree on Earth. Meet the manchineel tree. It grows tiny, innocent-looking green apples, but eating just one bite will burn your throat and can literally kill you. The most terrifying part, if it starts raining and you stand under this tree, the water dripping off the leaves carries a toxic sap that will blister and burn your skin like pure acid. Now be honest, if you had to give the
Without this man, we might never hear the magical sounds of nature like this. The sound inside a hollow oak tree, the whisper of a stone, and even the sound of snow bubbles freezing. Charles Rose is a sound hunter, an artist who records some of the rarest sounds in nature. These sounds carry hidden rhythms and emotions like secret codes of the natural world, helping people discover beauty that is usually ignored every day. Without this man, we might never hear the magical sounds of nature like this. The sound inside a hollow oak tree, the whisper of a stone, and even the sound of snow bubbles freezing. Charles Rose.
Why is this thin sheet of ice a nightmare for pilots? Most people think the ice just makes flying rougher, but that's not actually why pilots refuse to take off. Because once ice starts building up on the wings and engine, it completely changes the way air moves over the plane.
Without this man, we might never hear.
Why is this?
What started as thousands of tiny metal pins ended up becoming something completely unexpected. After heating the metal until it glowed bright orange, intense pressure fused everything into one solid block. Then came the grinding, shaping, and polishing, where every small detail was carefully crafted by hand. One tiny mistake could have ruined the entire piece, but the final result looked unbelievable.
This is how 20 million.
Did you know the new World Cup ball is basically smarter than ever? Back in 2022, FIFA secretly put a sensor inside the ball that tracked every touch and movement on the pitch. It even helped prove Cristiano Ronaldo never touched the ball against Uruguay. But for the 2026 World Cup, things are getting even crazier. The new ball has advanced microchips built directly into the panels, meaning offsides could be detected.
In China, there's a unique way to cross rivers without using a boat, called bamboo drifting. People use only a single bamboo pole that can support up to around 150 kilograms. But don't think it's easy. It takes years of practice to stand and keep balance on a bamboo pole constantly moving on the water. Once they master it, they can travel across rivers and cover long distances much faster than normal routes that would usually take hours.
Just when this man's arm gets swallowed whole by a giant river monster, you'd probably think his arm would be ripped off instantly. But the truth is, this ancient fish doesn't even have teeth. Instead, its mouth works exactly like a giant vacuum cleaner. This fish, called the sturgeon, is actually a close relative of the paddlefish, both famous for producing extremely expensive caviar eggs. The difference is, this one grows to a massive size and has a brutal suction force powerful enough to make anyone hold their breath automatically. Just when this man's arm gets swallowed,
If you make your own homemade sea salt, it will kill you. Most people think you can just scoop up seawater, boil it down, and use the salt left behind. But the ocean is full of microplastics, chemicals, and heavy.
The Chinese figured out a genius way around rising gold prices. As softened by heat, the thin sheet of gold is formed around a silver core and drawn through a die, stretching out into a gold-like material. Once it's coiled around a mold and cut into ring after ring, they're linked together and fused.
Scientists in China dug nearly 2 meters underground just to discover why this wheat can survive extreme drought. In a zero-water experiment, the soil above became dry and cracked, but underneath, the wheat roots kept drilling deeper into the ground, searching for hidden moisture. When researchers finally dug it up, the roots had reached almost 2 meters deep. That means even when the plant looks dead on the surface, it can still survive by absorbing water far below the ground. This is why wheat can endure long periods of drought.
Scientists in China dug nearly 2 meters under.
Have you ever seen a sport where a tiny disc flies through the air like a bullet? This is Hornison, a unique Swiss game, also called Farmer's Golf. Using a long, flexible stick, players launch a small disc at incredible speed, sometimes reaching nearly 190 miles per hour. But the real challenge comes next. On the other side, the opposing team uses special wooden paddles to stop.
I'm a pancake. I'm a pancake. That clicking sound from your bike, it's not just noise.
The sticky gloves you are seeing are worn by football goalkeepers. Many people might think that such gloves are not allowed in football because they make the ball stick easily to the goalkeeper's hands. But that is not true, because these gloves are completely legal in football. In fact, if a goalkeeper plays wearing normal gloves, it becomes very difficult to catch the ball, which is why these sticky gloves are used. But if your favorite football player is Ronaldo, then like and subscribe. The sticky gloves you are seeing are worn by football goalkeepers. Many people might think that such gloves are not allowed in football because they make the...
Some animals don't just survive in the wild.
The moment this man hits the glass with a hammer, it looks like lightning has been trapped inside it. But the process behind it is far more complicated than it seems. This lightning-like pattern is called a Lichtenberg figure, discovered in 1770 by the German physicist Georg Christoph Lichtenberg. To create this effect, the acrylic glass is first electrically charged using a... This is why eating around the mold is a deadly mistake, because even though the mold looks like it's only sitting on the surface, that's actually just the part you can see. And even if you scrape off the fuzzy spot or rinse the bread underwater, it doesn't remove what's already growing underneath, since mold spreads using tiny root-like threads called hyphae, which can grow deep through soft foods before the fuzzy spot.
While the experts...
This has to be one of the craziest art styles you've ever seen. While one person pushes the thread forward, the other pulls it back from the opposite side. But here's the wild part. While one side appears to show a portrait of a dog, the other side reveals something completely different. The technique is called suzhou embroidery, a rare form of art where both sides display separate images using the exact same.
If a shark starts coming...
This has to be one of the crazy...
If a shark starts coming toward you underwater, don't panic and swim away as fast as you can.
These are some rare punctuation marks that actually exist. People just never use them, like the exclamation comma, which lets you show excitement without ending the sentence. The interrobang is for moments of... These are some rare punctuation marks that actually exist. People just never use them, like the exclamation comma, which lets you show excitement without ending the sentence. The interrobang is for moments of shock or disbelief. The irony mark tells readers you're being sarcastic. The love point is basically a formal way to write a heart. The friendly period is for people who add a soft lol at the end to sound nicer. The authority mark is used to show dominance. The certitude mark tells everyone you're absolutely sure about what you just wrote. And then there are others like the rhetorical question mark, doubt point, question comma, and the snark mark.
If you put a rainbow crystal in a Disney World lightsaber, what color is the blade? To find out, I had to 3D print the crystal, so I bought rainbow filament, found a file. If you put a rainbow crystal in a Disney World lightsaber, If you put a rainbow crystal in a Disney World lightsaber, what color is the blade? To find out, I had to 3D print the crystal, so I bought rainbow filament, found a file online, printed.
What would happen if all... Detergent companies are going to hate this video. This man just exposed a chemical secret that has existed for decades. First, he mixes vitamin C tablets with black potassium permanganate pellets and grinds them together, and they instantly catch fires. Then he drops potassium permanganate into water, and it turns a deep haunting purple. He takes a dirty shirt, dips it straight in, and absolutely nothing happens. And just when you think this is going nowhere, he crushes vitamin C tablets into water and pours that solution into the...
This is how F1 start lights catch cheaters. You see, back in the day, something weird started happening. A few teams were getting perfect starts in every race, and the FIA couldn't figure out these inhuman reaction times. Because back then, the start system was actually pretty basic. The lights were controlled by a radio signal with a fixed delay, and some teams figured out how to intercept these radio signals, so the second the start was triggered, they already knew exactly when to launch. And even a tiny head start in F1 can change the whole race. But at the 1999 European Grand Prix, the FIA had enough. They secretly delayed the start lights just by a second, and multiple drivers launched early, getting caught red-handed, and that moment changed everything. Now the FIA has switched.
This is why this rider is filling his fuel tank with foam. At first, people thought it was meant to filter the fuel and keep the engine cleaner, but that's not actually the reason. The special foam is designed to stop the fuel.
In Russia, firefighters use one of the most powerful water cannons ever made to take down intense blazes. This high-tech gun utilizes compressed air to blast water or foam at speeds over 250 miles per hour, reaching up to 18 yards away. With just a few devastating bursts, it shatters the fire's core and knocks down flames instantly, making firefighting faster and safer than ever. In Russia, firefighters use one of the most powerful water cannons ever made to take down intense blazes.
If your chocolate bar is even 1 millimeter smaller than the picture on the box, you could actually sue the company. In Japan, snack packaging has to match the real product almost perfectly. Same size, same amount. Even the color has to look accurate. So if the cookie on the box looks bigger than the one inside, that alone can become a legal problem, which means in Japan, even your snacks aren't allowed to
They purify millions of gallons of water without a...
This is exactly how elite goalkeepers train their insane reaction time. To push their reflexes to the limit, they use a special drop ball with a completely random release timer. The only rule is to pull your hand away before the ball actually touches you. It sounds easy, but the timing is complete.
This strange mineral acts like a hidden display, yet it looks like it's defying reality, but when you place it over text, something incredible happens.
Isn't this beautiful? This man took his girlfriend on a unique boat ride in a transparent boat. Would you took your girlfriend or friend with you? Isn't this beautiful? This man took his girlfriend on a unique boat ride in a transparent boat. Would you took your girlfriend or friend with you? Isn't this beautiful? This man...
My brother and I just discovered this new toy called a gravity disc. I think this is the only thing that I've ever bought off the TikTok shop, and let me tell you, since...
Even if we found real dinosaur DNA today, bringing them back would still be impossible because DNA breaks apart over time, and after millions of years, it's basically
Did farmers build a weapon so gentle to animals? This guy accidentally discovered a new sound after finding out that rocks can actually make music. Because when he saw this weird-looking boulder with square patterns on it, he decided to...
Mistakes you should never make with these animals. Mistakes you should never make with these animals. Number 1, never try to punch a shark in the nose. Landing a solid punch underwater is nearly impossible and puts your hand right next to its mouth. Instead, target its eyes or gills, which are far more sensitive. Number 2, never play dead in front of any bear. Playing dead only works with grizzly bears. If a black bear attacks you, you need to fight back immediately. Number 3, never try to suck venom out of a snake bite. It doesn't remove the poison from your body, but it can make things...
Ever wondered why F1 drivers don't start celebrating the second they win? When they cross the finish line, instead of screaming on the radio or going wild, they calmly drive another full lap. And it's not because they're exhausted or trying to act cool. The real reason is the FIA is still watching the car closely. Right after the checkered flag, the team tells the driver to switch the engine to a specific mode, keep the fuel flow within limits, and bring the car back smoothly without pushing it. That's because the FIA can perform random technical inspections, and if the car breaks the rules even slightly when it's parked in Park Fermé,
the leader of North Korea has finally allowed his citizens to watch the Premier League, but he introduced 3 strict rules. The president of North Korea controls every breath his people take, but he has now decided to allow Premier League broadcasts. The 3rd rule, the broadcast will not be live. It will first be recorded, edited, and only then shown on TV. The 2nd rule, players from South Korea, such as Son Heung-min or Kim from Brentford, will not be shown on screen.
This is the Mulligan Genie, one of the sneakiest cheating tools ever used in golf.
This man sat in the driver's seat, right as a sniper fired a .50 caliber rifle at him. This window is the newest design from Alpine Armoring, and it is the strongest bullet-resistant glass ever created. But it's not just the windows, the entire truck has been heavily reinforced to survive point-blank .50 caliber impacts, and this guy took testing that armor to the absolute extreme. He decided...
Have you ever heard of the McDonald's hack? When you order a cheeseburger from McDonald's, all you have to do is order a McDouble, which is $2, and say, like a Mac.
McDouble, but can I do it like a Mac?
And they add the special sauce, the lettuce, the cheese, the pickles, and the onions on a sesame seed bun instead of a regular bun. The only thing that's different from that and a Big Mac is the bun in between the 2 burgers. And you don't even need that bun. Do all McDonald's know about this? Yes. The price difference is it's
Ancient Chinese masters discovered a genius technique to manipulate gold because they found that hammering it over and over caused the metal to spread outward instead of cracking, allowing them to flatten a thick block into a massive paper-thin sheet, which back then meant they could cut it into perfect circles and draw precise guidelines across the entire surface, so they could hammer thousands of controlled strikes to push intricate 3D patterns on. So once the wavy edges
This cat was challenged to eat a meter of meat. It was shocked to see that the meat seemed endless. It didn't know if it would be able to eat it all, but it decided to keep going even though it...
No way. You found my channel.
This creature has saved your life, and you never knew it, because its blood can do something no human eye ever could. It is a horseshoe crab, and when scientists take its bright blue blood, they're not using it because of the color. They're using it since the second that the blood touches certain deadly toxins, it reacts instantly, which turns the liquid into a thick jelly. So before vaccines or injectable
NASCAR had to ban this technique since nobody was supposed to be insane enough to try it. Back in 2022 at Martinsville, Ross Chastain, the melon farmer turned NASCAR driver, was about to lose his only chance at the championship. Sitting in 10th place on the very last lap, it seemed like it was over, nobody was supposed to be insane enough to try it. Back in 2022 at Martinsville, Ross Chastain, the melon farmer turned NASCAR driver, was about to lose his only chance at the championship. Sitting in 10th place on the very last lap, it seemed like it was over for him, but in the final corners, Ross pulled one of the wildest moves in NASCAR history.
Why did MotoGP fire Michelin after 10 years? Was it because their tires were bad? No. For 2 full seasons, the same problem ruined the racing. Front tire pressure building up mid-race. Go over the limit and you get a 16-second penalty. So riders stopped racing and started managing tires. Every race became a boring procession. Michelin built a brand new front tire that fixed exactly that problem.
These two
Riders tested it. The grip was better. The stability wasn't
opened in 2 different countries.
Number 3. Returning glass bottles for candy money. And this was not a chore. This was an entrepreneurial operation. Every glass soda bottle had a deposit. 2 cents for small ones, 3 for the bigger pop bottles, a nickel for quart size. You scoured gutters, back alleys.
NASCAR had to ban this technique since nobody was supposed to be insane enough to try it. Back in 2022 at Martinsville, this is Harold Lloyd, and you wouldn't believe how he pulled this insane stunt off back in 1924. If you look closely, you can clearly see a wire attached from his stomach to the fire truck. What you can see here is that Harold is actually connected to a hidden pulley system inside the fire truck, which stops him getting too close to the ground.
Modern shoes are made with plastic and rubber, but 400 years ago, people already had something surprisingly better. In the 17th century, many shoe soles were made from cork, a material that was incredibly light, flexible, and soft to walk on. It absorbed the shock of every step, making shoes more comfortable long before modern sneakers existed. And the craziest part, cork comes straight from tree bark without cutting the tree down, making it one of the earliest eco-friendly materials ever.
You're looking at a blanket that costs more than a brand new car. This is Eiderdown, the rarest natural insulator on Earth. While most luxury is built on branding, the value of Eiderdown is built on an impossible Arctic harvest. Unlike standard feathers, its microscopic barbs lock together to trap heat with lethal efficiency. This unique architecture creates a natural radiator capable of surviving the planet's harshest winters. But this fiber cannot be.
How long does it take to refuel an aircraft carrier? You see, when the USS George Washington entered the shipyard, many sailors expected only a short stop for maintenance and refueling. But once the work...
Why do soldiers never wear black camouflage even though it's perfect for night operations? You see, black gear seems like the obvious choice for night combat. It blends with darkness and looks incredibly intimidating. But in reality, soldiers are trained to avoid black camouflage at all costs. And while most people think it's just because black absorbs too much heat, that's not the
This flying car looks from another planet, but it has one big problem. You might think it's because it's fake, or it's just a concept car. But you see, the Aleph Car Company literally live demonstrated their flying car in real life. But the actual problem lies in its cockpit. So here...
What is that? Got your IQ on, yes.
Not to show this car to Shaq, but they were stubborn, ordered him to deliver the car.
Saying, but there's no way.
Guys, for the misunderstanding, and sadly, they had to take...
Got your IQ, man. Custom made how you wanted it. You know that's the wrong color, bro.
Shaq ordered an Escalade from Effortless Motors, and so they knocked at Shaq's door to deliver the car. But they made one big mistake.
The gray one? The gray one, yes, sir. Oh, man, he's not gonna like that color. No, what you mean? He literally asked for that color.
As you see, Shaq's maid already warned the car salesman not to show this car to Shaq, but they were stubborn and this happened.
You know that's the wrong color, bro. That's what I told him. That's what he's saying, but there's no way it's the wrong color. You said you wanted like an off gray. I said dark gray. You said dark gray? Yeah, dark gray.
So they apologized for the misunderstanding, and sadly, they had to take back the car to California. Wait, but then this happened.
Got you. Bring it back. I love it.
If you dug a hole from the United States, where would you come out on the other side? Everyone says China.
That's always the case.
However, China is not where you will land, because if you dig a hole through the center and you start in the northern hemisphere, you have to end up in the southern hemisphere.
Right.
If you start in the western hemisphere, you got to end up in the
eastern hemisphere.
That's how the
right?
geometry works.
Because it's a ball.
So you would end up in the Indian Ocean.
You just flood the United.
I got the mojo deals, we been trapping like the A's.
Why is this duck's nest worth millions? This sounds insane, but there's actually a reason behind it. If you've ever seen a duck, like and subscribe. It's called eiderdown, and a blanket made from it can cost over $10,000. It's expensive because it can't be mass-produced in factories. And that's not even the crazy part. To even get it, people actually travel to Iceland and collect it from duck nests by hand. And even after all that, each nest—
Why are fighter pilots
Why is this duck's nest worth millions? This sounds insane, but there's actually a reason behind it. If you've ever seen a duck, like and subscribe. It's called eiderdown, and a blanket made from it can cost over $10,000.
Why are fighter pilots banned from eating beans?
Some skaters secretly own the rarest curse boards on Earth, and some of them should have never been skated. Like this first guy who made a board you can only ride with your hands. But this next board's even crazy because it has to be completely broken for it to work.
Don't post your—
Some skaters secretly own the rarest curse boards on Earth, and some of them should have never been skated. Like this first guy who made a board. Sometimes it's not the skater, but the skateboard itself. Sometimes it's not the skater, but the skateboard itself. Like this first guy who did everything right, but his board betrayed him. And sometimes it feels impossible to fall down off your board, but this next guy didn't even count this. And some people skate like they can't fall down, like this next guy who turned a mistake into a crazy trick.
Don't post your work, post you working. Don't post your work, post you working. Why do jellyfish die the moment they hit the shore? The reason is fascinating and a bit tragic. You see, jellyfish aren't strong swimmers. They mostly drift with the ocean currents and tides. When strong winds push them onto the beach, they get stuck. Since their bodies are 95% water, they have no protection. Without the ocean, their bodies evaporate rapidly in the sun. In just a short time, they simply vanish. Why do jellyfish die the moment they hit the shore? The reason is fascinating and a bit tragic. You see, jellyfish aren't strong swimmers. They mostly drift with the ocean currents.
Most people pick the wrong seat in a stadium. If you sit too far to one side, players that are far apart can look right next to each other, making it harder to judge distance. But sitting in the very front isn't perfect either, because you end up looking up and can miss what's happening across.
How do people know if the ice on a lake is safe for skating? Because sometimes while skating, the ice suddenly cracks under them. That happens when the ice isn't thick enough to hold the weight. So on lakes and rivers, people use this small tool to measure the ice thickness. If it's 4 inches thick, you can skate on it. At 8 inches, a car can drive over it. And at 12 inches, even a heavy truck won't break the ice. If you believe in God, hit like and subscribe. How do people know if the ice on a lake is safe for skating? Because sometimes while skating, the
If these fishermen don't karate chop those squids quickly, they'll literally regret it their whole life. Because while it might seem like just a way to have fun, they're actually doing it because of squids' unique defense mechanism. As whenever they feel threatened, they'll literally squirt ink all around them. Except that ink is far more dangerous. This is why dogs are man's best friends. Because when this guy tried to kidnap—
3 things in Japan that genuinely make no sense. First, you can apparently lose weight just by drinking water. Sounds promising until you realize there is basically zero real evidence backing it up. It's less of a wellness tip and more of a straight-up scam. Next, Japan has these mud baths where they literally bury your entire body. And while you're under there, the temperature climbs all the way up to 100.
Love me.
Did you know that massive cargo ships carrying tens of thousands of tons literally don't have brakes? So how do these metal giants actually stop? If you drop the anchor while moving fast, it won't stop the ship. It will literally tear it apart. Instead, they kill the engines miles before reaching the port. Then, they throw it into reverse thrust, slowing down to less than a walking pace. But the real magic happens at the dock. The only thing parking that massive beast are these tiny super-powered boats called tugboats. Did you know that massive
What happens when MotoGP riders swap superbikes for tiny toy bikes? At the 2005 Chinese Grand Prix, riders were given mini pocket bikes instead of their usual high-speed machines. These pros, who normally race at over 300 kilometers per hour, struggled just to balance because the bikes were so small. Some couldn't even sit properly but still raced and had fun. It looked hilarious, but it was actually a special event to entertain fans and show the playful side of these elite racers. What happens when MotoGP riders swap superbikes for tiny toy bikes? At the 2005 Chinese Grand Prix, riders were given mini pocket bikes instead of their usual high-speed machines. These pros, who normally race at over 300 kilometers.
This is a lateral jump over cone. Stand beside a small cone with the feet shoulder-width apart. Perform a quick lateral jump over the cone using both feet. Land softly under control and repeat continuously. Keep the chest up and knees aligned throughout the movement. This exercise helps develop lateral power, coordination, and change of direction ability for
The F1 safety car is insane, not just because it hasn't crashed in 25 years unlike all other sports. Because anytime you are watching F1, you see the car flying around the track without any mistakes. And you might think it's driven by multiple previous F1 champions, but the truth is the car has...
Why did LEGO stop putting real rubber tires on car sets? Most people think it is because LEGO wants to be environmentally friendly, but there's a deeper reason behind it than just that. From 2006 to this day, LEGO has been considered the world's largest tire manufacturer. They produce around 306 million tires per year, nearly double what a typical tire company produces. But in February 2025,
a small wandering cart named the Globe Friar journeys from bustling Bangkok alleys to sunlit Lima docks, chasing forgotten street flavors. Each stop reveals a signature bite born of legends, from coconut corn on tropical coasts to fermented fish in foggy highlands. In Lagos, a spice trader demonstrates a palm oil. A small wandering cart.
Quite a lot of drivers pee in the car.
Lord, today is Tuesday, 26th day of May. I thank you for the gift of this Tuesday. Lord, in moments when we feel discouraged or uncertain, remind us that your grace is still enough for us. Teach us to walk through today with calm hearts, patience, and trust.
He tossed a knife in there while they were wrestling, but it's not what you think, because when his friends were wrestling, he decided to spice things up to see what would happen. And when one of them saw the opportunity, he quickly rushed in to grab it and started to cut his opponent, essentially winning the encounter. But the real reason for this strange rule is because in their gym, they try to simulate real life-threatening situations during their
Football quietly removed this genius invention, and almost nobody noticed. The referee's white spray, that tiny foam line used during free kicks. One quick spray on the grass, and defenders had to stay back. No cheating the distance. No arguments. The foam appeared instantly, then vanished seconds later. Simple. Genius. So why did it disappear? Because the spray didn't come from FIFA. It was invented by two South Americans. They offered the idea to FIFA and didn't even ask for money. They only wanted recognition and the commercial rights. FIFA accepted. Soon the spray was everywhere. World Cups, international tournaments, leagues around the world. But the inventors later claimed FIFA kept using it without respecting their patent rights. So they did something almost unthinkable.
How come I can see the moon sometimes during the day?
Oh, it is up in the daytime just as much as it's up at night. There's a biblical verse that said, and God made two great lights, one to light the day, one to light the night. Ever since then, people associated the moon with just the nighttime. But the moon you just don't notice it because the sun is dominating the source of light. 1973, Pink Floyd.
Have you ever ordered the same drink so much they named it after you? So there's this coffee shop near my school, super artsy, the kind where every barista has a tattoo of a plant. I went in one morning half asleep and ordered something random, an iced caramel latte with 2 extra shots, oat milk and whipped cream, basically a milkshake with an identity crisis. The barista looked confused but made it, and it was incredible, sweet, strong, cold, like if dessert and motivation had a baby. So I ordered it.
The creator of Dragon Ball stopped drawing because of a lost pen. Everyone knows Dragon Ball, and of course Goku. But here's something even hardcore fans.
Why is the remora called the laziest fish in the world? Is it because it spends its life hitchhiking on other sea animals? But if you love eating fish, hit like and subscribe first. So the remora has a suction disc on top of its head that lets it stick to sharks, whales, and even sea turtles while
This is why AI will probably never replace this guy's job. His entire role is to not press the button at a predictable time. At first, that sounds strange. You'd think a huge race would want the start to happen with perfect timing every single time, but that would actually ruin the competition, because if the signal became predictable, drivers could simply memorize the delay and react before the race.
It is the ultimate cat cliché. They stare at you and nudge your glass off the table. But why do they do it? It is usually a mix of 3 simple reasons. First, it is pure curiosity. Their sensitive paws explore how objects move and sound when dropped. Second, it is instinctual hunting behavior. They are testing if the prey will run or...
This guy once a year has the power to ruin a champion's biggest moment, because after the Australian Open finals, he has only a few minutes to engrave the winner's name on the trophy. But here's the catch. Every single letter has to be carved with perfect precision, or he could lose his dream job forever, because in 2013, an engraver made a mistake and put the wrong country code on the trophy. And the current engraver, Michael Quinn, does it live on camera while millions watch.
Why is this man pumping air into that small tank? So, the Lung Tank Company developed a small tank that you can fill yourself, allowing you to breathe underwater for up to 10 minutes. If you're not interested in paying around $2,000 to $5,000 for diving equipment, I'd recommend this to you. The Lung Tank is affordable, and its best feature is that you can always refill it yourself. Subscribe for...
Did you know stealing the ball from the goalkeeper isn't always a foul? Some players actually hide behind the keeper and wait for the perfect moment. The second the ball leaves their hands, they try to steal it and score, but the timing has to be perfect. If they touch the goalkeeper or interfere while they still control the ball, the referee gives a foul immediately. That's why this move is super risky, but when it works, it looks insane. Did you know stealing the ball from the goalkeeper isn't always a foul? Some players actually hide behind the keeper and wait for the perfect moment. The second the ball leaves their hands, they try to steal it and score.
Diesel is over $5 a gallon almost everywhere right now, and most truckers are still doing the same thing, sleeping with the engine on. Let's be honest, you're not just sleeping, you're spending 8 hours a night, 1 gallon per hour. That's 8 gallons. That's 40 a night. That's over 20 tons a month just to stay cool. That's not comfort, that's a leak. Diesel is over $5 a gallon.
Yamaha used ice to secretly cheat the fuel limit, and by the time officials found out, it was already too late. When the FIM introduced the strict 22-liter rule, inspections focused only on tank size. That's where Yamaha spotted a physics loophole. Cold fuel shrinks and becomes denser, meaning more can fit into the same tank. So before every race in 2018, they chilled.
Why are these guys shaving down these tires? They take tires that are completely worn down and no longer usable. Shave off what's left of the old tread, coat the surface with adhesive, and stitch a fresh layer of rubber onto the outside. The whole tire then gets loaded into a tread mold and pressed until the new rubber bonds completely and the pattern is formed. You might think retreading a worn out tire is dangerous, but that's actually...
So these guys thought they were smart and decided to cheat in a bike race because their goal was to hand him water bottles to keep him hydrated during the race. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the rider was actually using the bottle to cheat a little by holding onto it, so his bike could match the speed of the car. Even though this is technically allowed under the rule, the rider kept asking for more water bottles so he could cool down his...
This little steamer heats up in 20 seconds, and with one spray, it's smooth as silk. When I get ready to go out, my clothes are always wrinkled. This is a time saver. It can be folded.
So these guys...
Why are these guys...
This little steamer heats up in 20 seconds, and with one...
This is what happens when you have a very mischievous dad. When his kids are asked to take a photo, they don't realize that their dad is already planning a prank on them.
Right photo, 1 sec, stay still. I think we're good.
If you're stuck and sinking into quicksand, do not panic. It's nowhere near as deadly as the movies make it look, but the biggest mistake you can make is struggling. The more you thrash around, the faster.
What was that? Well, I knew it. I didn't physically see him do it, but I saw him like putting his finger down the throat. 15 grams. I'm gonna tell him he didn't win. What bag number are you?
What happens if you accidentally stand right behind a horse? Some people think that just because a horse looks calm, nothing will happen if you get too close, but that's not always true. But if you're not a horse, like and subscribe. You've probably seen people standing behind horses while cleaning or trimming their tails. But here's the problem. Horses can't clearly see what's directly behind them. So when they suddenly feel something near their back legs, they react very quickly. Even if you're the owner, one small movement or unexpected touch near that area can make the horse kick instantly or react without warning. That's why professionals usually stand slightly to the side to avoid the horse's blind spot. What happens if you accidentally stand right behind a horse? Some people think
Can you dunk on a 13-foot rim? Let's find out. You see, people do not often set up taller hoops and try to dunk on them. The current world record sits at 12 feet, set by Dwight Howard, and most people assumed Victor Wembanyama would be the one to break it. But even with his insane vertical, Wemby can only reach an 11-foot hoop, so he is not even in the conversation. The only person who can actually pull this off is Gao, because he is the first human being to ever touch the top of the backboard, which stands at exactly 13 feet. Can you dunk on a 13-foot rim? Let's find out. You see, people do not often set up taller hoops and try to dunk on them. The current world record sits at 12 feet, set by Dwight Howard, and most people assumed Victor Wembanyama would be the one to break it. But even with his insane vertical...
Watch out, buddy, watch out! Hey, watch out, watch out! Oh yeah, it's out here. Yes! Oh my God! Yes! Yes! There's diamond right here, bro. I love Minecraft. Buddy, what are you doing? There's diamond right here. I have to mine them. This is a miracle. This time. Come out of the lake! Take your headset off! I'm mining diamond.
This video shows the difference between how a shepherd approaches something to the difference between a Belgian Malinois does. Here's the shepherd. He's going around, he's got to find the guy, and he gets to him. He bites him. Look at the fucking Malinois over the top, over every chair. He is ADHD in dog form. This video shows the difference between how a...
These broken streets are secretly hiding tiny treasures. An artist called 3D Fitty turns cracks holes and damaged buildings into tiny 3D worlds using a printer. He secretly places them around cities, turning the whole thing into a real-life treasure hunt. And the craziest part? Every sculpture has a QR code. If you find one, you can mark it as discovered, and sometimes even...
What if a fighter gets his neck fused with a titanium hardware? His name is Yoel Romero, and although he's 47 years old, built like a Greek god, he knocked out UFC champions while he started training MMA at 32 years old. But what makes him almost impossible to beat is not his power, it's his neck. After breaking it early in his career, doctors fused his neck with a titanium hardware, making him practically immune.
If you pull this off, you look ice cold. But if you fail, you look like a complete clown. When Lionel Messi stepped up for a penalty, he went for the risky paradinha. He scored, but still got booked for it. Then Neymar tried the same move. Perfect execution, clean goal. But when Ante Budimir attempted it, total disaster. Missed completely. And then there's this guy who stared at the ball for 3-4.
Have you ever wondered why doctors dump liquid nitrogen on the floor after their shift? Some people think they're cleaning, but that's not true. See, dermatologists use liquid nitrogen to freeze off skin conditions, but there's no point saving the leftover liquid overnight because it slowly evaporates. So before going home, they pour it out, and the moment it hits the floor, it disappears into a giant...
Skittles have been lying to you this whole time, because you probably think every color has its own unique flavor just like they told you. But the truth is that the candy pieces are made with the exact same taste, and the only real difference is their color and smell, which is enough to confuse your brain into believing the red one tastes completely different from the green one. The reason they do this is to save huge amounts of money, while still making people believe they're eating 5 different flavors.
A man was working outside in the heat when someone noticed and cared. He looked out the window and called. The worker gave a warm smile and said, without hesitation, the resident filled a glass with cold water and handed it through the window. It was just a glass of water, but to him, it meant everything. The simplest acts of kindness can make the biggest.
Have you ever wondered why bananas aren't straight when fully grown? Well, it's actually because of the sun. You see, bananas actually start growing towards the ground. This is because of gravity pulling them downwards. As the bananas grow, they eventually turn upright due to the sun. This is known as...
A man was working outside in the heat when someone noticed and cared. He looked out the window and called. The worker gave a warm smile.
Skittles have been lying to you this whole time, because you probably think every color has its own unique flavor just like they told you. But the truth is that the candy piece... If you try to pull a Rolls-Royce hood ornament off, it won't just snap off like you might expect. You've probably seen clips where it comes off easily, but that's not how modern ones work.
He was the last man in the world. He was the last man in the world who had to live in an iron lung. It may sound hard to believe, but he spent 73 years inside this machine. In 1952, when Paul Alexander was only 5 years old, he got polio. This kid just found an infinite money glitch because every time he sees a famous athlete, he intentionally drops his ball in front of them to make them pick it up. But instead of getting the ball back, he gives marker to an athlete to make him sign it. And as you can see, the ball already has a lot of signatures, which proves that this method is still working and isn't going to get patched anytime. This kid just found an infinite money glitch because every time he sees a famous athlete, he intentionally drops his ball in front of them. Have you ever wondered why some people in China travel on a stick instead of using a boat? It's an ancient skill called bamboo drifting, and it takes years to learn. Even just
When a basketball gets stuck on the rim, usually a player just jumps up and knocks it loose. But when the ball gets stuck on top of the backboard, that's when you need to call LeBron with the cleaning pole, or Boban Marjanovic casually grabbing it with a tiny hop. But in this NBA game last year, there was no Boban, no LeBron, so the entire arena had one question: who's actually getting that down? And somehow, Obi Toppin said, "I got it." This man literally jumped up and got the ball off the top of the backboard. This jump deserves a like. When a basketball gets stuck on the rim, usually a player just jumps up and knocks it loose. But when the ball gets stuck on top of the backboard, that's when you need to call LeBron with the cleaning pole, or Boban Marjanovic casually grabbing it with a tiny hop. But in this NBA game last year, there was no Boban, no LeBron, so the entire arena had one question: who's actually getting that down? And somehow, Obi Toppin.
When a horse gets very tired from standing for a long time, it will sometimes lower itself almost like it's sitting and rest for a short while. To keep its balance, it locks its front and back legs into a triangle-shaped position. A lot of people find this surprising because horses usually sleep and rest while standing. So why do they sometimes sit down almost like a child? In reality, horses rarely do this, and because they can sense danger much better than humans, staying on their feet allows them to react and run away immediately if needed. That's why when a horse
This biker hits the world record for the highest jump, and the way his father reacted is truly wholesome.
This guy is pumping air beneath a frozen lake, and no, he's not trying to catch fish. The crazy part is that simply smashing the ice wouldn't solve the actual issue. During winter, thick ice traps the lake from fresh air, while fish, plants, and tiny organisms below keep consuming the remaining oxygen. That's what causes winter fish kill. The fish don't freeze to death. They slowly run out of oxygen while harmful gases collect under the ice. A single hole freezes back quickly.
Have you ever seen that video?
No.
Pull that video up, because it's one of my favorite. Here it is. Listen, play this.
This is the United States of America, most powerful country on this planet. And it's not because we have more money, we're better looking. No, it's because we have something in this country they don't have in other countries. That's right. I'm talking about rednecks. Good old boys with an arsenal. And
even science can't explain how Cristiano Ronaldo scored this goal. Look at Ronaldo's position. He's surrounded by 4 defenders with almost no space. But somehow, Ronaldo finds the gap. Now watch Dani Carvajal. He shapes his body like he's going down the line, then suddenly changes direction. At the very last second, he
Dad dropped pizza.
Mama. Papa.
She is disappointed.
You say mama.
Bro teasing mom.
Please, mama. Mom. She gonna say it. Mama.
Let's look at the weirdest safety features car brands actually made. Starting with Saab, these guys thought they were building fighter jets instead of cars. They literally put the ignition between the seats, so if you crash, the key...
This player was shooting from so far out the NBA had to step in. That's because Peyton Pritchard kept launching half-court shots at the end of quarters while everyone else held the ball to protect their stats. Then in the 2024 finals, he did it twice. 2 half-court buzzer beaters, one from nearly 50 feet, the longest finals buzzer beater ever recorded. Most players...
The BBC placed a robotic crab inside a crowd of real crabs to study their behavior. But during the observation, a hungry stingray suddenly attacks. The hard-shelled crabs intentionally fight back, while the soft-shelled ones hide deep inside the crowd. Since newly molted crabs are incredibly vulnerable, the hard-shelled ones stack on top of each other, forming a shield that makes it nearly impossible for the...
Did you know that the boots you're seeing here are banned? Football players are not allowed to wear custom-made boots, especially designs that include political or religious symbols. Even special designs made by brands can be banned. For example, in 2021, Neymar played a lot of Fortnite, so Puma and Fortnite designed a special game-themed pair of boots for him. One interesting thing about these boots was that they were among the first to be sold in a package box. Fans loved these boots. In fact,
someone broke in and stole all my clothes. He also took my Bitcoin at the time too, but he's a fucking idiot. He didn't. So I had a laptop like this right here, was just written my private key. I thought that's why my house got robbed. And I go in there, I can't find my laptop. I'm like, God damn it. They just stole everything I owned. And then I just run over to my desktop, which they didn't steal. And I'm like crying. I'm like,
He built this custom Glock, but after the match, everyone wanted to try it. But nobody warned them it was loaded with an M4 magazine. So he takes it into an airsoft match, and the enemy team realize it's not something to play with. But after the game, there was a queue of people waiting to fire it. And only one of them had issues, so subscribe if you could see this coming.
Yeah, blows back.
He built this custom Glock, but after the match, everyone wanted to try it. But nobody warned them it was loaded with an M4 magazine. So he takes it into an airsoft match, and the enemy team realize it's not something to play with. But after the game, there was a queue of people waiting to fire it. And only one.
Why is this man throwing fish into a ditch? It's not.
This looks like the most boring elevator ride in the world, until you realize why everyone has their phone out. Because while it looks like they're just staring at a dark wall, they are actually thousands of feet inside a solid mountain. They're filming, waiting for the exact second they peep out. Most people are terrified of heights, but once you see what's waiting on the other side of this glass, you'll realize why people travel across the world.
This game between Julian Newman and Jathan Bosch got way too personal. After Julian hit a deep three, he instantly started trying to provoke Jathan. Then after Jathan got fouled on a layup attempt,
Nature is the ultimate artist, but these 5-horse patterns are so rare, you'll think they're fake. Starting with number 5, the Silver Dapple. It looks like a fantasy movie come to life, but it's
This bird was supposed to die after losing its beak, but humans literally built it a new one. In 2015, hikers found a toucan with its entire upper beak.
The reason why players don't step on the badge. Watch Cristiano Ronaldo avoiding stepping on the crest of one of his biggest rivals in football. Marcelo almost had a heart attack when he was told he had stepped on the badge of the team they were about to face. Eder Militão noticed it and pointed it out to him, but it was already too late. There are players who would even rather fall or risk getting injured than step on it. Watch Vinicius.
This horse and her owner were pregnant at the same time. To capture this memory, the owner made a video with her horse. She stood in front of the horse, touching her belly to the horse's.
this guy picked the hardest spot to build a bedroom. The real challenge of this project was carrying materials up there. First, he opened up the entrance to the room. He prettied up the entryway for his guests. He installed a sturdy door and surrounded the area with railings, dropping the danger level to an absolute minimum. As soon as he stepped inside, he set up the lighting system and
This single fish is about to sell for more than my car. Every morning at exactly 5:30 a.m. in Tokyo, Japan, hundreds of giant tuna are lined up on the floor at the biggest fish market in the world. Normally, people are only allowed to see what's about to happen next from a distance, but I'm going to show you up close. Buyers walk around each fish, carefully inspecting them to look at the quality, and when the bell
When he grounded his club, he accidentally moved the sand. But without realizing it, he still played the shot. And here things only got worse because if you accidentally touch the sand before hitting the This ball just landed in the arms of a police officer and caused a rules problem because when Jonathan Vegas hit his tee shot, it went left towards the crowd where it somehow came to rest on a police officer's arm. And when he arrived, he laughed nervously. Since no one knew what to do next, they called for a rules official.
It's a big difference that the ball stayed in his arm because if it would have dropped, he's going to play it from that location. However, since it was in his arm, it has not.
Bro got hit by the entire winter up. He was never supposed to survive. In 2012, in Ohio, Ronald Post was sentenced to death, but his extreme weight made the execution process unsafe, raising concerns it could cause prolonged suffering. As debates grew, the governor stepped in and changed his sentence to life in prison. Then something unbelievable happened. If you believe Jesus...
This man went viral because he wore clothes that looked burnt by an iron when going to an event. Don't think he was poor, because this is shirt worth more than $1,000 from Vetements. This man went viral because he wore clothes that looked burnt by an iron when going to an event. Don't think he was poor, because this is shirt worth more than $1,000 from...
Yeah, stop. That was blind firing. You can't blind fire.
Sorry.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll take the hit, but don't do that again.
Sorry.
Sometimes the blind fire is like half.
Nah, that was
full.
Yeah. Full blind fire. Yeah, stop. That was blind firing. You can't...
This is the fastest refueling method in racing. In NASCAR, the crew member carries a fuel can on his shoulder with a hose attached. Once the nozzle is inserted into the tank, the fuel flows in by gravity. It takes just 16 seconds to fill 40 liters. You might think it would be faster to pressurize the can to force the fuel in, but that's banned for safety reasons. Under pressure, fuel can spill or even ignite, especially in the chaos of a pit stop. This is the fastest refueling method in racing. In NASCAR, the crew member carries a fuel can on his shoulder with a hose attached. Once the nozzle is inserted into the tank,
he designed the World Cup ball, and the next day he was fired from his job. Some loved it, and others had nightmares when they had to play with it. The Jabulani has been the most unpredictable ball in World Cup history, and well, probably also the most controversial. Unlike other balls, the Jabulani had no stitching. It was made of a few glued panels. Older balls had stitched panels, which helped control the ball and made shots more accurate. Without them, the Jabulani
The crosshair is aiming way off the can, but the bullet still hits it perfectly. This isn't blind luck, it is pure calculation. In 2023, a sniper actually used this exact physics to eliminate a target from a staggering 2.3 miles away. The truth is, bullets do not fly in a straight line. Gravity immediately starts pulling them down. To fix this, snipers aim their barrels.
En el pasado, se creía que aplicar una capa adicional de barniz a un cuadro lo protegería. Sin embargo, en realidad, esta capa adicional provocaba el deterioro de la obra. El barniz se aplica en realidad para realzar la intensidad de los colores y proteger el cuadro del polvo y la humedad. Con el paso de los años, sin embargo, reacciona con la luz y el aire, formando una capa espesa que oscurece todo el cuadro. Por este motivo, los restauradores de arte actuales retiran cuidadosamente el barniz antiguo a nivel microscópico. Al dedicar mucho tiempo a este proceso, restauran los colores originales que el propio.
If you go to a stadium, don't just choose any seat. A lot of people think sitting right at the front gives the best experience, but you'll miss a lot of the action across the field. Others sit too far on the sides, making it harder to judge distance and follow the plays clearly. So, where should you actually sit? I'll tell you. But if you don't want to end up like this, tap like.
Why do soldiers never pull grenade pins with their teeth? Every action movie makes it look effortless, but it's completely impossible. A grenade pin requires 5 to 10 pounds of force to remove, far more than your teeth can handle. Attempting it would rip your teeth straight out before the pin moved an inch. The ends are also bent backwards specifically to stop it from slipping out accidentally. That's why
In 2021, a man in Texas found a bizarre way to eat for free at almost any barbecue spot. And the strange part is that he wasn't doing anything illegal at all. He'd simply walk in and order a massive plate of brisket, ribs, and every side on the menu. Then, halfway through, he'd pause, look uneasy, and quietly tell the server to take everything away because the meat tastes.
Do you remember when this guy said every Pokemon wrong?
This guy shows up and he starts calling the Pokemon by the wrong names. I don't know, just on purpose to patronize me, making fun of me. I don't know what his deal was. He called Bulbasaur.
That's Onion Turtle.
Geodude.
Punchy Rock.
Meowth.
That cat with them long ass arms.
After punching professional boxer Tommy Fury, Eddie Hall decided to get punched by him without any protection.
Let's go 10%.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pay 40. Oh, let's go for it. Make sure it's to you.
You sure?
Yeah.
Why is this basketball mini hoop going viral? Instead of a normal backboard, it uses a full TV screen, and it's not just for looks. It tracks your shots, counts your makes, and shows your shooting percentage in real time. But here's where it gets crazy. You can literally watch LeBron play while you're shooting, but the catch is the price, as it costs $500. So if you think it's not worth $500, subscribe. Why is this basketball mini hoop?
From what age can your kids actually start playing airsoft? See, there isn't one universal answer, because every country and every field has different rules. And while some places allow kids as young as 10 or 12 to play, others require players.
Have you ever seen that game that they play? It's like a
So I told my mom that I am.
What time is it? Oh, well, I think it's you.
Oh, head.
What if the NBA logo should have been LeBron James all along? For over 20 years, LeBron has been the face of basketball, breaking records people thought were impossible. He became the first player ever to score 40,000 points and somehow is still dominating in year 21. Every jersey he wears becomes history. Every game becomes an event, and the league still revolves around him after 2 decades. At this point, fans are starting to...
This dog defends better than soccer players, and nobody believed what she did. She stands still, totally focused, waiting for the puck. The strangest thing is that she ignores any distraction. Nothing fools her. When the right moment arrives, she reacts instantly. But first, if you're from Brazil, subscribe. United States, leave a like. India, comment now. This dog defends better than soccer.
If your tongue ever gets stuck to frozen metal.
This 18-year-old carried a 35-kilogram cross for 14 hours. The original cross had stood on the summit for decades, until someone cut it down with an angle grinder. He heard about it and couldn't leave it like that, so he spent weeks carving a new one himself. At midnight, he began the climb with his friend. After hours of climbing, his friend finally gave up, and he continued climbing alone. After reaching the summit, he finally restored back the cross.
Oh, shit! That is so bright, man.
Oh, shit.
Here we go.
Imagine breaking Usain Bolt's world record, but the wind was literally carrying you. Back in 2011, Justin Gatlin ran the fastest 100-meter time ever recorded, 9.45 seconds. That's 13/100ths faster than Bolt's world record. But there was one problem. The tailwind behind Gatlin was measured at plus 20 meters per second, while the legal limit is only.
These are 3 of the clearest waters I've ever had the pleasure of jumping into. And the last one is the coldest water I've ever jumped into. At number 3 comes Lipo Jump. The water clarity is actually one of the scariest things about this jump, because the whole way down you're just looking at the massive rocks.
If you steal a purple Ralachi rice, you have got one big problem. So this happened in Miami, when 2 thieves stole a purple Ralachi rice from the driveway of a millionaire. And what happened next is absolutely insane. So the husband of the owner simply made an advertisement with Airplane claiming to pay reward for those who find the car. After seeing this,
I don't think any animal has ever been this strange. This is the platypus. It has the bill of a duck, the body of an otter, and the tail of a beaver. It even lays eggs, but still produces milk for its young. And if that's not strange enough, male platypuses have a venomous spur on their back legs, making it one of the few venomous mammals in the world.
This is how you fool your opponent. 5 players are standing on the ball, and the defenders have no idea who is going.
Oh, yo, is that a Rolex? Hold on. Yo.
He called him a fat black. He called him a fat black. He called him a fat black. He called him a fat black.
Bro, imagine this. You're watching the final minutes of a match. No one on the pitch is playing football. The ball slowly rolls to the goalkeeper. He picks it up but doesn't restart the game. He just waits. Players from both teams stay exactly where they are. No one is passing, no one is running. There's a strange silence on the pitch, but time keeps ticking. 1 minute passes, then another. In the final 2 minutes of the match, no one touches the ball. Finally,
If LeBron James, Stephen Curry, and Michael Jordan were on the same team, would they completely break the NBA? The king with...
In China, when engineers build a new dam, they must build something like this with it. Because it looks confusing, but it is actually essential, as massive dam walls.
This guy is feeding one of the most aggressive fish in the water. He grabs a small fish, lowers his arm into the tank, and just waits. But hidden under the surface, there's a massive sturgeon just waiting for its lunch. And then it suddenly explodes out of the water and almost swallows his entire arm while trying to grab the smaller fish. But after a few seconds, it finally lets go and the guy reacts like nothing even happened. This guy is feeding one of the most aggressive fish in the water. He grabs a...
They argued for seconds. Nobody wanted to take the shot. Then Dembaba steps in. No more talking. He hits it. It looks close, but it drifts wide. Missed. Now things get weird. Cardi stands over the ball. He pauses, thinks, then suddenly shoots straight from kickoff. No pass, no setup, just power. It flies in fast, but the keeper stays calm and grabs it easily. Now all eyes turn. Guler and Bellingham link up. One quick pass. Players everywhere. No space. Guler doesn't...
When this baby rhino sees people cutting into its mother's horn, it becomes visibly stressed and confused. At first, the situation looks cruel, but there's actually a heartbreaking reason behind it. For years, poachers have hunted rhinos for their horns, killing them just to sell a single piece on the black market. Instead of removing the entire horn, they carefully
So the best. Good night, bro. Good night, bro. I sleep. So the best. Good night, bro. Good night, bro. I sleep.
Did you know Steph Curry has never successfully dunked in an NBA game? And there is actually a reason why. Every time Curry tries, he either gets stuffed by the rim or completely misses. It is almost like the basketball gods blessed him with the greatest shooting ability of all time, but completely cursed him when it comes to dunking. But this one moment is the reason he never tries anymore. He goes up for the dunk.
Hola Danielito, ¿cómo te fue en la escuela?
Hola mamá, pues tengo 2 noticias, una buena y otra mala. ¿Cuál quieres que te diga?
Dime la buena, Danielito.
Everyone at the finish line thought the wrong runner had won. The first athlete crossed the line so insanely fast that the officials weren't even ready for him yet. The finish tape still hadn't been set up, so people watching got completely confused. Then seconds later, another runner arrived with the ribbon finally ready, making it look like he was the actual winner. But the truth was way crazier. The first runner had already won the race. He was simply...
Why do female soldiers put so much gel in their hair? Most people think it's just a style choice, but there's actually a reason behind it. If you have hair, hit-like. In the military, soldiers must keep their hair neat and tightly secured at all times, so they use large amounts of gel and hairspray to keep...
Dicen que si dices
Las 8.
todos en los comentarios pondrán
Las 8.
Dicen que si dices
Las 8.
todos en los comentarios pondrán
Las 8.
Dicen que si dices
Las 8.
todos en los comentarios pondrán
Las 8.
This guy pretended he was about to throw up on his grandmother, but no one expected her to react like that.
That's how much I love you.
Does this grandmother deserve a like? This guy pretended he was about to throw up on his grandmother, but no one expected her to react like that.
That's how much I love you.
Does this grandmother deserve a like?
One pixel changed the entire match. If you look very closely, right here, the blue team thought the ball was out, and the red team went on to celebrate the point, even making fun of the blue team. You could see the disbelief on everyone's faces because moments like this don't even feel real. But when the replay came, you can see the...
So you guys gotta land right here, just like we practiced. Come on, we've done this before. What are you doing? Okay, not like that. That was not. What are you doing? In the landing zone. I marked where you're supposed to go. It's pretty obvious. How does this keep happening? Please, one person. I'm gonna get fired. Thank goodness.
Some bike riders secretly own the rarest bikes on Earth, and some of them look completely impossible to ride. Like this first guy who made a bike that has the jump built in.
If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough.
And this next guy accidentally found out he had a self-driving bike that can even land tricks. But this last kid...
Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim.
A kid walked up to a card show with no money. What his father did next left everyone speechless. The boy had been staring at two cards behind the glass, a Charizard EX at $200 and a Mewtwo V-Star at $160. He opened his binder and asked the vendor if anything inside was worth a trade. The vendor flipped through it, a Pikachu EX, a Mew V, a Greninja EX, $135 total. The cards he wanted cost $360, way too short. The boy's face dropped. His father stepped in and pulled out an old box of cards. The vendor shook his head. Low demand, not enough value. The boy looked crushed. Then his father reached into his jacket and pulled out one single card he had been holding on to.
Joe Rogan revealed why his kicks sound like literal gunshots. Because when his guest was trying to throw a side kick correctly,
don't look over your stomach, look over your shoulder. But me first. Here, hold on.
Joe got so pissed off that he went to give him instructions.
Up here. From here, turn your shoulder to the right. Now extend.
This is how watchmakers handle luxury timepieces where even a single scratch is unacceptable. It's a specialized holding fixture with hundreds of golden pins that move independently. When you place a watch component on top, the pins conform to its shape and cradle it perfectly. Then you turn the side knob to lock them in place. It won't fall out.
This YouTuber won a $10,000 pack, dreaming of pulling the $3 million Charizard owned by Logan Paul. He locks his eyes on one pack from the entire stack and opens it with extreme care. Any stain or damage could cost him thousands of dollars. With chills running down his spine, he starts flipping through the cards but pulls nothing. Logan feels bad for the kid, and
after these athletes started pushing and bumping into each other at the starting line, people immediately questioned whether the race was even fair. At first, it looked like the runners in front were trying to gain an unfair advantage over everyone else. But in this event, the timer only starts once each athlete crosses the starting line. After these athletes started pushing and bumping into each other at the starting line, people immediately
After this girl asked for 2 slices of pizza, she came across the funniest realization.
Can I get 2 slices, please?
I only got 1 right now.
I guess that's fine.
Take the 1? Okay.
Yeah.
1 slice coming up.
Her grandmother was praying she wouldn't have a false start as she tries to qualify for the Olympics, but her reaction at the end was priceless.
Let's see who's going to Paris. It wasn't the best start from Sha'Carri Richardson. Tamari Davis got out better. Now Sha'Carri starts to wind up, but she goes past Jefferson. Sha'Carri Richardson, 10-70.
Her grandmother.
So this guy thought they were smart and decided to cheat in a knuckle hop race because their goal was to complete 1 round.
This is the last chance surgery. When an SD card is completely destroyed, there's only one method left to pull the data out, a recovery tool called the spider board. Technicians shave just a bit off the chip's shell, exposing the hidden metal pads underneath.
If you dig out a space for a river in a Soul Sand Valley...
People got confused when this girl started painting her hair in stripes against a giant ruler, because she laid each thin section flat on the ruler, then painted neat blocks of pink, orange, green, and blue across it, lining every section up so the colors matched. And after almost 3 hours of repeating the same process, she rinsed it out and her hair turned into one flowing rainbow. People got confused when this girl started...
Hello guys, I'm a new YouTuber. Will you support me? I upload videos daily. Would you like to watch my videos? Where will you Hello guys, I'm a new YouTuber. Will you support me? I upload videos daily. Would you like to watch my videos? Where will you Hello guys, I'm a new YouTuber. Will you support me?
What to do if you're stuck in the back of a Cuber truck. So you might think there would be a manual release from inside, but nope. Unlike the front, the back has no release button. Since it's a vault, it has only electric lock. But if the Cuber truck's battery is dead, it's completely useless. So now you decide to just kick the door open, or maybe yell for help until someone hears you.
Did you know that the NBA started giving out chains to their players? Well, this chain is known as the Playmaker chain. It's completely iced out and it's given to the best player of the game. Only one player is awarded this after every game, and here you can see Steph Curry wearing one, and besides him, other star players like LaMelo Ball and Tyrese Maxey got one too. It's custom made for each player, and on the front it has an...
This guy had been running a marathon for 4 hours and was about to cross the finish line when this kid holding the finishing banner decided to walk straight into his path. So the race officials told him he had to reset and come through again for a clean photo finish. So he turned around and lined up for another run at it. But this time, the kid dropped the banner right before he crossed, and the runner nearly tripped over it on the ground. They
This referee just broke a football rule. During a match, the rain was so strong that the field became completely flooded, and whenever the players tried to kick the ball, it would not move at all because the water stopped it instantly. This happens because when the grass gets too wet, it creates resistance that prevents the ball from rolling. Because of that, the referee allowed the free kick to be taken outside the field, which caused an angry reaction from the opponent.
What happens to players' kits after a match? Are they thrown away or washed and used again? There are a few different scenarios. In smaller clubs, players usually have to bring their shirts back to the locker room so they can be washed and reused as much as possible. But in bigger clubs, especially the ones with major kit sponsors, players often give their shirts to fans after the game because they usually wear a brand new kit for every match. What happens to
This is why you don't ever want to mess with your dad, because the moment his daughter misbehaved, he grabbed her favorite Elsa doll and sliced the top of it open. Then he sprayed the bald plastic with stone-textured paint, filled the inside with soil, and planted colorful flowers that ended up looking just like her hair flowing down her face. This is why you don't ever want to...
There's 6 hollows left, guys. That's huge.
When you see me, don't blink or stare. Moonwalk got head tap and he had to shave his hair. The Drizzy put him in the air. Go against the shape, bitch, I triple down. They find out about them bees, might just catch the chill. When you...
Her Jamaican father.
Scientists once thought this
Sonic can swim.
No, he can't. It might look like this lady is helping these...
Straight hair. This is the importance of never giving up in badminton. Look at how this player defends these seemingly impossible shots.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How much y'all asking for?
$15.
$15.
Here's why this basketball invention is absolutely brilliant. Public court nets are constantly getting destroyed because regular nets are easy to tear down and impossible to secure.
Nobody listens to safety instructions. Then this flight attendant showed up.
Everyone got confused why this girl started sewing her fingers, but it turned out she was actually wearing sheer black gloves with long pointed claws on.
To allow the German players to commence the match, the ball was delivered to them in a small car. Then the referee asked how long they would need. Gross said he needed.
This is a universal vending machine key,
which supposedly can unlock any vending machine.
The only catch, I bought this off Temu.
Dang it.
So, to see if Temu's scamming me, I'm going to 20 vending machines, starting with the most secure and working towards the oldest I could find, starting with modern machines.
If the key works here, that's a problem.
But as expected...
Okay, well that one doesn't even fit.
Which makes sense since
Most people remove jade bracelets by breaking them because the bracelet is much smaller than the hand, making it extremely difficult and painful to take off. But there's actually a simple technique that makes the process much easier. First, the hand is covered with soapy water to make it slippery. Then, a thin balloon is pulled over the hand and underneath the bracelet. More soap water is added to reduce.
Why did a club ban their star striker from wearing yellow boots? You might think professional athletes have total freedom over what they wear, but the real reason for this ban will leave you speechless. But first, pick a manager to win a final for your life. Southgate, scroll away. Mourinho, subscribe. And if you trust Luis Enrique, leave a like. The truth is, German club Schalke 04 shares one of the most violent and bitter rivalries in football history with Borussia Dortmund, whose identity is entirely built on the color bright yellow. When Schalke signed a Dutch superstar, their board put a non-negotiable clause into the paperwork. Even though his footwear sponsor was pushing a massive neon yellow marketing campaign, the player was legally forbidden from ever letting that color touch.
What is this NBA player doing to the rim? When a rim gets bent during a game, players often take matters into their own hands by jumping up and hanging on it to pull it back into place. When a rim stays crooked after a dunk, it is usually not because...
While this guy was on a run 3 miles away from his house, he had to urgently go to the bathroom. But since he was too far away to make it back on time, he had to knock on this stranger's house to ask if he could use their bathroom.
Run a little run. I know you can putt, so you're pretty jacked. So, bro, we're like a 5 mile, 3 miles from the house. We're gonna...
A falling position with an angle that literally looks like it defies gravity. Yeah, that's definitely Kylian Mbappe's signature shot. That wild and aggressive freestyle movement. That's obviously Erling Haaland. And only real football fans can recognize this last movement. A falling position with an angle that literally looks like it defies gravity. Yeah, that's definitely Kylian Mbappe's signature shot. That wild and aggressive freestyle movement. That's obviously Erling Haaland. And only real football fans can recognize this last movement. A falling position with an angle that literally looks like it defies gravity. Yeah, that's definitely Kylian Mbappe's signature shot. That wild and aggressive freestyle movement.
These two cars just went on a date because this girl found 2 matching Miatas with pop-up headlights. Then she parked them face.
Someone cracked open a PSA graded card worth $3,000. Not to sell it, not to show it off, because he thought it was.
This is exactly how you can lose a dunk contest in just a matter of seconds.
3 times, people literally hopped off Disney Splash Mountain. First, a kid straight up bailed because the log got stuck. Honestly, he probably just wanted to get off and grab a Mickey ice cream bar. Next, a woman calmly walked off mid-ride because she was having a panic attack. And honestly, after seeing that giant drop a few seconds before, I get it. Lastly, a whole boat started sinking. Guests climbed out to save themselves, and a cast member told them that they created a safety hazard while their log was big.
Let's grab a dollar slice.
Shaq broke so many backboards, the NBA literally had to change the game. Back then, rims were bolted directly onto a metal plate, which meant when guys threw down monster dunks, this happened. What started as epic dunks turned into a dangerous disaster. From college players to Michael Jordan, people were shattering backboards. But then Shaq showed up, and the problem got even worse. Because Shaq wasn't just breaking the glass, he was destroying the entire hoop structure. This man was so powerful that teams actually had to keep replacement backboards in the arena, because if one shattered and there wasn't a backup, the game could.
According to all aerodynamic laws, the bumblebee cannot fly because its body weight is not in the right proportion to its wingspan. But
nobody's been able to successfully make this fishing lure until now. A micro glide bait in theory is the perfect fishing lure because you would get a glide bait action in a small package. However, making this lure is a challenge because action consistency is near impossible at a small scale. I tested Mike Buca's micro glide bait and here are the results.
It has one of the most... This runner was being paid $10,000 to drop out of the race after 30 kilometers. But after reaching there, he refused to stop. You see, Ruben Kipyego was a pace runner whose job was to set the pace for the elite runners in the marathon and help break the air resistance till the
This girl wanted to go for a ride with her boyfriend, but she didn't know the proper way to sit. As soon as she sat down, the boy felt a sharp pain, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. So when they got home, she tried her best to make it up to him. She even went to his workplace, hoping to win his favor. But unfortunately, her boyfriend didn't appreciate it. Later,
Oh, here it comes. He's gonna say it.
Fuck it, I'm out of ammo.
Yo, you want this?
What are you gonna do?
Bro, 12 years ago everyone was wearing Nike, so why have Adidas and Puma started to rise now? Nike dominated football about 12 years ago. Most of the biggest clubs in the world were wearing Nike. Stars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Neymar were also the faces of Nike. However, today Adidas and Puma are about to surpass Nike. Everything started in 2020. Nike terminated its contract with Brazilian star Neymar.
I just found proof that Messi isn't actually human, because how did he defy gravity during a game?
Ronaldo was about to score an easy goal.
This little girl just asked a stranger to look over her lemonade stand for just a couple of minutes.
Did you know Lionel Messi has almost never asked another player for their shirt? Throughout his career, he always said that if someone wanted to swap jerseys, he would do it, but he normally never asked first, except for one player. It happened during an El Clasico.
So in my last video, we froze these giant water balloons overnight.
A lot of you have been asking me why I break my back pulling these giant blocks of ice out instead of just pushing them under the ice. And there's actually some very specific reasons why we do it this way. You see, when you cut an ice fishing hole this big, every day, hundreds of people walk over this tiny ditch, not even realizing that it's full of fish. At first, I thought these were salmon. Every day, hundreds of people walk over this tiny ditch, not even realizing that it's full of fish. At first, I thought these were salmon swimming upstream to spawn, but once I got a closer look, I realized it was a huge group of carp. After doing some research and finding out you're actually allowed to catch carp with a dip net in my city, I thought I'd try to catch them for fun and see what happens.
Oh my god, I see a mirror carp.
Right away, I spotted a mirror carp and started chasing it downstream. This is a breed of carp that's extremely rare in North America, but as I was chasing it down, I got distracted by an even rarer breed, a koi, and after 5 minutes of running back and forth, I finally got this koi in my net.
Oh, he's in the net. The koi is in the net.
You can tell it has a deeper orange color than a regular carp, and the day didn't end there, because I also managed to find that mirror carp downstream and get it into the back of my net as well. The scales on this fish have such a unique look to them, and I probably won't see another one of these in my city for a very long time.
When she was 18, her father was in a car accident and doctors said he would never walk again, but he refused to miss her graduation. On that day, he forced himself to stand. The moment he held her hand, all the pain felt worth it. Years later, even as his health declined, he never forgot his promise to walk his daughter down the aisle on her wedding day, and he did. He proved that a father's love can overcome any obstacle. To thank him, his daughter named her
Lo que hizo esta mujer dejó a todos sorprendidos porque cortó la manga de un suéter para ponerla en esta chancla. Al principio no tenía mucho sentido, pero luego de unos cuantos minutos ya iba tomando forma. Fue entonces cuando todos entendieron que estaba...
Why don't ice climbers just swing their axes anywhere? Because one bad hit and the entire wall of ice could collapse instantly. That's why climbers always look for these 3 warning signs before they start climbing. First, avoid yellow.
Slide, and you just trim. So I'm just trimming off all the split ends. This is gonna create perfect bangs. Done. I have a larger size, a large curved Korea clip. This is gonna create...
So apparently printers literally won't...
Is this ice dangerous?
This is very nice. It forms from freezing rain. It's generally not very dangerous and has strong visual appeal while also being fun to look at.
Is this ice dangerous?
But there was one thing about the shelter I didn't get to show you. If you're ever camping on sand or clean gravel like this, you can make a shelter that is so warm you can sleep even in the deep winter without a sleeping bag. I don't mind being cold. I don't mind sleeping on the ground.
They're pouring ice down a racehorse's legs, but this isn't what it looks like. After a high-speed race, a horse's legs absorb extreme force with every stride. Even if it looks fine, deep heat and inflammation can build inside the tendons. Ice is packed into a padded cooling wrap around the lower leg. This isn't comfort, it's damage control. The goal is to pull heat out before micro-injuries spread, because one silent tendon strain can end a racing career instantly. They're pouring ice down a racehorse's legs, but
this singer turned his stutter into one of the most legendary songs of all time.
Stuttering is what taught me how to scat sing, because I had to learn to pronounce my words. I'll take a stutter into a scat sing, back into a stutter.
If you're under 100 subscribers, watch this now. The first 100 subscribers, that's the hardest part.
What happens to the hockey rink after a game ends? Well, it doesn't actually stay there for the next game, since most hockey teams share the arena with the basketball team. So right after an NHL game, crew members get rid of the ice by turning off the cooling system that's under it. But if the ice is too thick, they usually drill holes into it so it melts faster. Next, the Zamboni vehicles come in to spray hot water, melting away the logos, lines, and also ads. However, the job is not finished yet, because workers need to get rid of the last pieces of melted ice, revealing the concrete floor underneath it. And after 3 days, the arena transforms into a basketball court used by NBA.
Scientists gave people a robotic sixth finger, and something disturbing happened after 5 days. It attaches to your palm and is controlled by tiny sensors under your big toe. 98% of people mastered it in under 60 seconds with zero training. They could instantly hold multiple objects or open bottles with one hand. But after 5 days, when scientists removed it, people panicked. They felt
this is easily the worst basketball hoop ever made. That's because instead of using a normal cotton net, it has a metal net welded to the rim. The idea sounds smart. People can't steal it. But the second you start shooting, all the joy disappears. Every shot sounds like you're throwing a brick at the rim, and that satisfying sound of making a shot through a cotton net or even a chain net is completely gone. Sometimes your shot looks perfect.
At first glance, this training looks pretty fun.
Learn this trick, and you'll never have to tie your shoes again for the rest of your life. Take a pencil, wrap the shoelace around it 3 times, and insert the ends of the laces into the loops. Do the same on the other side, then switch sides. Next, insert the right end of the lace into the left loop, and the left end of the lace into the right loop.
This is why you should never laugh at a fan trying to start a wave. When this supporter stood up to get it going, almost nobody paid attention to him, and only 3 people joined in. From the stands, it looked like a complete failure. Despite that, the small group began to attract attention. The wave started moving through different sections of the stadium, and kept growing. By the time it finally returned to where it had started, the entire stadium was cheering and taking part. That's why this man is a genius. This is why you should never laugh at a fan trying to start a wave. When this supporter stood up to get it going, almost nobody paid attention to him, and only 3 people joined in. From the stands, it looked like a complete failure. Despite that, the small group began to attract attention.
Good morning, TikTok. Right, guys, we have a few today. Expect them to be out around 9:30.
This girl claims that paying a little extra at Disney lets you skip every single line in the park. Because while thousands of people were stuck waiting hours just to get on this one ride, she walked straight up the stairs and breezed through a completely empty queue. And by doing this, she ended up hitting 6 rides in just 3 hours. This girl claims that paying a little extra at Disney lets you skip every single line in the park.
What's the matter? What's going on? You not want to compete today? You don't want to? Okay, that's fine.
She decided to quit moments before her jiu-jitsu match, but her father knew it was just fear in the moment, so he told her the choice was hers. But if she stepped onto that mat, all he asked for was her absolute best. And after a few quiet moments, she agreed to try.
She says she wants to do the first match. We'll try it.
This is what happened when athletes from different sports try to sit down without bending their knees. Because when coach challenged the football kids, some of them completely refused or landed straight down and bounced awkwardly. But this kid set a standard for footballers, using the push-up technique to complete the challenge. And both girls from volleyball and
people were furious at the organizers of this marathon after these runners were stopped just as they were about to catch the leader. A train was crossing the road, forcing them to wait and lose valuable seconds. But what made people even more angry was that while they were stuck behind the crossing, another runner suddenly appeared right behind them. People were furious at the organizers of this marathon.
I'm sad. I don't have any friends.
This autistic kid was about to take his first shot in a game, and what the other team did next will melt your heart. This mom and her son ate 12 cookies because they were just too delicious. This mom and her son ate 12 cookies because they were just too delicious. But when she watched the video again later, she noticed something unbelievable. The video again later, she noticed something unbelievable.
This machine can reach temperatures over 350 degrees, and it takes serious skill to use. It's called a frame warmer, and if you leave the glasses in for even a few seconds too long, the frames can warp or the lenses can crack. The whole point is to heat the glasses frame just enough to soften it. That makes it easier to pop the lenses out without breaking anything. Then,
I'm bringing 64,000 quarters to the Coinstar machine.
These owners got pugs for the first time, and each had different experiences. So first, this pug just wanted a pup cup so badly.
This is not Starbucks, this is McDonald's.
Next, this disciplined pug followed her instructions perfectly.
You can take a small bite, just bite the corner.
Yeah. What the?
Nice weather today, huh?
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna go grab some water.
Is it gonna come down?
It's still up there, huh? Man, I'm gonna go take a nap. Oh wait, here we go.
Yeah. What the?
Nice weather today, huh?
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna go grab some water.
Is it gonna come down?
Uh-oh. Where did you get this from?
The 20?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it not a...
I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't have the little... I'm gonna test it. Is that okay?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Did you know that some football boots are actually banned on artificial grass? Those boots with long, aggressive studs might look perfect for grip, but on artificial turf, they can cause serious problems. First, they can damage the surface. Artificial pitches are filled with thousands of tiny black rubber pellets, and long studs can rip the turf and scatter those pellets everywhere. But the bigger danger is for the players. Those long studs can get stuck between the turf fibers and rubber beads, which can lock a player's foot in place while their body keeps moving, which is dangerous. Also, those metal studs can cause serious damage in tackles. That's why most artificial pitches only allow special boots, designed to protect both the field and the players. Did you know that some football boots are actually banned on artificial grass? Those boots with long, aggressive studs might look perfect for grip, but on artificial turf, they can cause serious problems. First, they can damage the surface. Artificial pitches are...
Being an NFL referee might be the highest-paying part-time job in America. NFL refs aren't full-time employees. They only work during the season, and a lot of them have other careers as lawyers, teachers, or business executives. But in 2020...
Your mom texted me. Who texted you? She said you wanted to play Nintendo Switch, so I brought a couple games. We don't have a Switch. Then why did she say this? Let me call her and find out.
If you press this button on a Nissan GT-R, you will be banned instantly by Nissan's warranty and also lose $20,000. So you might think it's some kind of emergency feature or an airbag release button, but nope. This button's used for extra boost. So here's what it means. You see, Godzillas are known to be super car killers when it comes to...
Ronaldo needs to explain
Two numbers at Bayern Munich have completely disappeared from shirts this season, and the reasons behind them are incredibly emotional. The first is number 12. Across German football, fans are considered the 12th man, so Bundesliga clubs almost never give that number to players out of respect for supporters who fill the stadium every week. But number 5 means something even bigger at Bayern. It belonged to Franz Beckenbauer, the legendary Der Kaiser, who won league titles, European Cups, and the World Cup both as a player and coach. After his passing in 2024, Bayern officially retired the number forever, saying the club's history is impossible without him.
Let's see what you got, buddy. Bro. You know what this is? Bro, alright. First of all, I want you to take a guess at how much you think this is. Just take a random, however much, if you traded for it, like, just take a guess. $2. $2? Alright. Near mint, meaning if this card is in perfect condition, which it's got a little bit of play.
This guy accidentally gave her the wrong medal. You see, when this girl placed third in the competition, she was sitting on the lowest step of the podium. But when she got her medal and thanked the official, the other girls started telling her to look at the medal because they accidentally gave her the gold one. So seeing this, they all started laughing. And the third place decided to do a mini ceremony for the first place by taking the gold medal off, then kneeling down as she put it on her competitor, and then shaking her hand.
After this guy offered a free drink.
Merad. Si Jun Pilais.
Is there any... This YouTuber tried the craziest comparison ever, seeing if a human foot could survive different football boots. Level 1, he starts with Panda Dunks, and they barely leave a mark. Level 2, then he tests Nike Phantoms, and the foot takes a light but noticeable hit. Level 3, things get serious. He uses studded boots, and the impact looks painful enough to crack a bone. Level 4, and the final test is insane.
Please don't scroll. This is why stadium grass looks almost too perfect to be real. At first, most people assume it's fake, but many professional stadiums actually use real grass. The difference is that it usually isn't grown on the field itself. Instead, it's cultivated on specialized farms in huge sections, then cut with the soil and roots still attached. And then, those sections are transported to the stadium and rolled out like a giant carpet. This is why stadium grass looks almost too perfect to be.
This is why referees ignore this foul every time. In NBA matches, referees have to treat every player the same way. That is literally their job. But there is a problem. If a star player commits a foul, referees simply look the other way. And when this happens, commentators say, "Oh, that's a foul!" If he wasn't a star, that foul would be called every time. This is why referees ignore this foul every time. In NBA matches, referees...
Check this out.
At an outdoor concert and in need of a blanket, simply unzip the bottom of the jacket and voila, you have a blanket.
This blanket actually converts into a tote bag, and this tote bag can carry...
This kid just proved that hard work really beats talent, because over the past few months, he'd been training non-stop for his upcoming tournament, posting every drill online. The comments were hyping him up like crazy. So when he finally uploaded his tournament highlights, everyone clicked expecting something decent. But instead, he shocked the whole comment section. This kid just proved that hard work really beats talent, because over the past few months, he'd been training non-stop for his upcoming tournament, posting every drill online. The comments were hyping him up like crazy. So when he finally uploaded his tournament highlight.
Out of nowhere, this man decided to start an epic stadium wave. But when he first tried it, only these 3 people were willing to join in. Still, his effort wasn't wasted, because fans on the far side of the stadium suddenly picked up the wave and kept it going.
1, 2, 3. A ver cómo sale.
Do NBA players play as themselves in 2K? Most fans think NBA stars use their own characters to dominate the game. But when asked, Kevin Durant and Anthony Edwards admit they almost never play as themselves. Durant even called it arrogant to use his himself, revealing that he actually chooses to run with LeBron James instead. But here's the part nobody talks about. In the world of competitive 2K, players aren't looking for ego boosts. They are looking for the most physical attributes. AD revealed that his in-game avatar is so accurate to real-life risks that it gets injured mid-play, making his character a tactical liability. Do NBA players
play as themselves in 2K? Most fans think NBA stars use their own characters to dominate the game. But when asked, Kevin Durant and Anthony Edwards admit they almost never play as themselves. Durant even called it arrogant to use his himself, revealing that he actually chooses to run with LeBron James instead. But here's the part nobody talks about. In the world of competitive 2K, players aren't looking for...
This might be the best find of my thrift career. Hitting the sporting goods section at the thrift, and I just pulled a pair of Grinch Kobe cleats. Ask anybody who plays sports, these are them ones. Ain't gonna lie, both toe boxes looking a little rough though. And the laces, straight cooked. Let's check the tag and see what size they are. 11.5. Brand new condition in this size, going for $645. But here at the thrift, how much they want for them?
$9.99.
This might be the best find of my thrift career. Hitting the sporting goods section at the thrift, and I just pulled a pair of Grinch Kobe cleats. Ask anybody who plays sports, these are them ones. Ain't gonna lie, both toe...
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't.
During warm-up, Steph spotted his dad on the sidelines and jokingly fired the ball at him, but Dell didn't hesitate for a single second, immediately pulling up from deep and draining the shot like it was nothing, because Dell just had to remind him where he got it from. During warm-up, Steph spotted his dad on the sidelines and jokingly fired the ball at him, but Dell didn't hesitate for a single second, immediately pulling up from deep and draining the shot like it was nothing, because Dell just had to remind him where he got it from. During warm-up, Steph spotted his dad on the sidelines and jokingly fired the ball at him, but Dell didn't hesitate for a single second, immediately pulling up from deep and draining the shot like it was nothing, because Dell just had to remind him where he got it from. During warm-up, Steph spotted his dad on the sidelines and jokingly fired the ball at him, but Dell didn't hesitate for a single second, immediately pulling up from deep and draining the shot like it was nothing, because Dell just had to remind him where he got it.
Most people think this is just a trophy, but nah, it's actually a secret container. And what's hidden inside depends on who wins it. For years, the Premier League had a weird problem. Some of their biggest stars didn't even want to take the trophy home. Guys like Mohamed Salah and Sadio Mane would celebrate, then immediately hand it back. Why? Because inside the trophy was a bottle of champagne worth around $200. So the league quietly changed the rules. Now, if a Muslim player wins it, they receive a special halal version filled with rose water instead of alcohol, which officially makes this the only major football trophy with a halal edition. Most people think this is just a trophy, but nah, it's actually a secret container. And what's
Not everyone is allowed to clean the Kaaba. Those who receive this honor are called Akadana, people specially chosen to care for the cleanliness of the house of...
Have you done the laser test on those? Take off your shoe.
This one, this one?
Yeah. I just have a couple precautions. Oh, I'm sure we're fine.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Bro, you just found the only 2 magic bouncy balls.
This is the most interesting basketball.
Can a RC car tow a lamb porkini and also 3 other vehicles together? So one YouTuber actually tested this in real life. First, he bought an RC car online and immediately modified the parts to make it more stronger. And then he set up the tow rope to a Lampo. But since the RC car lacked grip due to less weight, he decided to sit on top of it and found that Lampo was easy. But the craziest part...
We need to make a gloss patch, but this is all the base we have left. So, let's see if it's enough. Whenever the base gets this low and stops pouring properly, we grab our rubber spatula to help scrape everything out. Most of the base settles at the bottom, so we start there first, then slowly work around the edges. This part is always satisfying to watch. Our goal is to reach 100 grams, so let's hope we have enough. We're also scraping the lid because there's always leftover residue, and we don't want to waste any base. Now for the moment of truth, let's see if we hit 100 grams. And we actually did. Now tell me, what gloss do you think we're making with this batch?
This girl told her parents that her bullies were waiting for her on the school bus, but what they did next shocked everyone.
Come on, Halia, you're gonna be late for the bus.
Can you please just take me to school today?
When mosquitoes bit this.
Hey Fit Besties, this banana pineapple milkshake.
This man found a mysterious track in the middle of the desert. It looked like the trail of a snake-like creature that had slithered across the ground and burrowed into the sand. In order to catch the creature, he immediately begins digging into the sand to search for it. After digging and searching through the sand over and over again, a tiny creature finally appears. Moving carefully so as not to let it escape, the man successfully catches it. This creature is known as Cincus cincus, or the sandfish. True to its name, it possesses the special ability to swim through the sand at high speeds, making it notoriously difficult to catch. Only those who understood should click like. This man found a mysterious track in the middle of the desert. It looked like the trail of a snake-like creature that had slithered across the ground and burrowed into the sand. In order to catch the creature, he immediately begins digging into the sand to search for it. After digging and searching through the sand over and over again, a tiny creature finally appears. Moving carefully so as not to let it escape, the man successfully catches it. This creature is known as Cincus cincus, or the sandfish. True to its name, it possesses the special ability to swim through the sand at high speeds, making it notoriously difficult to catch. Only those who understood should click like. This man found a mysterious track in the middle of the desert. It looked like the trail of a snake-like creature that had slithered across the ground and burrowed into the sand. In order to catch the creature...
Did you know there are football rules that make no sense? It is not allowed to dry the ball with your shirt before...
Running is so much more than just running. Running is meditation. Running is therapy. Running is escape. Running is tranquility.
Millions of years ago, Earth was warmer and wetter, with giant trees everywhere. When those plants died, they didn't fully decay. Instead, layers of plant material kept getting buried.
Did you know some furniture gets worse the more expensive it is? Take this sink. It looks premium, but the flat bottom makes water splash everywhere. Or those giant castle-style doors. They look impressive, but installation alone can cost over $1.
If you ever see a fish with wings, do not try to make it fly. Even if it looks harmless, many fishermen recommend not throwing them into the air for fun. These fish use their fins to glide over the water and escape predators, but outside their environment, they can easily get disoriented. In fact, some birds take advantage of the exact moment they surface to catch them. That is why when this fisherman caught one, his friend...
Why will UEFA never build the mythical Champions League stadium?
This man saved these little creatures with the plan to eat them once they got big enough. But until then, every day he would take care of them and slowly fell in love with them. Sometimes he would even give them sweet jackfruit as their favorite snack. But over time, these little creatures grew so big and became incredibly tame that they would always swim up.
Big game. The exhaust these people put on their bikes should be illegal. Because
This is the day this kid learned to never...
This man was called to capture 2 pit bull dogs because it was reported to be very aggressive by the neighbors. But what happens next completely surprised him. When he arrived, the dogs immediately wagged their tails as they come closer. Turns out, these dogs love to be pet. The neighbors were just intimidated by their size and muscles. But surprisingly, these dogs were friendly and very playful. It turns out they were just being judged by others. This man was called to capture 2 pit bull dogs because it was reported to be very aggressive by the neighbors. But what happens next completely surprised him. When he...
I'm a potato.
You're a tomato.
Potato?
No.
I said I was a potato. I'm a potato.
You're a tomato.
Potato?
This girl made the most awkward mistake inside a fancy 5-star restaurant that day. She kept waiting for her bacon to cook, but every time she checked, it still looked completely raw. That's when she suddenly realized what she forgot to do the whole time. This girl made the most awkward mistake inside a fancy 5-star restaurant that day. She kept waiting for her bacon to cook, but every time she checked, it still looked...
People buying Coca-Cola have run into a new problem. Right now, on many store shelves, you can see numerous Coke bottles without labels. The reason is that
sometimes whenever I'm golfing, I like to go prone in the sand traps and pretend I'm in the World War. Pick your poison, whichever one. Controversial opinion, no one talks about.
This panda had the smartest escape plan ever, because the moment his keeper walked away, he realized the only way out was through the tiny food window. And at first he shoved his head in, but halfway through he got completely stuck. And instead of giving up, he started wiggling and kicking his legs.
Sometimes whenever I'm golfing,
This panda had the smartest escape. This panda had the smartest escape plan ever, because the moment his keeper walked away, he realized the only way out was through the tiny
The owner of this cat was shocked to see something unusual in their pet's eye. After taking it to the vet, it turned out to be cherry eye. This is a condition where the third eyelid protrudes and its gland bulges out. If left untreated, this condition can impair vision and even cause a serious infection. Carefully, the vet attempted to restore it using tweezers and a cotton bud. The cat's eye successfully returned to normal.
Why does IShowSpeed always stare at his opponents during a race? It's not just him, even professional athletes do it too. The very first serious person Speed ever raced was Olympic champion Noah Lyles, and that ended up being the only race Speed ever lost. After the race, Speed went back and rewatched the footage carefully. That's when he noticed something interesting. While running, Noah Lyles quickly glanced over at him mid-race. That moment changed how Speed thought about racing. He realized that many pro athletes stay aware of their opponents while sprinting. So ever since then, Speed started staring down his opponents before and during races.
India just dropped the coolest sneaker trend, and it only gets better when you destroy it. This is the Comet Tearaway sneaker. It looks like a normal white shoe, but underneath is a hidden orange layer. And to reveal it, you literally slice the shoe open. Yeah, they give you a knife for it. It originally sells for around $65, but because it's limited and mostly only in India, people in the US are...
This man was called to capture a pit bull that was reported to be dangerous by the neighbors. But what happens next completely surprised him. When he arrived,
I didn't cheat, actually.
You were 206, it had to be 205.
Yes, but I had, listen. I didn't want to lose that weight. I couldn't run no more. I had lost as much as I could. I was 206.2, and nobody was watching.
But they say you could see you pressed your weight.
You believe that? But yeah, I got the ass. I pressed it too much. And when you press too hard, it takes off too much weight. So
After this guy showed how quickly the automated door closes, people started questioning who designed it.
How quick do you want a man to press and open a door? Like, bro, push the exit and push out.
I didn't cheat, actually.
You were 206, it had to be 205.
Yes, but I had, listen. I didn't want to lose that weight. I couldn't run no more. I had lost as much as I could. I was 206.2, and...
It took 9 minutes. I'm pulling on this master lock in a real chain, and it's not going, and...
After this guy showed how quickly the automated door closes, people started questioning who designed it.
How quick do you want a man to press and open a door? Like, bro, push the exit and push out. See, I gotta do this.
This looked like a normal fishing trip until disaster struck, because this guy thought he had caught a huge sea monster when it started pulling on his line extremely hard. But then everyone started screaming and running away, and nobody could figure out why. The people fishing next to them were very confused and had no idea what was about to happen. But they should have ran too, because it turned out he actually did catch a sea monster in the form of a great white shark.
Did you know why men are the most simple creatures? Because at number 3, if a man sees another man vibing, men vibes too. At number 2, we can't let someone win a race without a fight.
Wow, it wasn't here when you told me that. It was, oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's
It's a Jaguar.
gorgeous. It's a BMW,
No
but look
shit.
at the color.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Anyway.
So you went through the tunnel.
These owners handed their dogs an egg, and each were tested on how gentle they are. So first, this dog was clumsy and failed.
You are not a gentle boy. You kind of are.
Next, this dog got overprotective and wanted to keep it to himself.
Aw, he can do it, but you have to
Dogs hearing their favorite word. Like at number 3, he's waiting for that food word.
pears, bananas, carrots.
Nobody really knows why Lionel Messi always swims whenever he gets the chance. Some people think it's just for relaxation or he hates the heat on land, but the real reason is crazy. Early in his Barcelona career, Messi was already dominating with his low center of gravity and explosive bursts, but after every match, his body muscles were tight, heavy, and fatigued. His body was always under stress due to constant sprinting, sudden stops, and heavy impacts, and the discomfort stayed much longer after every game. Club physios noticed high-impact movements were putting continuous pressure on his joints.
I'm an astronaut in the moon.
This guy was planning to prank his friend by putting super glue on a chair. But just as his friend was about to sit down, he put his hand down and got his own hand stuck to the glue.
This thing is so hard to shoot on, I don't even think Steph Curry could, but this is literally what they used in the first game of basketball. And I got to see that in all the crazy hoop history at the Basketball Hall of Fame. First stop was center court. I had to hit a couple dunks and of course my signature reverse pump. Then I pulled up to the NBA on—
What can I do for you?
This thing is so hard to shoot on, I don't even This thing is so hard to shoot on, I don't even think Steph Curry could, but this is literally what they used in the first game of basketball. And I got to see that in all the crazy—
What can I do for you? If you don't want to buy them, I want to give them to you.
A fan who caught the home run ball was just about to throw it back onto the field. But the reason this moment was so important is because the home run Sal Frelick hit was actually the first hit and also the first home run of his entire MLB career. That's when Mookie Betts quickly walked over to the fan and politely asked if he could return the ball because he knew how important that moment was. After hearing the explanation, the fan gladly—
Excuse me, how much does this go for? $1 million. $1 million. I'll do 50 for it. 50K? Nah, 50 bucks.
That's crazy. Do you know it's literally Pop One Black Label Bubble, the only one in the world? It's basically priceless. Do you want to—
Nets and football goals weren't invented to catch the ball, but for a reason most people don't even realize. You see, in the 1800s, goals only had posts, and there was no mesh to stop the ball from flying into the crowd. But high-speed shots moved so fast that nobody knew if they went in or missed. This caused massive riots and matches being abandoned because teams couldn't agree on the score. So in 1891, a Liverpool engineer—
If my family only— Money, that's the money. Money.
I don't care what Speed said.
I took this photo when I was 10 years old with the OG Sixers jersey, and today we're gonna try to recreate it. This jersey obviously doesn't—
I'm gonna pass on your left. Hey there, good morning.
Hey, good morning, brother.
You
want a burrito?
Can't no more. Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk. Rather be fishing than going to work. Throwing Amish mates swim. Can't no more. Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk. Rather be fishing than going to work. Throwing Amish mates swim.
Never pull this fish straight onto the boat if you still care about your life. This is a swordfish. One careless move, that sword-like bill could stab right through your body. The weapon on its face is as hard as steel. Not just human flesh, even a 5-centimeter thick wooden boat board can get pierced, and it gets even crazier. This fish can swim up to one—
I got one thing to say.
Yeah, what's that?
I see Adidas shoes.
Yeah.
Is this the shoe? Now, of course, we can't show what kind of shoe this is.
Hey, that's okay. The color stand for.
Did you know there's some basketball courts here?
My dog.
Excuse me. This is my baby. And ain't no
When a tiny cheetah starts hissing at you, don't panic. Just hold out your finger and give it a little poke while it's hissing. It'll turn right back into a kitten. Even though it looks like a little cheetah, it's not actually a cheetah at all. It's called a... If you touch a raven's beak, it will wipe it... If you touch a raven's beak, it will wipe it clean right away. Then it'll stare at you like you just offended it. That's not random. Ravens are naturally emotional animals. When ravens are raised around humans, some of them get extremely attached, almost like dogs with wings. They can sit on your shoulder while you walk around. Call them, and they'll fly right back to your shoulder. And their intelligence goes way beyond following commands. Ravens can use tools to get water. Some can even turn on a faucet by themselves. In winter, some ravens have even been seen adding sticks to a fire to...
Oh, Rachel, don't open that umbrella inside. Rachel! What are you doing? That's bad luck. Don't you know that? That's 7 years bad luck. And in dog years, that's 49 years. Don't you open it again. Rachel! That's 14. Oh no, I'm gonna be in so much trouble. I know I...
This genius goalkeeper drill is built.
Something so wild.
This inflatable football darts game is turning summer fun into a profitable business. Just inflate the giant dartboard, secure it in place, and it's ready for players within minutes. People kick footballs at the target and compete.
I got completely scammed by this stray kitten. When I found him living in the dirt, he was the most polite, timid little guy. So out of pity, I brought him home to give him a...
This repair takes patience, but the final result is worth it. Every small step matters. Slow progress still works. And now it's flawless.
When a horse notices you bought a new mattress, it's not going to be polite about it. The moment it gets tired of standing, it'll walk right over, plop down, and casually test.
In the name of Jesus.
This woman turned a simple picture into a stunning match.
Why are these people scraping the ground and clearing the plants with shovels in such a strange way? From a distance, it looks like they're just leveling the plot, but in reality, this is the usual harvesting of Hututia. First, the farmers carefully cut off the top layer with its tender shoots, which are considered a gourmet delicacy. But the most interesting part comes next. After the greens, they pull long white roots out of the ground. This is a completely different...
This guy is China's #1 ranked bodybuilder, and the West has absolutely no idea he exists yet. Meet Jun Zhang, IFBB Men's Physique.
First pass, Tillamook Bay, 2026. If somebody sends you this video, they want you to go fishing.
Order for Lucy?
No matter how hard you try, you cannot sink here. The moment you step into this water, your body just floats. You don't even have to try.
Remember that your career is a...
Oh, knock, knock, knock.
When the norm...
Oh, knock, knock, knock.
We're gonna need you to stick some chicken in the cage.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Be careful, Sal, they smell.
When the normal water bottle of this...
This man noticed a moth trying to invade the beehive in his garden, so he immediately tried to catch it and toss it into the water, but somehow the moth managed to escape and fly away. The next day, the same moth came back again, but this time the man finally caught it and made sure it would never bother the hive ever again. And after that, the bees seemed to trust him completely, even letting him wash them and hold them in his...
Arnold Schwarzenegger secret...
Founded in
In America, before doctors received their...
Three things that prove Japan is living in the future. First, inside Japan. If you carefully look at any soft drink or water bottle, you'll notice a small arrow on top of the label, and right under it there's a thin cut in the label. The reason behind this is actually very useful. After buying the bottle, people peel the label off like this, and there is
This fish is the one that no predator in the ocean dares to attack. Even sharks freeze when they see it, and other hunters in the sea just respect it. But this fish is actually so tiny that a shark could swallow it in one bite. It's called a cleaner fish, and it swims right into the mouths of the biggest predators without any fear. Even divers can open their mouths underwater, and these little guys will come right in to clean their teeth.
This girl tried to fool a shopkeeper in broad daylight, so she hid her credit card inside her mask, grabbed the store's most expensive item, and walked straight to the counter. But when the cashier asked for payment,
the naganada.
Look, today was this girl's birthday, so she decided to celebrate it alone while sitting on a train. But none of her friends came, and she sat there feeling sad. Then a random couple came and sat next to her. She pulled funny burger and fries hats out of her bag and made them wear them. After that, she took out a huge birthday cake and started sharing it with everyone, leaving the couple completely surprised. A few moments later, all three of—
Let's see if there's anything in his belly. There's a lot of poop. Oh, he's got something in his belly, all right. It's a big old fish. Oh, what is it? Let's see. Let's see.
3 things you will only see in Japan.
This girl decided to dive to the very bottom of one of the deepest pools in the world on a single breath, and what she pulled off is hard to believe. This is not a normal pool. It was built specifically for breath hold diving, designed with multiple levels that go deeper and deeper the further down you go. And most people who look at it from the surface have
What watermelon hides that nobody tells you? With lime, it cleanses the kidneys and eliminates.
This girl.
What watermelon hides that nobody tells you? With lime, it cleanses the kidneys and eliminates kidney stones. With cucumber, it detoxifies.
Made a big mistake, right?
If you lift up a bird's feathers, you might see something that looks like a tiny tube hiding.
Have you ever wondered why snakes start dancing whenever someone plays a flute? You might think they're enjoying the music, but snakes are actually deaf to airborne sounds. So if they can't hear the flute, why do they react to it? Before we reveal the truth, if you're not a snake, hit like and subscribe. Only real humans can do it. Snakes simply follow the movement of the flute and react to ground vibrations. So their dance is actually a defensive behavior. Have you ever wondered why snakes start dancing?
Pure Gold R9 Relay 213.
This device is supposed to turn any drink cold just by spinning it for 1 minute, but I don't think that's possible. All you do is add ice to it, then you just...
Look, the mom was teaching her 2 daughters that when passing in front of someone, you shouldn't just turn your back and walk away. So when she asked the first daughter to demonstrate, the girl gently adjusted her clothes and politely moved sideways without showing her back. Then it was the second daughter's turn, and mom wanted to see if they had really learned good.
This is why this guy has the grippiest hands in the world. Because while most people thought he was picking up random objects for fun, his actual reason is completely different.
Is it possible for someone to dunk on a 13-foot hoop? You see, it's not very common to set up a super tall basketball hoop, so the current world record sits at just 12 feet by Dwight Howard. However, some people think Wemby could break this record, but with his vertical, he's actually only able to dunk on an 11-foot hoop, so the only person in the world who can possibly break this record is KO, as he's the first person ever to touch.
This female crab died and all of her babies started coming out of her body, so the man decided to adopt one of them and take it home. Look, this boy delivered coffee to his parents in a really unique way.
Every time he dropped a fish into the clay pot, something beneath the algae would grab it and disappear. The water barely moved, and whatever was living inside refused to show itself. Curious, the man tried pulling the fish back out, but the creature yanked it away anyway. That's when he changed his strategy. Instead of lowering the fish deep into the algae, he started holding it higher above the surface. And that's when everything changed. The creature finally came out of hiding. The man quickly grabbed it and placed it into a container, but what he discovered wasn't just an ordinary animal. It was an extremely rare orange swamp eel. Every time he dropped a fish into the clay pot, something beneath the algae would grab it and disappear. The water barely moved.
They exchanged gifts on Valentine's Day. The guy got the newest iPhone from his girlfriend. He was super happy. The girl only seemed to get a storybook. But wait until you see the end.
In this game, players had to...
This couple got into...
We're going top shelf.
Few people know that if you grate a carrot and add the juice of 1 lemon, place it in a glass container, and add 3 or 4 tablespoons of honey, mix well, cover it, and let it sit for 24 hours. Then take 1 spoonful daily and your vision will strengthen.
These kids got bored after finishing their football match, so they started playing the most chaotic game ever. Each player had to grab cones and bring them back to their own circle. But the twist was, they could steal from anyone at any time. The first kid to collect 3 cones wins the game, which meant no. This young kid dreamed of getting an autograph from Christina. This young kid dreamed of getting an autograph from Cristiano Ronaldo. So he gathered hundreds of rubber bands and spent hours tying them together, trying to create a football made entirely out of rubber bands. At first it was small.
This man was cutting down a beehive that had been growing.
When this boy tried pulling the sacred stone out of...
Look, when this girl joined a boarding school.
Have you ever wondered why farmers place plastic bags filled with water in front of the flowing water when watering their fields? They do this to slow down the water. When water flows...
This girl had just lost her...
This guy decided to show off.
Everyone was confused by this girl's training routine because every time she posted herself training, she was only practicing the same move again and again. So people started laughing at her and saying that move would never work in a real fight since opponents could easily predict it. But when fight night finally came, she got the perfect chance to prove everyone wrong.
China's entrepreneurs are building profitable businesses with polycarbonate panels. They look like glass, but are far stronger, lighter, and more durable. These panels reduce heat, block noise, resist fire.
These girls wanted to become models, but were stopped at the door by the teacher. The teacher held a tape measure and asked them to take off their shoes so she could...
Ranking the best fails in football. Today, my friend and I are kayak fishing on...
This is why people think LeBron is selfish. You see, back in the 2020 final...
After this little boy got home...
Can a car survive the strongest...
Imagine being so good that you can...
You know this tiny metal piece?
Am I wrong? Saying that I choose another way.
Who are you? Who sent you?
Draw an upside-down triangle. Then draw C shapes inside that triangle that get larger toward the top. Now for shading. Draw a diagonal, evenly spaced parallel lines that begin...
If you eat apples with milk, it somehow tastes...
This girl is so scared of losing her best friend at a music festival.
If you eat apples...
This girl...
If you go to Finland and see babies sleeping outside in the snow, don't panic. This is actually normal.
After this girl accidentally mixed pineapple with Coke.
This man found his turtle in the pond.
This mom had been a...
This mother dog gave...
When this girl ordered it...
Did you know if you boil a sweet potato, mash it well, then add eggs, oil, salt, baking powder, and powdered milk, shape it into soft dough, and bake it...
This is exact...
This girl went to a special...
While this mom was teaching her kids about the water cycle, she came up with a surprisingly cool experiment.
Today we did the water cycle, so we put the water in the bottom of the bag, use food coloring.
Imagine finding out your apartment building has a bunker under it. In Switzerland, that's not as weird as it sounds. Many homes and buildings were designed with shelters because the country takes emergency planning seriously. And that's what makes this so interesting to me. In some places, safety is something you think about after a disaster. In Switzerland, they built it into everyday life.
This overconfident commentator made...
This arm wrestler was about to break his new PR. This arm wrestler was about to break his new PR.
Bro, have you ever wondered why football players always run to the corner flag after scoring a goal? Actually, this has become a tradition. Football players want to celebrate their goals together with the fans. Some players run toward the supporters behind the goal, but since the closest fans are usually near the corners after a goal, players also run to the corner flag so they can celebrate more comfortably. But players who run to the wrong stand can sometimes receive huge reactions from the fans. Bro, have you ever wondered why football players always run to the corner flag after scoring a goal? Actually, this has become a tradition. Football players want to celebrate their goals together with the fans.
This is the easiest.
How thirsty is this fish that it just keeps drinking seawater non-stop? That's what it might look like to you, but in reality, it's not thirsty, it's hungry. So, when you're hungry, you're supposed to eat food, like small fish and...
Three things in Japan that prove Japan is living in the future. First, in Japan, if you buy any juice packet, the plastic straw that comes inside. Three things in Japan that should exist everywhere.
I used to think cows were raised the same.
Not noticing the Real Madrid logo, Vinicius was surprised.
When this girl shouted into the sacred horn, a massive fountain of water rose up easily, because only those who are pure at heart and blessed by God can make the fountain rise when they shout into it. But when this man tried to shout,
this is what happens when you... This is how one random video completely changed this guy's life. He was working at an airport when, just for fun, he tossed a ball toward a target, and somehow it went in perfectly like a pro shot. Right after that, he instantly looked around to see if anyone had noticed. That's when he realized someone had recorded...
This teacher noticed one...
This simple Chinese farming trick.
Apparently this restaurant has no customers. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Anne-Marie's. How many are you?
I'm just one.
Follow me, please. What can I get you today?
Actually, for the entree and appetizer, could you surprise me?
Definitely. We have a great surprise for you.
Okay. Well, while we wait, we might as well.
What happens if football players... If someone gives a banana to an elephant, it will eat it right away. But if you give it a coconut, an elephant won't just bite into it.
3 things in Korea that just make sense. First, in Korea, when a customer's soup starts to cool down, the staff don't take it back to the kitchen. Instead, they bring blazing hot stones directly to the... 3 things in Korea that should exist in your... 3 things in Korea that should exist in your country too. First, instead of struggling to find the right bin to throw your trash in Korea, you just use a single bin, and an AI system automatically detects and separates it into the right categories. Next, there's a law in Korea requiring companies to make their snacks the same shape and size as shown on the packaging. This prevents customers from feeling disappointed with what they've bought, and if a company fails to do that, it may have to pay a hefty fine. And lastly, while throwing away used cooking oil is messy in most places, in Korea, people use a special powder that solidifies the oil into jelly, making it easy to toss out without damaging trash bags.
If your body had no bones, don't think you'd instantly turn into a pile of jelly. Most people believe you would completely collapse right away, but that's not entirely true. So
this is why lighting a flame before entering a cave can save your life. And if you thought it was just so you could see in the dark, you'd be completely wrong. Because the flame can reveal something your eyes never could. As you hold it near the top, everything seems fine. But the moment you lower it closer to the ground, the flame suddenly dies. This is due to carbon dioxide being heavier than oxygen, so it sinks.
This little girl was standing beside the road when suddenly a group of soldiers came running from the other side. Seeing them, she started missing her army dad because he worked way far away from home. But the surprising thing was, while all the soldiers kept running past her, one of them suddenly came straight toward her, picked her up in his arms, and started running while holding her. And that's when everyone realized it was actually her father. This little girl...
This guy generates the most backspin on his shots of all time, because whenever he shoots, it looks like he's going to completely miss, but it somehow always spins.
It is a flower that grows in the mountains of Himachal and Tibet, which makes even humans feel small. Its plant prefers cold, icy, and oxygen-poor places. Therefore, it can never grow in warm regions. The huge structure of this plant looks like a flower, but in reality, it is not a flower, but transparent leaves that protect the small, tender... This dog. It is a flower that grows in the mountains of Himachal and Tibet, which makes even humans feel small. Its plant prefers cold...
This dog had been standing beside a tube well for a long time. When this girl present there noticed the matter and immediately took some water in her hands and held it out in front of the dog. Surprisingly, the dog immediately started drinking water from her hands, and eventually the thirsty dog drank water from the girl's hands with satisfaction. But still, this kind girl gets only 2 likes. This dog had been standing beside a tube well for a long time. When this girl present there
Ever wondered why some football matches use an orange ball instead of the normal white one? It's actually super simple. White balls are perfect on green grass because players and fans can see them clearly. But when snow covers the pitch, the white ball almost disappears. So officials switched to an orange ball to make it easier to spot during winter matches. Smart, but it also looks kinda iconic in the snow. Ever wondered why some football matches use an orange ball?
Times when Tom Holland couldn't act. When Spider-Man and MJ land on top of a bridge, Tom is supposed to land first, but since Zendaya is taller than him, it turns into an awkward moment.
Whoa. Save me, MJ.
When Peter's identity was revealed, Tom had to close the window quickly, but he was so rushed that he bumped into the closet.
Don't just throw away your dead light bulb. This man shows us how to turn it into something unique and useful. First, he heats the bottom of the bulb with a candle to make it easier to unscrew. After emptying the inside, he makes a holder from a precisely bent clothesline. Then, he pours oil into the bulb. For the wick, he uses simple materials found around the house. When the flame is lit, the atmosphere immediately transforms into a very calm and nostalgic one. This isn't just a lamp, but a remarkable piece of upscaling art.
This pool looks completely normal at first glance, but the second you step inside, your clothes stay fully dry. That's because there's actually no water inside at all, just giant transparent glass walls with water flowing through them. From the outside, it tricks everyone into thinking it's a real swimming pool, but this insane illusion is actually hidden deep inside the building. This pool looks complete.
Look, this puppy used to hide in a little hole every time he saw this man and never wanted to come out. But one day, the man placed a bowl of milk near him. Suddenly, 2 big dogs came over and drank all the milk, leaving the poor puppy sniffing the empty bowl. The next day, the man gently brought him out and started playing with him while his friend fed him milk from a bottle. From that day on, whenever the man showed up, he...
Who is this random person always standing on top of the PSG stadium during matches? You might think it's dictator Mbappe, but you're extremely wrong. In the recent game against Bayern, when PSG were cooking them 5-2 before the comeback, the camera suddenly showed...
We at a volcano, and if I get in this mud bath...
This horse was suffering from extreme pain. When the owner checked, he found a rock stuck in the horse's hoof and quickly removed it, but the horse was still in pain. So the owner decided to trim the hoof to see if there was an infection. After trimming the black, damaged part, he carefully made a horseshoe and placed it on the leg. Moments later, the horse could walk without pain. But sadly, this caring owner didn't receive a single like. This horse was suffering from extreme pain. When the owner checked, he found a rock stuck in the horse's hoof and quickly removed it, but the horse was still in pain. So the owner decided to trim the hoof to see if...
Even though this guy's food is delicious, he has a habit that annoys all his customers. His hair always covers his eyes, and almost every second he reflexively flips it aside. Until one day, a customer got fed up and decided to give him a headband so his hair wouldn't block his view anymore. But this is the funniest part, which also left the customer at a total loss. That habit didn't change at all.
What would happen if your stomach was removed? Most people think you could still eat normally, but that's not true. So, what really happens? I'll explain. But if you eat every day, tap like and hit subscribe. Without a stomach, there's no place to properly store and break down food, so it moves straight into the intestines almost immediately. Because of this, people can only eat very small meals at a time, and they often feel weak.
This guy saw the strange wall frames and immediately thought it would be funny to stand right.
A man bought 10 crayfishes at the supermarket, originally intending to use them to feed the vase in his home. But seeing that the last little fellow was quite special, the man decided to give it a chance to live, and he gave it a name called Sledge. When Sledge first arrived home, it was dirty all over. The man helped clean its body and put it into an exclusive fish tank. However, a few months later, something magical happened. When the man cleaned the tank and took Sledge out, he found that its belly was densely covered with eggs. To help the mother crayfish hatch successfully, the man bought a small fish tank specifically for her. Although it looked a bit simple, Sledge clearly relaxed a lot. A few days passed, and the man noticed the color of the eggs changed from dark to brown. This was the signal that they were about to hatch. The next day, when he picked it up again, the scene was absolutely shocking. Hundreds of baby shrimp scattered instantly like a bomb. To prevent them from... This man couldn't believe it when his starfish started pulling off its own arms. At first, it kept pulling them in different directions until a crack appeared right in the center of its body. Then, after a few hours, the arms slowly came off, and a few days later, the fallen arms were surprisingly still moving on their own. And about 20 days later, the arm with the mouth started growing tiny new legs that were bare.
It's not a blue lobster. This is a 1 in 100 million cotton candy lobster. Just so you understand, the odds of catching a regular blue lobster are 1 in 2 million. This is truly the best representation of a food that money simply cannot buy. Lucky for me, I know a pretty cool lobsterman who caught this lobster a little while back and let me borrow it for this video.
So how does this happen?
Due to a rare
Oh my gosh, how do you walk so easily? Aren't you scared at all?
I'm not scared at all. I could even walk with my eyes closed, and I could even lay out a bed and sleep on these stairs.
Your bed is ready, go ahead and sleep.
I'll even sleep here with my friend. If the video gets enough likes, we'll spend a night here.
Oh my gosh, how do you walk so easily? Aren't you scared at all?
I'm not scared at all. I could even walk with my eyes closed, and I could even lay out a bed and sleep on these stairs.
Your bed is ready, go ahead and sleep.
I'll even sleep here with my friend.
Calma. Mas a vídeo é assim, cara. Isso. Yeah! Pode me dar um pouquinho?
When his family strictly refused to let him build a swimming pool in the house, this guy secretly had one built right in the middle of the living room hall. The contractor had reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, it will rise or lower exactly as you wish and transform back into a normal hall whenever you want. If you want to swim, there's no need for it to even stay out. With just the press of a button, all the water drains away or the floor rises, and your home returns to normal instantly." when his
This man had 3 lobsters, 2 blue ones and 1 red. But one day he saw that one of the blue lobsters was pregnant. And at first he assumed the eggs came from the blue lobster. So he moved the red one to a different tank because he got worried it might bother the female. Then he set up an air pump and a heater for her, and she loved it so much that she would even stay near the heater for hours. But after getting pregnant, her
If you ever get stuck in a Chinese finger trap, never pull your fingers out because that only makes it tighter and can really hurt your fingers. Most people panic and keep pulling, which makes the trap even worse. So what's the secret? I'll tell you, but like and subscribe if you care about your fingers. Instead of pulling away, push your fingers toward each other. This loosens the trap, making it wider so you can slowly slide your fingers out.
Here's how quicksand shows its true nature. As he tried to make his way toward a huge rock, the ground looked totally normal. To check it, he tossed a small stone, and it disappeared instantly, like the earth just swallowed it. Even then, he cautiously decided to move ahead. Using a stick, he slowly tested the ground and discovered the sand wasn't nearly as deep as it first seemed. Here's how quicksand shows its
Students in Chinese schools don't have to stand in long lunch lines. Before lunch even begins, meal trays are already waiting by the entrance, so students can simply take one and move on. In the kitchen, staff continue preparing fresh trays to make sure there's always enough. A machine first serves the rice, then workers add the dishes based on the day's nutrition plan. Finally, the trays are placed on heated shelves, keeping the food.
Look, if someone drinks too much milk, they will not suddenly become super strong just because of the protein. Milk also contains sugar, and too much of it can lead to weight gain. That is why it is mainly used to help children and baby animals grow. However, with special filtration, the sugar can be reduced while the protein gets concentrated. Then, after adding vitamins, minerals, and improving the flavor, it
This fish has 18 venomous spines, 13 on his dorsal fin, 2 on his pelvic, and 3 on his anal fins. When you get poked by a lionfish, the skin around the spine slides.
Three reasons why Korea is the best place to live in. First, in Korea, bananas are sold in packs from yellow to green. This way, your pack won't spoil, and by the time you reach the last green banana, it's ripened into yellow. Next, every restaurant in Korea offers one-time use aprons, so you can eat with ease without the worry of getting food on your clothes. And lastly, three things that prove Korea is living in 2050. First, in Korea, if a bus gets full, there are mini seats that can be unfolded, so passengers can sit instead of standing with tired legs until their destination. Next, escalators in Korean malls are built with a locking system for shopping carts. Once you place the cart on the escalator, it stays firmly in place so you can move between floors safely and without hassle.
This goalkeeper ended up winning the game for his team in the craziest way, because in this final, his team was losing by 1 goal and time was running out. At one point, he even threw the ball into his own net trying to confuse everyone on the field. It looked like a weird trick to distract the defenders, but his team still couldn't score. So with the last minutes closing in, he decided to risk everything and did this.
You should never take a geocache because this game has millions of players worldwide. Most caches have been found by hundreds, if not thousands of players, so taking it would ruin the game for the next player hunting, which is the reason why you should never take a geocache because this game has millions of players worldwide. Most caches have been found by hundreds, if not thousands of players, so taking it would ruin the game for the next player.
Look, this woman put an egg on her hair because when she took off her bonnet after 3 days, she was shocked because the dandruff built up in her hair and it was very itchy. So she sprayed it with water, then shampooed it, then put peanut butter and scrubbed it, and also put an egg like she was about to fry it because there was already so much salt. At first, she was happy, but when she washed it and it dried, she still got worried because her dandruff didn't go away.
Mom, wait, this curtain won't open. You'll hit your head.
What kind of curtain is this? It's not even practical. Don't worry, sweetheart. I already bought a new one.
Did you really buy a new curtain? It looks really nice. I hope it's practical.
Yes, it's very practical and beautiful. If you like it, give it a like.
Mom, wait, this curtain won't open. You'll hit your head.
What kind of curtain is this? It's not even practical. Don't worry, sweetheart. I already bought a new one.
Did you really buy a new curtain? It looks really nice. I hope it's practical.
Yeah. Don't get scared, because that's when it hurts and you lose control of the ball. So come towards the ball, making contact with the forehead to generate power. Use your neck to guide the ball. Yeah.
This guy thought his fish must be getting bored swimming in a small aquarium, so he made a 3D printed cave. After pushing it deep into the sand, he covered it with more sand. The buried cave then acted as a shelter for the fish, but later he removed it and installed a bigger one where he also added some artificial plants. This guy thought his fish must be getting bored swimming in a small aquarium, so he
This mom gave her daughters one rule: put the phones away or lose the cake. The youngest rushed over and dropped every screen in the basket. Then came the eldest's turn. She tried to hide her electronics, but finally gave up the phone tucked in her sock. And when her sister tried the same stunt, she smashed her phone and didn't get a single like. This mom gave her daughters one rule.
Holy. God! You can't just bring these up to the table and act all nonchalant. Where are you getting size 17 Kobe's from? Who do you know in the league? Who's your dad?
I was at the EYBL tournament, and it was one of the only sizes left, so I just got it.
Things Korea does better than the rest of the world. First, at McDonald's in Korea, burgers come with a cardboard ring around the patty that keeps everything neatly in place, so the burger looks just like it does in the advertisement. Next, in Korea, people pay 10 cents for every 100 grams of leftover food they throw away, which helps reduce waste. And lastly, tables in Korean cafes and restaurants have a call button, so you can quietly...
This man was just passing by a quiet lake when suddenly he noticed something unbelievable. Right beneath the surface was an entire family of fish, calmly gathered together, peacefully feeding as if nothing in the world could disturb them. This man was just passing by a quiet lake when suddenly he noticed something unbelievable. Right beneath the surface was an entire family of fish, calmly gathered together.
This is why you should always split the fence cost, because this man's neighbor learned that the hard way. Just watch how this guy lays a concrete base piece on mortar, slots a wood panel on top, then cuts and cements the final post into place. And not only did he finish the entire fence in just a few hours, but he even left the neighbors with the ugly side too. This is why you should always split the fence.
This is what happens when a client doesn't want to pay.
All right, your guys' favorite.
This is what happens when a client doesn't want to pay.
This guy had no clue that this tiny sticker would end up causing such a big fail. When he placed it on the escalator railing and held a tissue against it, he thought it would wipe off all the dirt and maybe catch something when it looped back around. But instead, the woman just walked all the way down the stairs, and the railing still hadn't made it back. He waited a little longer, but in the end,
They created a massage competition in Japan. Although it sounds strange, this is an official competition held every year in Tokyo. Therefore, the best therapists from around the world come to this place. The winner of this competition is determined by the best massage technique and will receive a prize of 1 million yen. They created a massage competition in Japan. Although it sounds strange, This is an official.
Bring it up. Is it heavy? Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Wow. Bring it up. Is it heavy?
Do you know who the tallest NBA player ever was? Most people think it was Victor Wembanyama or Yao Ming, but that's actually wrong. And what if I told you this player was even taller? He was so huge that he had to duck through doorways almost everywhere he went. Normal beds were too small for him. So many things had to be specially made just for his size. And when you hear who it was, you'll be surprised. I will
You probably wouldn't even consider checking behind this unless you knew exactly what was hidden behind it, but thank God I do, because check out what I just found. You probably wouldn't even consider checking behind this unless you knew exactly what was hidden behind it, but thank God I do, because check out what I just found. You probably wouldn't even consider checking behind this unless you knew exactly what was hidden behind it, but thank God.
Check it out, dude. Milk ended up having triplets. Stickers, solid picks. Miltank, Strudel, Heliodisc, Nincata, Trotting Along, Poundstone, Magnezone, Teolis Mischief. Can't even concentrate with these guys. Reverse Vulpix, Reverse Nincata, and...
How can a simple piece of wood turn into a human body? The secret isn't just removing wood, it's knowing where to exaggerate the shapes so a stiff block can start to look like a real body. To do this, they use a soft type of wood that allows them to work on the details without splintering too easily. But the real transformation comes from the technique. Instead of trying to create the perfect shape from the beginning, they exaggerate the features first so they can
Am I cute enough to be your friend? Oh no! You scrolled! Wait! You're still here! If you said yes, will you hit for buttons? Thank you, new friends! Am I cute enough to be your friend? Oh no! You scrolled! Wait! You're still here! If you said yes...
Chinese people are obsessed with one thing only, money. My parents wanted me to become a doctor, even though the last thing a Chinese person will do is go to the doctors, but it's because they wanted me to make money. And I get it, because both of my parents are Chinese immigrants and didn't have a lot growing up. So imagine what they thought when I said I wanted to be a cooking content creator. Anyways, we love money so much that we pray to Tyson, the literal god of money, and we make spring rolls for Chinese New Year. Chinese people are obsessed with one thing only, money. My parents wanted me to become a doctor, even though the last thing a Chinese person will do is go to the doctors, but it's because they wanted me to make money. And I get it, because both of my parents are Chinese immigrants and didn't have a lot growing up. So imagine what they thought when I said I wanted to be a cooking content creator. Anyways, we love money so much that we pray to Tyson, the literal god of money, and we make spring rolls for
Randomly getting tipped while playing a public piano.
Wait, is this a painting or real life? He starts with a canvas. One side is art, the other side is the real street, just a few brush strokes, and suddenly, everything lines up perfectly. The trees, the flowers, even people walking by. This is creativity on another.
I got this!
position in the sport of paddle. It's very important to learn where to position. So if you're too close to the line, what is going to happen, have a look, will be a little bit under pressure because you're playing half volleys all the time. So if you go back closer to the back wall, what is going to happen is that rebound.
This couple was having a great time at the beach when something totally unexpected happened. The guy's fishing rod suddenly got a bite, and in that moment, he cared more about saving his fishing rod than paying attention to his girlfriend. This couple was having a great time at the beach when something totally unexpected happened. The guy's fishing rod.
Oh, look at that fat tilapia in there, bro. Oh my God, that's a monster, and all those kitty cats. Woo, man, brother. Where'd you catch them on?
All Nightcrawler.
All on Nightcrawler. Wow, that's a shark. Let's go, St. Anna's. Thank you. Oh, look at that fat tilapia in there, bro. Oh my God, that's a monster, and all those.
This biker was racing with his friend, losing, when the bike had enough, and it showed him how to win.
Huh?
What would you have done? This biker was racing with his friend, losing, when the bike had enough, and it showed him how to win.
Huh?
What would
This is proof that Wemby has 1000 IQ, because when he went for a block, he immediately pulled his handbag after realizing that it would be a goaltend. This is proof that Wemby has 1000 IQ, because when he went for a block, he immediately pulled his handbag after realizing that it would be a goaltend. This is proof that Wemby has 1000 IQ, because when he went for a block, he immediately pulled his handbag after realizing.
Did all the Tamil Nadu vehicles come to the petrol pump? The people from the Tamil Nadu vehicles gave us food. Man, do you have any idea how hot it is? Do you even know what kind of tree I've climbed up to sit on? I can't even sit in the vehicle at all. It's that hot. It's scorching hot. Oh my God, the heat is just
Don't panic if you forget to unplug your phone charger. This device can automatically disconnect the charger when the battery is full. This is the Kuwajia Auto Disconnecting Charger, a device that has a sensor to detect when your phone battery is full. Don't panic if you forget to unplug your phone charger. This device can automatically disconnect the charger.
You don't need to engage there. If he's charging into the contact, super lean into it, let him take himself out the game with his own momentum. Wait, what? Here, you can dodge and go. Yeah, I'm leaning into it, charge and go. Good job, just like that.
This is the latest innovation used by farmers when growing tomatoes. They use upside-down pots, which are then hung. Prepare the planting medium with fertile soil and coconut fiber, then plant selected tomato seedlings. After the plant grows well, the pot can be hung directly. This method is not only practical, but also makes use of limited space. The result looks
This is the only way to heat up leftover pizza.
Great, I'm hungry.
Add your pizza to a cold non-stick pan.
Adding it to a cold non-stick pan.
Heat over medium-low for 2 to 3 minutes.
I don't have one of those fire thingies. So I'm going to put it onto 4.
Next, move your pizza to the side and add in a splash of water and immediately place on the lid.
Move it to the side, splash of water, lid on.
You'll quickly see it steam up, which should melt.
As soon as any festival comes in Japan, the entire pond is filled with water so that they can play this $20,000 fish game. Actually, whoever catches the biggest fish in this pond will get a cash reward of $20,000. So as soon as this guy catches this huge fish, he immediately starts running so that no one can steal it. And in this way this guy becomes a millionaire overnight. As soon
Mama, 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 mama. What? I don't wanna go to school. Why? No, I don't wanna go to school. Why? Cause I'm gonna break the rules. Why? I can't even read books. Why? Cause I don't wanna 2 + 2. Why? I just wanna eat food. Why? Mama, 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 mama. What? I don't wanna go to
Let's play hide and seek, guys. Mom, I'll hide like a toy. You'll never find me. I got you. No, this time I caught you, Goo Goo Gaga Penguin. He's really hiding like a pro. Oh my god, what is this? Uh-oh, I think they noticed me. Please like to help save me. Let's play hide and seek, guys. Mom, I'll hide like a toy. You'll never find me. I got you. No, this time I caught you, Goo Goo Gaga Penguin. He's really hiding like a pro. Oh my god, what is this? Uh-oh.
This vegetable is actually a flower. Artichokes are unopened flower buds. If you don't harvest them in time, they bloom into a giant purple flower. This vegetable is actually a flower. Artichokes are unopened flower buds. If you don't harvest them in time, they bloom into a giant purple flower. This vegetable is actually a flower. Artichoke.
Na festa do fim de semana, só rolê bom. Ela chega e desencana com passo bem solto, passo bem solto, passo bem solto. Na festa do fim de semana.
When this boy was little, his mother carried him in her arms to cross the river. When he turned 5 years old, she started making him jump to cross. When he turned 15 years old, she made him run to get across. And today, at 18 years old, he and his mother crossed the river by doing a backflip. Leave a like so your finger doesn't fall off. When this boy was little, his mother...
This elephant lost one of his legs, so his owner made a prosthetic leg for him with his own hands. But when the elephant tried to walk, it was very unstable. That's when the owner realized something was wrong with the design, so he started making a better one. First, he gently cleaned the leg and wrapped it with a soft cloth. Then he fitted the new leg. And this time, Elephant started walking.
TikTok family, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Friends, for us, we're having bad day because we haven't received anything but happy birthday. So that we can be able to buy for this baby's food. Please be kind and donate anything, even if it's 5 or 10, it will all mean a lot to us. May the woman God bless you abundantly. Bye bye. TikTok family, how are you doing?
Be careful who you share good news with.
One of my least favorite things about planted aquariums is when it's time to fertilize with root tabs, because
weak people notice.
Three things in Korea that every country needs. First, Korea has this clever little thing designed to help ladies with long nails open soda cans. It slips under the tab and lifts it easily without damaging your nails. You've probably wondered why this doesn't exist everywhere, and yet in Korea, it's already a normal thing. Next, in Korean movie theaters and sports arenas, drinks come. 3 reasons why Korea is living in 2050. First, when I was in Korea, I saw convenience stores with hologram self-checkout machines. You scan your items, tap the floating hologram to confirm, and pay. No buttons, no screens, just next-level convenience. Next, I found out that the jars in Korea are self-closed. You just place the lid on top and it seals itself, ensuring you never accidentally.
Observe as the resource.
This boy graduated from the army, and the sergeant found him crying because no family member had come to receive him.
No way. You found my channel! I'm not gonna ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day. No way. You found my channel! I'm not gonna ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world.
どんぐりをたどってもつきません氷の小さなレストラン空っぽのポケットをまっさぐって忘れた人からたどり着く予約は一つもあり
This boy in the red t-shirt is picking a large mango from a small potted plant. Actually, this is a grafted dwarf mango plant. In this method, a branch from a larger tree is joined to a smaller plant. Because of this, the plant stays compact while still being able to grow larger fruits. That's why even a small plant like this can grow healthy mangoes. This boy in the red t-shirt is picking a large mango.
Why is he making pottery with a car? This guy slapped wet clay onto a spinning tire, and everyone thought he was joking. The clay was flying everywhere. It looked completely ruined. But then, the spinning tire started shaping it perfectly.
What is this? Is it a self-service convenience store? There is no staff here and it's open 24/7, so I can just grab whatever I want and check out myself. These stores are everywhere in Korea, and Korean people actually pay at the machine instead of stealing. If this was in my country...
Oh, he's hissing.
Oh, shoot! Wow! Don't do that at home. That's how you lose a finger.
Oh, he's hissing.
Oh, shoot!
Three things Japan did not create. Stop saying they did. First, this bug bite suction tool that instantly relieves the itching was not made in Japan. It's made in the US, and instead of doing an X mark, you can just use the tool. Next, these tree sticks that get narrower as you go are mostly found in South Korea. The further you go, the skinnier you are. And because the text is in Korean, people automatically think it's Japanese. And finally, this futuristic cardboard
Look, this man is creating an amazing painting on the road with his own hands. Without using any tools, just with colors and his artistic talent, he makes such a beautiful painting on the ground that everyone standing there is left amazed. And all the people start saying that there is truly magical talent in his hands. But the sad thing is that until now, no one has liked his incredible artwork and no one has subscribed to the channel either.
This is peelables, gummies that you have to peel to reveal the hidden animal. But what you might not know is some of these animals are more rare than others, such as this extremely rare penguin that I named Skipper. But now as for the taste, I really like these. 7 out of 10. This is peelables, gummies that you have to peel to reveal the hidden animal. But what you might not know.
The strongest lure knot. Insert your leader through the swivel. Go through one more time. Pull it tight, leave a small loop. Wrap the tag end around the main line 3 times. Add more wraps if needed. Insert the tag end into the loop. Pull the line tight to secure the knot. Simple, strong, and ready.
3, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out. Three, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out.
This is the best, easy snack that kids are obsessed with. Add water to the flour and mix until the perfect dough comes together. Then sliced sausages are placed onto skewers, then dipped into the dough and finally fried in hot oil until perfectly cooked. It's incredibly delicious and crispy on the outside, while soft and fluffy on the inside. This is the best, easy
I designed a 3D printed videotape that keeps your snacks fresh. Unroll it, snap off a strip, and use it as a bag clip. Done? Snap it back, spin the wheel, and roll it inside. Need more clips? Just print extra strips in any color and click them into the chain. Be honest, have you ever actually watched a videotape? I designed a 3D printed videotape.
Don't you mess me around. Tell you why. 'Cause I'm TNT. I'm dynamite. TNT. And I'll win the fight. TNT. Don't you mess me around. Tell you why.
Even if you hate shrimp, this recipe will make you love it. Add soy sauce and spices to the shrimp and mix flour with spices and add some water, then dip the shrimp into the dough and finally deep fry in hot oil until it turns brown, making it so crispy on the outside and so fluffy and well cooked on the inside. Even if you hate shrimp, this recipe will make you love it. Add soy sauce and spices to the shrimp and mix flour with spices and add some water, then dip the shrimp into the dough and finally
Hello, you alright?
This is the world's lamest toy. They're called Screen Breaks, and they're based off of Kobby Lame, who went viral for doing this with his hands. And why are they the lamest toy? Well, every time I've gone to the store for the past 4 months, these things are untouched. No one wants them until today. Are you ready for the most life-changing toy ever? I know all of your jaws are dropped right now. You are so jealous that I own this.
Don't throw away plastic bottles. Cut, attach to the pipe, heat it, and it becomes a useful faucet. Don't throw away plastic bottles. Cut, attach to the pipe, heat it, and it becomes a useful faucet.
And touch the sound.
People repeatedly tap these clay pots, even though the creature inside hates vibrations, because these are Asian swamp eels that naturally bury themselves in mud where they can survive with almost no oxygen. And since they rely so heavily on vibrations to detect danger and prey, you would think constantly tapping the pot would keep them hidden forever. But something far more interesting happens instead, because by repeatedly tapping the pot before feeding, the eel gradually begins associating those vibrations with safety and routine rather than danger, slowly rewiring the instincts of a creature that normally never wants to be.
This man found a dead cuttlefish on the beach, but when he picked it up, he noticed tiny eggs all around it, and knowing they would get eaten if he left them there, he decided to take them home and try to hatch them himself. First, he placed them in a small container and just waited, but after 20 days, the eggs started turning black, which made the man worried, so he carefully opened one of them and found a
Things I tried in Korea that blew my mind. First, when I was trying to reach something in the back of a Korean convenience store, I didn't have to struggle. I just grabbed the end of the tray and slid it toward me. Next, I tried a self-heating bento box in Korea. All I had to do was pull the string to activate the heat, and within minutes, my food was piping hot and ready to eat. And lastly, I tried pizza from a vending machine in Korea. These machines are available.
Types of doorbells. The first one, oh, so cute. And the second one? Ah, this will happen to the finger of whoever doesn't leave a like, huh? The third one is normal. This one here, little cat. Wow, how cool. Types of doorbells. The first one, oh, so cute. And the second one? Ah, this will happen to the finger of whoever doesn't leave a like, huh? The third one is normal. This one.
I just get so nervy. Cassie. I just get so nervy. Cassie. I just get so nervy. Cassie.
Ranking best fish releasing moments.
Goodbye.
This monkey hadn't eaten for days, because unlike the others, she was too shy to ask for food. She just sat quietly by the roadside while everyone ignored her. Then a kind man came with a bowl full of fruits and placed it near her. She slowly picked up a small grape and looked at him with such gentle eyes, like she was saying thank you. That moment said everything without a single—
My name is Jeremy Wade.
and I hunt monsters. River monsters. My name is Jeremy Wade, and I hunt monsters. River monsters. My name is Jeremy Wade, and I hunt
Do you actually need to wash your crawfish? Here's some fresh water before we add the crawfish, and after we dump some freshly caught crawfish in, swirl them around for a little bit, and wait for about 10 minutes. This is what would have ended up in your boil water. Wash your crawfish, y'all. Do you actually?
Do not eat these beans. They're known as Mexican jumping beans, but they're not actually beans at all. They're miniature moth babies that have cocooned themselves inside these bean-like shells, and that jumping motion that you see is actually the baby moth larva wiggling and twisting inside when exposed to any form of heat. So theoretically, if you place them in the freezer, they would stop jumping. Do not eat.
I just get so nervy. Cassie. I just get so nervy. Cassie. I just get so nervy.
We've got an egger with some nasty barnacles. We're gonna get them cleaned off.
Oh, wow, that actually hit me in the eye.
You're a devil.
Wow.
Man down. Also got some eggs, but she has no V-notch, so we're also gonna have to give her a V-notch. She's getting the full-blown claw spa treatment today. Here we go. Let's get this big old nasty one. Yeah, we'll get you all prettied up.
Why do divers let this tiny fish inside their mouth? It's called the cleaner wrasse, the ocean's dentist. It eats parasites, dead skin, and food bits from bigger sea animals, even inside their mouths and gills. And somehow, predators don't attack it. Both win. The fish gets food, the big animal gets clean, like
We're gonna have octopus for dinner tonight. I got it. Still suctioning even without its head. Octopus can get a little rubbery if you don't cook it right, so what I'm going to do is bring it up to room temperature, dunk it in boiling water a couple times to kind of gradually get it up to temp. We're going to boil it for a little over 1 hour, then we're going to pull it off, let it cool down, and then cook it.
Oh, this is...
Last time I rescued a fish from the pet store and I named him Nemo. And I said if the video got 100,000 likes, I'll take him to Italy. And well, it hit
3 things in Korea that just make sense. First, in Korea, they have these special trash bins designed as sculptures with a mouth. You just bring your hand close and the trash gets sucked right in. It makes throwing trash easier, cleaner, and oddly satisfying, so people are less likely to litter. Next, in Korea, there are special walking trails made of clay and natural soil where people hike.
I just flipped over this rock and found this red rock crab, and look how teeny tiny its claws are. This crab's claws are so tiny compared to normal red rock crabs this size. I'm wondering if this crab might have lost its pinchers, and then these are the new ones that it grew back. That's pretty crazy. I just flipped over this rock and found this red rock crab, and look how...
Why do people shave horses like this? Many people think they're shaving the horse for no reason, but horses grow thick coats when seasons change. And if you're not a horse, like and subscribe. When all that hair starts shedding, it can get uncomfortable and go everywhere. So farmers trim the extra hair off to help keep the horse comfortable. How many times did I say horse? Why do people shave horses like this?
Why are Chinese schools teaching kids farming and carpentry, while the rest of the world and USA is pushing only screens? In China, students from grade 1 to 12 must do real hands-on work every single week. Some grow crops, some repair furniture, and some even learn basic construction skills. And here's the shocking part: no one knows.
3 fish keeping habits that will kill your fish. Number 1, washing your gravel like crazy. Doing this releases toxic gases and toxins that will pollute your whole tank and make your fish sick. Number 2, not acclimating your new fish properly. Simply floating a new bag for 15 minutes and then dumping the fish in the water can cause an osmotic shock, which may be fatal. Number 3, overfeeding your fish.
Stop drinking tequila until you realize it's literally made from a plant's desperate final death scream. To harvest tequila, Mexican farmers castrate the agave plant. They carve a massive wound into its core to trap the sweet sap, chemically preventing the plant from ever flowering, which technically forces it into a prolonged state of biological death. So your weekend party shot? Yeah, it's just bottled plant torture. Hit like if you're still drinking.
I lost a bet against the internet when I said I'd cook one meal for the homeless here in Memphis every time this video got shared. Last time I said I would limit it to like 1,000 meals since it's just me cooking, packaging, delivering, and grocery shopping. And oh my god, the cleaning. It's actually not that bad. It took maybe 3 16-hour days. Sometimes you just gotta lock in. Anyways, y'all are awesome.
Look closely. This isn't just any ordinary kitchen knife. It's the cutting-edge Ultra Zo knife. Forget traditional knives, because this knife uses Ultra Zo technology to convert energy into high-speed vibrations. It slices through food effortlessly, leaving a clean, precise cut while preserving.
This metal container gets trapped in a flood whirlpool. The current pulls it into a spinning pit where it keeps circling the center. At first, it looks way too big to fit through the opening below, but powerful vortex currents can drag down massive objects once they lose balance. Then the entire container gets sucked under. This metal container gets trapped in a flood whirlpool. The current pulls it into a spinning pit where
M&M's. M and pens. I love the toxic waste, but I felt like it was too big for the pocket, so I had to make something a little sleeker, do a little CAD work, and make sure we got some card storage. It does fit the 1 and 0.5s. Make sure to subscribe for more. M&M's. M and pen.
You might think that beautiful pearls are purely a gift from nature, but did you know? Almost every pearl you see today was actually made with a little help from humans. It's not like oysters just decide to make them on their own. Humans trigger the process by placing a foreign object inside the oyster's body. To the oyster, this object feels like a threat. So, as a defense,
apparently you can make edible foam with just Jell-O. So I wanted to see if this actually worked. We needed to cool it down with some ice, which took forever. Eventually I got it into the whipped cream charger, so when I tried a test shot to see if this worked, it exploded halfway across the room.
It's in my hair. It's in your hair.
Hit my phone and everything. Once we finally got a clean spray, it actually kind of looked.
this cart fails at the worst possible moment. He gets ready to lift the cart while his wife sits down on it. The second he tries balancing the weight, the wooden support starts cracking. Wood can suddenly snap when too much pressure hits one weak point. Then it finally breaks and the whole cart flips backward. This cart fails at the worst possible moment. He gets ready to lift the cart while his wife.
Did you know there's a lake in China that looks like real milk? Hit like if you love drinking milk. This is Zillingal Milk Lake. The water is thick and white, just like fresh milk. Some spots even added fake milk faucets to make tourists even more curious. But the white color actually comes from minerals and tiny particles under the lake. And here's the crazy part. If you taste it, it's actually salty.
Sorry, little buddy. That emerald ring was an anniversary gift that my client gave his ex-wife, but they recently got divorced and I guess he somehow ended up with it again because he sent it to me to melt down and use the white gold from it to make the engagement ring for his new girlfriend. But the coolest part of this new ring,
I built every single superhero gadget in real life, but what nobody knows is I actually turned them into real products, so you can have superpowers too. First is my Spider-Man web shooter. It might look like a regular toy, but the magic is in the all-stick tip. For a web shooter to work, I needed a material that can stick to any surface, but also easily peel off without leaving any residue. It took me months to develop the secret formula.
If you're a small content creator and you want to gain at least 100 subscribers, me, use this audio. If you don't believe me, no, try it with your first photo from your gallery or with anything. And after 24 hours, come back and tell me how it went. I wouldn't let this opportunity pass you by. If you're a small content creator and you want to gain at least 100 subscribers, me, use this audio. If you don't believe me, no, try it with your first.
The other day I was jellyfishing with my bare hands when I managed to catch a jellyfish named Taylor. Taylor frantically told me that her boyfriend Travis just got beached on the sand and needed my help. So I went to the beach and that's when I found him, laying there trying to dry out and die. And I couldn't let that happen to Taylor's boyfriend. I gave him a little jiggle to see if he was okay, picked him up, gave him a kiss, and rushed him back to the water. I smashed some whale pee on my way there.
This bamboo scoop becomes more valuable the more scratches it has, because the chase is used to measure tea leaves before brewing, so every time it scoops, the bamboo absorbs oils and tannins from the dried leaves, and over years of use, the surface darkens and develops a patina. But the scratches and wear aren't damaged, as each mark proves how many tea sessions the scoop has served, so tea masters never replace worn scoops.
Today I'm showing you how to make my delicious chili. Before we start, I invite you to visit my Amazon store. The link is in my profile. You'll find all my cooking and baking essentials, as well as several things I used today. Don't judge me, I didn't film myself like I usually do because it was Sunday and
3 things in Korea that should exist in your country too. First, throwing away cooking oil is always messy, so in Korea, they use a special powder that solidifies used oil into a jelly, making it easy to throw away without damaging trash bags or clogging your drains. Next, in Korea, when your phone is about to die, you can rent a power bank. You simply go to a convenience store, scan a QR code, pay, and the power bank comes with.
My friend leaned over to swipe his card, but I stopped him. The magnetic strip on the back of his card transfers all his details to the machine each time he swipes. The card number, expiration date, and his name. So if someone installs a fake plastic skimmer over the real card reader, they can grab that same information and drain his account.
Tired of losing points because of a heavy and difficult to control racket? The Total Evolution 18K Golden has arrived. The evolution your game needed. Feel the difference with an ultra-light racket that moves like an extension of your arm. Its ideal balance guarantees more power and precision in every shot. Score more points. Lightweight.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, come check this. We've got a little rock and we're going to flip it in 3, 2, 1. Oh, look at him. Whoa, look at the size of those claws on that. So that is a thorough crab. I'm going to grab him. But look at the size. Look how big those claws are compared to its body. These are super cool looking crabs. We'll put them back safely. Guys, come check this. We've got a little rock and we're going to
This bear saw a man eating a honey bun, so the big guy immediately raised his paw as if asking for one too. And the man happily spread some honey on a bun, but then wondered how to get it to the bear. And just then, the bear raised his head as if signaling the man to throw it to him, which he did, and the bear perfectly caught it and happily enjoyed his sweet treat. And if you find him cute, leave a like.
That dark patch in the jungle? Don't walk into it. Some forests turn darker when the ground stays wet too long. Fewer insects, colder air, no small sounds. Animals avoid places like this. And sometimes, you should too. That dark patch in the jungle? Don't walk into it. Some forests turn darker when the ground stays wet too long. Fewer insects, colder air, no small sounds. Animals avoid places like this.
Can't no more. Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk. Rather be fishing than going to work. Throwing Amish-made swim bait straight from Japan. Everyone I meet is an instant f***ing no more. Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk.
This plant literally shoots at you when you touch it. This isn't just a flower, it's a biological trap mechanism. When a bee or insect touches the center of this orchid looking for nectar, the flower instantly reacts and sticks a packet of pollen directly onto its body. It's so precise that the insect doesn't even realize it's been marked. Then when it visits another This cake just hit the floor and nobody panicked. In fact, that was the whole point. These are professional bakers, and every time they finish a cake, they flip it upside down. It sounds crazy, but there is a reason for it. In baking school, they learn to make cakes that are strong, not just pretty. The flip is the final test. If the cake survives, it was made correctly. These bakers pass
For her 18th birthday, this girl wanted only one thing, a simple white cake she could decorate herself. Everything was going perfectly until the red syrup glass suddenly slipped off the table and shattered. In panic, she accidentally placed the number candles upside down, turning 18 into 81. Everyone started laughing and asking, whose 81st birthday is this? Then she quickly fixed it.
This man spotted 2 fish frozen completely inside the ice. Luckily, he has a hammer and started carefully breaking the ice around them. He had to be precise enough not to hurt them with every hit. The ice was hard, and it took real force to get through it. He kept going until both fish were finally free from the ice, but neither of them was moving at first because they didn't get a single.
You can deep fry anything, including pizza. But if you just throw a pizza in the oil, you get a sin against nature. You gotta put in more work. If you cover the pizza with more dough and then throw it in the oil, well, you get a circular calzone. So you gotta put in more work. Top it with sauce and cheese, cook it again, and then...
This is not what you think. It's actually a color whirl, a Crayola contraption created to create a cluster of color. It comes in 4 parts: the dome, the marker, the crank, and the rib. Just simply place the marker inside of the dome and then the crank should slide on top. Pro tip, the crank has 2 loops. The smaller helps loosen and tighten the marker itself, and the bigger is to assist in actually cranking the marker. Now lastly,
This big sea snail that's spraying water, it's actually a nautilus. Yep, it's still around today. Its distant cousin, the ammonite, is the one that went extinct. Nautiluses are... In this video, you can see a zookeeper washing an elephant's feet. And the elephant is totally cooperating. But why would an elephant willingly let someone wash its feet? Well, seriously ancient creatures. They first showed up about 500 million years ago, during the Cambrian, long before dinosaurs even existed. Their shells are incredible. They form perfect logarithmic spirals, and inside there are multiple little chambers. The Nautilus can control how much air is in each chamber, which lets it float up or sink down in the water. You could literally call them Earth's oldest submarines. That round part on the side, that's their eye. It's really simple and basic. All it can do is tell light from dark. Even though nautiluses don't swim very fast and their eyesight is pretty weak, their tiny tentacles make up for it. They're extremely sensitive to even the slightest water movement, which helps the Nautilus detect and catch prey like clams and small crabs. And their
4 mistakes you should never make with these animals. Number 1, never smile at a chimpanzee. Humans smile to be friendly, but chimpanzees often see exposed teeth as aggression, so your happy face could accidentally look like a challenge. Number 2, never run from a crocodile in a straight line. Crocodiles are fast in short bursts, but sharp turns are harder for them because of their heavy bodies. That's why experts recommend moving in a zigzag pattern. Number 3.
Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk. Rather be fishing than going no more. Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk. Rather be fishing than going no more. Quit my job cause my boss is a jerk.
When you rub the big belly of a White's tree frog, it might suddenly grab your hand as if asking you to keep going. But if you keep touching it without stopping, it may snap at you and give you a quick bite. What makes these frogs so popular is how adorable they look. Unlike most frogs, their skin is smooth, shiny, and soft-looking. They're also much bigger than people expect, with some growing over 11 centimeters.
What is this customer doing with the strawberry basket? This young man is a regular customer at the owner of the strawberry farm, known for his excessive harvesting. He always finds ways to get more strawberries than the asking price suggests. This time, the owner set a rule prohibiting customers from stacking strawberries too high or overflowing the basket. They had to be level with the rim. But would he give up? He used a blowtorch to...
Is this seal dangerous?
This is a cotton seal. It's extremely dangerous. Even a light touch can get you stopped by sharp spikes.
Is this seal dangerous?
This is a spotted seal. It has a gentle temperament, often floating quietly in the water, and is generally non-aggressive.
Is this seal dangerous?
This is a leopard seal. Very dangerous.
Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second, third floor, and I promise none of the... Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second, third floor, and I promise none of the... Do you want the house tour? I could take...
Have you ever seen a tree that can actually walk? Meet the walking palm, Socratia exorhiza. It slowly moves towards sunlight by growing new roots in that direction and letting old roots die. Over years, a single tree can shift meters across the forest floor. Most people think trees are stuck in one place, but this
Wieners, a Lunchable, crawfish tails, or crawfish bait? Which will catch the most crawfish? Well, we're gonna set each one out and wait 24 hours. Boom, time travel. Let's see the results. First up, we have the lunchbox. 2 crawdads and a white perch. Next, we've got...
How do you freeze underwater?
Don't, that's called drowning.
What's your favorite color?
Well, I'm a green sea turtle, and I eat green seagrass and green sea kelp. What do you think my favorite color is?
Green.
Nah, it's purple.
How old are you?
Oh, dude, I'm proud to say I'm 100.
Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second, third floor. And I promise none of this is. Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second, third floor. And I promise none of this is. Do you want the house tour?
These animals burn through food insanely fast. First subscribe or this creature will be on your toilet tonight. Desert locusts consume huge amounts of vegetation nonstop. Their bodies process food rapidly to fuel massive swarms. Elephant shrews have extremely fast metabolisms, forcing them to constantly hunt for food to survive.
Have you ever wondered why ancient Japanese men shaved the top of their heads? Well, you might think it was for fashion, but it didn't look good at all. It was just for work. You see, this hairstyle is called sakayaki, the symbol of samurai. A shaved crown helped helmet fit tighter, stopped it from slipping,
Alright. What the hell? I can't see! I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was still here. Where are you? I'm in the bathroom! Okay, I got you! Thank you! What are you still doing here, little man? Are you okay? I had to drop a big one! Gnarly. Well, where are your parents? Damn. Hello? Little dude.
This tiny knot is insanely strong. Most people tie this wrong. One twist, one lock. And now it won't slip. Save this knot before you need. This tiny knot is insanely strong. Most people tie this wrong. One twist, one lock. And now it won't.
A fish that refused the water. A pioneer of the mud, living in the space between the tides.
A battle for a square foot of slime. In the swamp, your colors are your claim.
A fish that refused the water. A pioneer of the mud.
The most important dribbling principle is change of pace, constantly stopping and starting. The most important dribbling principle is change of pace, constantly stopping and starting.
3 unique things I saw in Korea that I wish we had back home. First, when I bought a slice of cake in Korea, they included this little ice pack in the box. This keeps the cake fresh and stops it from melting on the way home. Next, in convenience stores in Korea, they had these cups filled with different frozen fruits, and there was a machine that turned them into a smoothie. You just put the cup in, and in less than a minute, you have a fresh smoothie.
This strawberry was the biggest mystery in my vampire crab terrarium for over a year now. I could not figure out where it came from, and now that I figured it out, it seems so obvious. I used soil from my tortoise enclosure when I planted the terrarium. And since I feed my tortoises strawberries, obviously one of the seeds.
This giant watermelon is processed into a super refreshing drink directly on the street, which really attracts attention. Where the fruit of extraordinary size is skillfully cut, then the contents are crushed into natural juice that overflows in tempting freshness, providing a perfect cool and sweet sensation for anyone who passes by under the hot sun. This giant watermelon is processed into a super refreshing drink directly.
My neighbor dropped off some coconuts from their tree, so I want to try and make my mom coconut chips for Christmas. This is only like my second time opening a coconut, and I don't have any of the tools, but my neighbor saw me using the really sharp knife and ended up bringing these over to try and help, which was so nice of them. They're always up super early in the morning while I'm making things on the porch, but these were
I can't move on, baby doll. Waiting on calls, flipping through stations. I'm outclassed, it's outrageous. I can't move on, baby doll. Waiting on calls, flipping through stations. I'm outclassed, it's outrageous.
Does water short out the track in my garden railroad? It looks like the answer is no. And while the water won't short it out, a piece of metal will. Let's see if we can stop this train. After it shorts out, all I have to do is hit this button to reset it. Since you made it this far, let me know in
This was the first experiment that proved air actually has weight. Back in 1654, a German scientist named Otto von Guericke did something unbelievable. He took two hollow metal hemispheres and sealed them together. Then he pumped all the air out, creating a perfect vacuum inside. 16 powerful horses tried to pull them apart, and failed, because the outside air pressure was holding them together with insane force. But the moment he opened the valve, air rushed in, and the spheres instantly separated like magic. This was the first experiment that proved air actually has weight. Back in 1654, a German scientist named Otto von Guericke did something unbelievable. He took two hollow metal hemispheres and sealed them together. Then he pumped all the air out, creating a perfect vacuum.
Nós festa do fim de semana. Nós festa do fim de semana.
Most people would throw this in the trash, but succulent.
This is a simple trick that not many people know to check if your window glass is real.
This man accidentally found a tiny animal he had never seen before. It was pink and looked almost like a little strawberry gummy, and out of curiosity, he decided to raise it. He fed it milk through a thin straw and made a warm nest with a soft towel, and also set alarms to feed it every 2 hours. Soon it grew stronger, fur began to cover its body, and its round black eyes sparkled with life. It also started clinging to his finger, as if it never wanted to let go, but whenever he put it down, it started crying until he held it again. Soon it became his little shadow, following him everywhere and even hiding in his backpack when he went out. Later, he found out it was a sugar glider, a tiny creature that could glide through the air. At first it was scared, but after some training, it started leaping into his hands without fear, and with each jump they grew closer and closer together. And if you find
I've been expecting you.
What are you thinking about, huh?
I can't see that thing.
turned into a WWE superstar and tackled the dog. Watch this.
Is he going to deliver sweet?
Next, this dog made a special move called spinning attack. Watch.
3 things you didn't know existed in Korea. First, during lunch breaks, workers in Korea are actually encouraged to take short naps. It's believed that a quick rest boosts focus and creativity. And if a boss sees someone sleeping, it's often taken as a sign they've been working hard, not slacking off. Next, Korea has clever 2-in-1 cups. Your food sits on top, while your drink is inside the cup with a built-in straw, letting you eat.
As this bird returns to its nest and begins hurling eggs into the open air, it's actually executing a brilliant survival strategy. Because years ago, the Rufus hernero evolved a fascinating way to protect its home from unwanted guests. Since most birds would simply be tricked into raising a stranger's chick, these architect birds build a natural fortress with 2 distinct internal chambers.
Which is Sri Lanka commercial capital? Colombo. Which is Sri Lanka commercial capital? Colombo. Which is Sri Lanka commercial capital? Colombo.
Look, meet the dugong, one of the ocean's most unusual sea cows. This giant creature is actually related to elephants. Every single day, it eats around 40 kilograms of seagrass, keeping the ocean floor as clean as a mirror. It's so calm and slow that it can spend hours grazing in the exact same spot. If these sea cows didn't exist, underwater—
This is a mistake. Should I take a risk? Yes, just go for it. The risk made it beautiful. This is a mistake. Should I take a risk? Yes, just go for it. The risk made it beautiful. This is a mistake.
If Grandma says I don't got no favorites, she is lying.
When this man collected used light bulbs, he was actually preparing the ingredients for
Come.
Drop a piece of corn near an offshore platform, and the water instantly erupts with hundreds of fish. They aren't hunting for fruit, but reacting to the splash, because this underwater steel frame has turned into a massive artificial reef. Combined with workers constantly tossing food scraps over the edge, these fish are hyper-conditioned to treat any splashing sound as an immediate dinner bell. The feeding frenzy is now so dense that
3 things in Korea that simply make sense. First, when temperatures start to drop, bus stops in Korea have benches that are heated from underneath. So instead of freezing while waiting, you can sit comfortably in a cozy spot until your bus arrives. Next, in Korea, buildings have entire floors dedicated to female parking. The spaces are usually a bit wider than regular spots, but the main reason is safety.
When I do my silly putty videos on the pad, it actually doesn't stick that well to the drum head. So comes right off. When I do my silly putty videos on the pad, it actually doesn't stick that well to the
Quit my job.
Whoa! Look at that green. That is insane.
Learn this knot in 7 seconds. Strong, clean, impossible to slip. And it locks instantly. Learn this knot in 7 seconds. Strong, clean, impossible to slip. And it locks instantly. Learn this knot in 7 seconds. Strong.
This girl bathes in freezing water and somehow feels hot. The moment she steps in, her body starts heating up. No matter how cold it gets, she refuses to come out. Even during storms, she stays in the water. It's like the cold doesn't affect her at all. But if you don't like and subscribe, you might end up here too. This girl bathes in freezing water and somehow feels.
Here's the biggest lessons that I've learned the hard way from being a marketer for over 6 years. There's a concept called level 1 and level 2 target market. Level 1 is lower income, level 2 is the higher income. You talk about how I made $20,000, you're attracting level 1. And level 2 target market, they don't care about how you made $20,000.
If I find the stone, do I still need to work?
This is an ammonite fossil. It has high scientific value, but unfortunately, its cash value is limited, so you still need to keep working.
If I find the stone, do I still need to work?
This is blue jadeite. It has a fine texture and vivid color, and is quite valuable, enough to let you.
In many parts of Brazil, a lot of families can't afford tile floors. So inside the house, the floor is just plain dirt. But there's a problem. If they sweep the floor normally, dust immediately flies everywhere. So before cleaning, people usually use a hose or a shower head to wet the ground first. Once the dirt floor becomes slightly wet, they slowly
This is why I don't use Dubai's gold paper money. Even though this money looks very cool because it's made from real gold, this paper money is only a souvenir. And because I don't have money to go to Dubai, I cannot use this paper money. This is why I don't use Dubai's gold paper money. Even though this money looks very cool because it's made from real gold.
If you're ever stranded in the freezing cold, packing snow around a branch like this could actually save your life. Instead of building a normal campfire, you pull the branch out and dig a second tunnel at the base. This isn't just a hole, it's a natural blast furnace powered by physics. The bottom tunnel forcefully sucks in oxygen, creating an intense upward draft. The compacted snow walls act as a perfect thermal insulator, trapping.
Who's hyped for Nutella?
No.
Come closer. This is for the skippers.
No.
This is a bonus for those who shared.
No.
And this is for everyone who liked this video. Who's hyped for Nutella?
No.
Come closer. This is for the skippers.
No.
This is a bonus for those who shared.
No.
And this is for everyone who liked this video.
Three things that prove Korea is already living in 2050. First, in Korean supermarkets, you grab a tablet at the entrance and attach it to your cart. You scan each item as you shop, and the tablet keeps track of your total. Once you're done, you pay directly on the tablet and walk out without needing to wait in line. Next, in Korea, shoe stores have a special machine you just step into. It scans your feet in 3D and instantly tells you which size fits best, so you don't have to waste time trying on different pairs. And lastly, in Korea, avocados have a sticker with 3 colored sections. Each section shows a different shade, so by comparing the avocado's skin to the sticker, you can instantly tell how ripe it is. Three things.
Why are these people throwing trash into this big bowl? In fact, they are throwing Chinese wish balls. They have to write their wishes on a red piece of paper, attach it to a red ball, and toss it into the giant bowl. According to legend, if the ball lands inside it, their wish will come true. Why are these people throwing trash into this big bowl? In fact, they are throwing Chinese wish balls. They have to write their wishes on a red
I just caught a channel.
The country with the spiciest food in the world is Mexico. The country with the most fermented food in the world is South Korea. The country with the most seafood-based food in the world is Japan. The country with the most street food culture in the world is Thailand. The country with the most bread-based food in the world is Germany. The country with the most noodle dishes in the world is China. The country with the most dairy-based food in the world is France. The country with the most rice-based food in the world is Vietnam.
A ring gets stuck on your finger, and the longer it stays there, the more your finger can swell, making the ring squeeze even tighter. So how do you actually get it off? I'll explain, but if you don't want to be in this situation, smash like, hit subscribe, and share this real quick. Here's the trick. Slide floss under the ring, then tightly wrap it around your finger.
No way, what is this? There's a glass lens inside the food. Hey, come here quickly, please.
Yes, sir. Do you need something?
Aren't you ashamed? There's a glass lens in my food.
That lens belongs to you. If you want, look into your own eye.
Hold on, checking it. Yep, it's true. Like the video, so the waiter forgives me. No way, what is this? There's a glass lens inside the food. Hey, come here quickly, please.
Yes, sir. Do you need something?
Aren't you ashamed? There's a glass lens in my food.
That lens belongs to you. If you want, look into your own eye.
Hold on.
Fruits that you'll find in every Korean household by season, early summer edition. In American homes during the early months of summer, you may find strawberries, blueberries, pineapple, mango, and watermelon as they're extra sweet and in season. In Korean households, we add these melons to our grocery haul in boxes. You just cut off each end, peel the skin off. You can eat it with the seed or de-seed.
Instead of doing random things outside until I hit 1K, just caught this nice, actually pretty nice sized perch. See you on day 11. Instead of doing random things outside until I hit 1K, just caught this nice, actually pretty nice sized perch. See you on day 11. Instead of doing random things outside.
What the heck? This is so weird. I don't know what these are. What the heck? This is so weird. I don't know what these are.
A charcoal company in Brazil turned an ordinary product into a viral business idea with one simple upgrade. Starting a grill is usually messy. Your hands get covered in black dust, and getting the fire going can be frustrating. So instead of selling loose charcoal, they designed a pack with a built-in wooden base and wick that lets you light the entire bag instantly. No lighter fluid.
Yeah, move! It's not just a chop. Roll it out to get him to engage, then chop in the opposite direction using his own momentum to take him out the game. Touch, drag, chop. Good job, go! Just like that, baby.
Why does school food in China always look like a feast with almost no leftovers? The secret is not five-star chefs, but a very strict rule. In many schools, principals and teachers are required to eat the same meals as students. There is no separate menu and no exceptions. That means if the food is not good, not clean, or the portions have issues, both teachers and students face it equally.
This lady seriously thought her Mickey Mouse soap dispenser was broken, so she went online, asking if there was a hidden trick to make it work out. A bunch of other people tried it, and they had the same problem. It was just regular foam spraying out instead of Mickey Mouse's head, but in the end it turned out to be much easier. All she had to do was press her hand firmly against the soap nozzle. This lady seriously thought her...
Ancient people cooled food without electricity using a pot-in-pot fridge. A clay pot sits inside a larger one with wet sand between them. As the sand's moisture evaporates, it cools the inner pot, keeping food fresh, sometimes near 4 degrees Celsius. Ancient people cooled food without electricity using a pot-in-pot fridge.
McDonald's managers used to dress up for work, and it looks unreal today.
McDonald's managers used to dress up in their finest sports jacket with the McDonald's logo, the matching ties, and the ever awesome 70s look. And when it was time to get down to work, take off their blazer, they were set with the...
What if we turned gummy worms into popsicles? But of course this project was cursed, because when I microwaved these, it created a sticky, sugary disaster.
This is the part I'm dreading.
Not to mention I had to pour 2 at a time, so they wouldn't overlap, which kinda worked. Froze them overnight, and the moment of truth.
Uh-oh.
I should have used cooking spray or something. But with a little more tugging, I managed to get them out of the mold.
Believe it or not, your head is literally older than your feet. This is not a joke. It is gravity slowing time. While Newton viewed gravity as an invisible force holding objects together, Einstein's enormous big
3 things I saw in Korea that just made sense. First, I didn't have to struggle to find the right bin to throw my trash in. They had smart bins powered with AI that automatically detected and separated the trash into the correct bin. Next, I found out that snacks actually match the shape and size shown on the packaging. Later, I learned there's a law that requires companies to make their snacks the
If I found this rock, will I still need to work?
This is a raw Argentine stone. Congrats. This one alone could buy you a house downtown.
If I found this rock, will I still need to work?
This is rainbow ore. It looks super rare, but it's actually man-made. Yeah, better keep going to work.
If I found this rock, will I still...
I had a little comment in one of my videos.
We got some glitter right here, a spinnerbait I'm going to try to match, and some green sparkle flake. Never used this one before, so there's a little bit of holographics. I'm not even sure what it is, but we got this green sparkle flake as well. We're going to add both of these to our cup of plastic. We are color matching a spinnerbait I made yesterday for the monthly subscription box. We're going to mix this in, and this looks super awesome.
Three things that make sense in Japan, but not in other countries. First, in Japan, some elevators have small seats in the corner, but you're not actually supposed to sit on them. They're emergency toilets that can be lifted up and used if people get trapped inside. Next, Japan created square watermelons, but they're mostly used as decorations or expensive gifts. They may look normal on the outside, but the inside usually looks like this. And finally, Japan.
After seeing an artist using the most expensive colors in the world getting over 500,000 likes for a simple drawing, I decided to challenge him with my simple tools. I don't even know if we can pull this off because I bought these tools for literally just a few cents.
I'm going to try and draw something beautiful from my imagination using all of these tools. We'll see if we can beat that artist and get just as many likes. I know we can do this together.
The country that produces the most kiwis is China, but eaten the most in New Zealand. The country that produces the most oranges is Brazil, but orange juice drunk the most in USA. The country that produces the most avocados is Mexico, but eaten the most in USA. The country that produces the most bananas is India, but eaten the most in Uganda. Please like and subscribe for
How many defenders?
This $200 Japanese spoon is supposed to make your food more.
What are you doing? Trying to get it in here. I almost got it. Just
put it on the lid.
Put on what the lid?
No, what are you? No. This is the hack. Go like this.
Oh.
Put it on there. You just go like this.
Growing up, my grandmother would buy bags of whole garlic bulbs. Back when pre-peeled garlic wasn't really a thing, she'd have my sister and me sit with her on the kitchen floor, newspaper spread out, and we peeled the cloves by hand, and she later trimmed the stems and minced them to use for cooking. I actually don't know if my sister thought it was fun, but I enjoyed peeling them. And
Throwback to when Eddie Hall, the world's strongest man in 2017, went on a talk show and folded a frying pan with his bare hands. But years later, the clip got uploaded to TikTok where a random comment appeared from a guy named AI Spam.
What I wish I'd known about giant
Making every dumpling
The Japanese dump live fish into sewers for a surprisingly genius reason, because in some rural towns, these drains carry fresh spring water through the streets, which stays incredibly clean, unlike—
It's the end of stone crab season, and it's time to bring in all the crab traps, and I find this mama octopus had laid eggs inside of a bait cup. Now, because it's the end of the season, I can't leave the trap in the water and let these eggs hatch, and I also don't feel right stacking them on the deck so all the babies die.
This girl almost ended up in the hospital, and the reason why is something nobody would ever guess. She spends her days dressed as a mermaid in a pool, swimming around and entertaining children who genuinely believe they are watching a real one. Kids would approach the glass wide-eyed, convinced they had just seen something magical, and
This dog was carrying a cart, but it suddenly tipped over and everything just fell out. But once two kind people saw it, they stopped and immediately helped him to lift the cart back up and gently put back all his belongings so the dog wouldn't get scolded by his owner. Once everything was back in place, the dog left them, but his eyes kept turning back to the two strangers who had helped him, almost as if he was saying, "Thank you for helping me."
Suka. Tapos asin. Tapos asin.
3 things in Korea that don't exist elsewhere. First, in Korea, clothing stores give you a thin, disposable face cover when you try on new clothes. You put it over your face so makeup doesn't stain the fabric. That way, the clothes stay clean no matter how many people try them on. Next, movie theaters in Korea have tray holders that attach directly to your seat. They act like a mini table for your snacks, and the tray even turns to the side to—
These are the craziest YouTubers of all time because they are obsessed with capturing everything in slow motion, revealing the beauty in chaos. Once they shot a cue ball into an 8-ball racket in real time, it did not look that impressive, but in slow motion it looks like two planets colliding.
If you can wet this sofa, you'll win $1 million. These aren't normal sofas, they're hydrophobic. If you spill coffee, juice, or any other drink on them, the liquid just rolls off. No matter what you pour, the sofa won't get wet at all. You can get this sofa for free, just like in this video. If you can wet this sofa, you'll win $1 million. These aren't normal sofas, they're
How I got this balloon stuck on its own was a complete accident. You see, normally you can easily inflate the balloon, but removing the compressed air will cause the balloon to deflate immediately. So to keep the balloon inflated inside,
While this girl was eating chocolate cake, some milk suddenly spilled on it, making the whole cake soggy. Instead of throwing it away, she wrapped the cake in plastic and gently flattened it like dough. Then she took some cream out of the fridge, poured it into a bowl, added a little sugar, and mixed it until thick and smooth. She spread the cream over the cake, added slices of strawberry, rolled it up, and put it back in the—
If you ever get stuck in the desert, don't make the mistake of eating a cactus as is, or you could end up in the hospital. The spines on a cactus are dangerous to eat, but if you cut the cactus and carefully remove the spine, there's a red fruit inside that can be safely eaten, and you'll have to eat it unless you like and subscribe. If you ever get stuck in the desert, don't make the mistake of eating a cactus as is, or you could end up—
Don't throw away a pen just because it stops writing. Many times the ink is still inside. The real problem is dried ink blocking the tip. A little heat or rubbing can help the ink flow again and make the pen work. Don't throw away a pen just because it stops writing. Many times the ink is still inside. The real problem is dried ink blocking the tip. A little heat or rubbing can help the ink flow again and make the pen work.
These are the funniest home design fails. And at number 5, you can use them but only once. At number 4, maybe that wasn't meant to be the bathroom.
Like, yeah, let's just put a window into the family room from the toilet. So, you know, when I'm done here.
Caramba.
Ah, bacana, bacanazo.
Caramba.
Ah, bacana, bacanazo.
Caramba. Sí. Wow. Sí. Sí. Wow. See?
Wait, Luna Auntie. I'm putting candy into your machine. Please make me a candy ice cream.
Oh dear, I can make ice cream for you, but today you'll have to give me some money.
Auntie, you know I'm an orphan. How could I possibly pay?
Oh dear, I help poor children like you every day. But today, you'll get the ice cream only if everyone likes my video.
Oh, Auntie, just wait and see. For your kind deed today.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Three reasons why Korea is living in 2050. First, ketchup packets in Korea have a different form that works in two ways. You can open the top and squeeze it like a regular packet, or you can take off the lid and dip your food directly into it. Next, in Korea, when you buy a book, the staff will wrap it in paper for you, not as a gift, but for privacy. So if you're reading something you don't want others to know about, no one can see the cover. And lastly, in Korea, you can get a small gadget that attaches to any bottle and instantly turns it into a pitcher, making it perfect for family dinners.
When the teacher asked her not to eat during class, the girl told her it wasn't food. When she opened it, there was a mirror on the top part. The teacher thought she had brought makeup items to school, but the girl explained that it was actually a fan she uses when it gets really hot. It can also hold snacks inside, and when she feels bored, she uses it as a phone stand. When the teacher asked her not to eat during class, the girl told her it wasn't food. When she opened it, there was a mirror on the top part. The teacher thought she had brought makeup items to school, but the girl explained that it was actually a fan she uses when it gets really hot. It can also hold snacks inside, and when she feels bored, she uses it as a phone stand. When the teacher asked her not to eat during class, the girl told her it wasn't food. When she opened it, there was a mirror on the top part. The teacher thought she had brought makeup items.
Tie a few matchsticks together with thin thread like this. Add the Matchbox striking surface on the tips, wrap it with cotton, and apply glue. Then slide.
¿Sabías que?
This woman.
Want to improve your gut health but don't know where to start? Let me show you how to turn cabbage into a probiotic powerhouse with just 2 ingredients. Making sauerkraut is a great beginner-friendly project for anyone that wants to start fermenting. You can use white or red cabbage, slice it very thinly, and then add 2% of salt per weight of cabbage. So if you have 1,000 grams of cabbage, you'll add 20 grams of salt. Massage the salt into the cabbage.
When Heinz got tired of restaurants and cafes refilling their bottles with non-Heinz ketchup to fool customers, Heinz did a genius move to completely stop them. They found the exact color shade for Heinz ketchup and added that color to their label's border. If the ketchup inside matches the color, it's real Heinz. If it doesn't, it's fake. This left...
This jelly ball is actually one of the smartest gardening methods ever invented, because since these Orbeez start out so tiny, they're soaked in water where they swell into balls 300 times their original size. But then they stay that way forever. So what makes them special is that once a seed is placed inside, the plant slowly absorbs water only when it's needed. And over time, you can see the roots branching through the bead. But the bead is doing much more than just growing a plant, because when the plant grows, the bead actually shrinks, so what normally takes a pot, soil, and constant watering has all been done by the Orbeez. This jelly ball is actually one of the smartest gardening methods ever invented, because since these Orbeez start out...
This one in my hand is called a bead fountain. A fountain? Whoa! How did it get so high? That's not high enough. If we stand taller with a longer chain, it can go even higher. It can go higher? Yes, let's have a try. Caution, it's done in a safe environment. Do not imitate. So why does it go so high? Do you know what tension is? I know. I have a classmate named Tension.
If your chocolate bar is even 1 millimeter smaller than the picture on the box, you could actually sue the company. In Japan, snack packaging has to match the real product almost perfectly. Same size, same amount. Even the color has to look accurate. So if the cookie on the box looks bigger than the one inside, that alone can become a legal problem, which means in Japan, even your snacks aren't allowed to.
This girl noticed her kittens could barely open their eyes, so she immediately started cleaning them up. She also added some eye drops so they could recover faster. But one of the little ones had something seriously stuck in her tiny eye, so she carefully started cleaning around it while lightly pressing the area, and suddenly a big sticky lump came right out. So she quickly wiped it away and added even more drops just to make sure the little one was okay.
The end of this maze takes exactly 36 hours to reach, because once the carved pattern is filled and pressed with incense powder, the flame can only follow a single controlled path, which means the powder has to be packed evenly for the maze to burn at a consistent speed. And while some patterns were designed to last only 12 hours, others could burn for an entire day or even longer.
This has to be one of the craziest art styles you've ever seen. While one person pushes the thread forward, the other pulls it back from the opposite side. But here's the wild part. While one side appears to show a portrait of a dog, the other side reveals something completely different. The technique is called a spoon is used to serve normal ice cream, but a knife is required to serve Turkish ice cream. You might think that Turkish ice cream is kept in the freezer for a longer time, which makes it so hard, but that's not the case. You may have noticed that Turkish ice cream is so hard that shopkeepers can even hang it from a metal chain, and it takes much longer to melt compared to normal ice cream. That's because normal ice cream is made using
What if you could make blown glass but edible? Because I found this one ingredient that heats just like sugar. Except what they don't tell you is this stuff is so incredibly hot.
It's bleeding inside my fingers.
And as I was starting to get it, it cracked. So I remelted it and tried again. Nope. No matter what I did.
Almost.
At this point, I was so frustrated that I just
3 things in Korea that just make sense. First, in Korean restaurants, they give you disposable finger gloves when you're eating fried chicken or other sticky foods, letting you enjoy your food without getting your hands dirty. Next, when you buy a birthday cake in Korea, it comes with free candles and a cake knife. But it gets better. If you open the bottom of the knife, you'll find matchsticks inside, and there's even a match striker on the
These Japanese mangoes can cost over $300, and no, they're not covered in gold. They're called Miyazaki mango. In Japan, farmers grow them with extreme care, controlling sunlight, temperature, and even how the fruit hangs from the tree. Only the best-looking mangoes get the highest grade. Bright red color, perfect shape, almost no marks at all, and people say the taste
Baby, we both know.
This kind woman found a tiny baby owl on the road. She quickly rescued it with a cloth and brought it home. The little owl was cleaned, fed carefully, and lovingly cared for. Slowly, it learned to adjust inside the house, taking food from their hands and running around the home. Everyone adored the tiny owl as if it were part of the family. Now it has become the center of everyone's.
This guy walks along the beach spotting small holes in the sand that most people step right over without a second thought. But he knows something most people don't. Something is living down there. Every one of those holes is an entrance, a hiding spot for a creature buried just beneath the surface, completely invisible to anyone who doesn't know what they are looking at.
These South American fruits look completely unreal. Cherimoya tastes like sweet ice cream. Aguaje has shiny red scales. Pepino melon tastes like melon and pear. Camu Camu is tiny but extremely sour. Narangilla has a strange citrus flavor. Feijoa tastes like minty pineapple. Which one would you try?
As these seeds are removed from the lotus pod, it will soon turn into something far more useful. Because once each seed is carefully taken out, they leave behind dozens of tiny hollow chambers, which are left out to dry until the pod is hard enough to hold its shape. And once a small hole is cut at the top, all the loose debris is cleaned out completely, revealing its natural geometric pattern, which spreads light in a way designers have tried to recreate for years. So when a small light is placed inside and the whole piece is mounted onto a pole, light begins spilling out in a precise dotted pattern, finally becoming a night lamp. As these seeds are removed from the lotus pod, it will soon turn into something far more useful. Because as she paints this green liquid onto paper, she's actually taking a photo without a camera. Because this is a 200-year-old process called cyanotype, which was used by scientists to document plants in perfect detail. As after she places flowers across the surface, they're pressed flat under glass and left in direct sunlight, where the UV rays darken the exposed areas while the flowers block.
This young woman left a little lamb far away to see its mother's reaction. As soon as the baby sheep cried out and walked forward, the mother sheep heard its voice and started running. The little lamb also ran toward its mother and began drinking milk. It was a beautiful moment showing that a mother's love is priceless. The woman became emotional after seeing this touching scene.
In Japan, people can turn simple dirt into a perfectly shiny ball called dorodango. It starts with ordinary soil and water, packed tightly by hand into a smooth sphere. Then, the ball is slowly rotated and compressed again and again to remove bumps and tighten the dirt inside. After that, extremely fine dry soil is rubbed onto the surface.
The ocean has always influenced the way chefs cook and present food. Shapes like scallop shells and langoustine claws create an immediate connection between the ingredient and the dish, making the concept clear as soon as it reaches the table. The collection spans Twee molds, pressing kits, farce molds, and pie teas. Create crispy garnishes with the Twee molds, use pressing kits and pie teas as a foundation.
I hope this doesn't break.
Ooh.
I hope this doesn't break.
Ooh.
I hope this...
Skittles have been lying to you this whole time, because you probably think every color has its own unique flavor just like they told you. But the truth is that the candy pieces are made with the exact same taste, and the only real difference is their color and smell, which is enough to confuse your brain into believing the red one tastes completely different from the green one. The reason they do this is to save huge amounts of money, while still making people believe they're eating 5 different flavors. This man had put stickers on baby turtles, pretending they were rare to try to trick the boy. The boy then bought one and took it home, but as soon as he decided to peel off the stickers to see if it was real, he discovered that underneath the stickers, there was a tiny turtle. Leave a like so your finger doesn't fall off. This man had put stickers on baby turtles, pretending they were rare to try to trick the boy. The boy then bought one and took it home.
Holy dolphin weenus, look at this. Oh my gosh. This is a giant green sea anemone, one of the squishiest and creepiest looking animals on the Oregon coast. And look right here. Oh, there's a little hermit crab. Come here, dude. Yeah. Look at this guy. These guys love to hang out around sea anemones.
Look, this boy brings home a small fish to raise. Every morning, he holds it in his hands to see how much it has grown. At first, the fish grew very slowly, and 16 days passed like this. But after the 46th day, it started growing much faster. Every day, he could see changes. By the 128th day, the fish had become so beautiful that everyone who saw it started liking and subscribing.
3 unique things in Korea. First, in Korea, you can order your matcha latte in a frozen cup. The staff takes the cup straight from the freezer, pours in cold milk, then adds freshly whisked matcha. It stays perfectly cold without getting watered down, tasting just as good from the first sip to the last. Next, in Korea, there's a hand washing machine that does everything for you. It automatically dispenses soap, rinses your hands, and even dries.
Best offline games for long.
Cats are strangely obsessed with these leaves for one specific reason, because they're known as sisal leaves, and they've been used for centuries to create something you probably have at home. As once they're fully harvested, the thick leaves are quickly pulled through a sharp blade that slices them into millions of these thin fibers, which are exactly what makes these leaves so valuable, because after they're carefully laid out to dry under the sun, as she mixes this highly poisonous tree sap with bright pigments, she's creating a luxury material used by ancient Chinese women, because they discovered that raw sap from the lacquer tree cures into a permanent waterproof finish. So after twisting the mixture inside a cloth to filter out any impurities, she boils raw silkworm cocoons to
If you ever get stuck in the desert, don't make the mistake of eating a cactus as is, or you could end up in the hospital. The spines on a cactus are dangerous to eat, but if you cut the cactus and carefully remove the spine, there's a red fruit inside that can be safely eaten, and you'll have to eat it unless you like and subscribe. If you ever get stuck in the desert, don't make the mistake of eating a cactus as is, or you could end up...
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters, so if you have the chance, please subscribe.
In the back of my mind, you died.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I
When this girl went to the store, she saw a dragon giving free candy. When her turn came, she put her hand in the slot on the spot, but suddenly nothing came out. She was so shocked and surprised, and even though she pressed the pedal with her foot, it just wouldn't work. That's because there's a big secret, and it only works if you give her a like. When this girl went to the...
This puppy would always run to hide in a hole whenever he saw this man and just wouldn't come out. But once the man placed a bowl of milk for him, 2 big dogs came and just drank all the milk, which left the poor puppy sniffing at the empty bowl. But the next day, the man gently brought him out and started playing with him while his friend placed a bottle of milk in his mouth. And now, whenever the man came, he always brought a
When the dragon fruit tree does not bloom for a long time, some people lightly cut off the new branches of the shoots. 10 to 15 days after cutting, small flower buds start to grow in that place, and these buds grow a little bigger. Therefore, at this time, farmers also start to pluck the fruit-bearing buds, so that the dragon fruits that bear fruit from these flowers are bigger and
Why shouldn't we help an iguana shed its skin? It might...
Look, after this little boy got home from school, he realized rain had filled the roadside drain with water, and he couldn't get back home. While he was standing there unsure what to do, a biker noticed him struggling and immediately stopped to help. He gently picked the boy up and carried him across safely. Then a few moments later, the man came back with his bike and tied a huge stone to it. He brought it over to the drain near the boy's house and placed it so the boy could...
As he crushes this milky mineral, it slowly transforms into something shockingly beautiful. Once heated at a high temperature, the calcite turns into powder, which he then mixes with water. Moreover, he collects soil from outside, mixes it with water as well, and leaves both buckets to settle so the fine particles can separate. He then begins this 5,000...
This guy tricked the shop owner by paying for only 1 cone of ice cream, but actually getting 4 cone instead. He told the owner he'd only fill 1 cone with ice cream, but as soon as he got to the machine, he secretly placed 4 cone under. The machine thought there was only 1 cone, so it kept pouring ice cream non-stop. In just a few seconds, he got enough ice cream to fill 10 cone. In the end,
It turns out that speckled eggshells can come from chickens with worm infections. The color and condition of the shell can show the chicken's health. Wrinkled shells often come from older chickens. Dark brown and shiny shells usually come from healthy chickens. If the shell is pale and thin, the chicken might be stressed. Black spots can happen because of small health or food problems. But the egg is still safe to eat as long as it doesn't smell bad or isn't broken. So if you don't lay eggs, then hit... The rarest fruits in the world is cocoa plum. The biggest fruits in the world is jackfruit. The smallest fruits in the world is cloudberries. The most common fruits in the world is banana. The most expensive fruits in the world is Yubari King melon. The oldest fruits in the world is figs. Do not ignore Jesus, definitely like and subscribe. The rarest fruits in the world is cocoa plum. The biggest fruits in the
When this bear saw a visitor eating honey buns, he politely raised his hand like a school kid asking for some. After adding some honey to a bun, the man wondered how he was going to hand it. The bear lifted his head like, "Just throw it, bro. I've got it." When he threw that, the bear caught it perfectly. But still, his talent didn't get a single like. When this bear saw a visitor eating honey buns, he politely raised his hand like,
Cut the candy so she could be first. The challenge was tricky, but she did the worst. Then he drank her juice to make his girl win, and seeing her happy brought joy to his chin. When choosing a candy, she took the small size, but Dad swapped it out for a giant surprise. She looked at the chocolate that
Do you know why horse meat isn't sold?
Dad didn't get any candy. Mom didn't get any either. Big sis didn't get any, and big bro didn't get one too. The last candy is only for people whose like button is still white. Dad got one. Dad didn't get any candy. Mom didn't get any either. Big sis didn't get any, and big bro didn't get one too. The last candy is only for people whose like button is still white. Dad got one. Dad didn't get any candy. Mom didn't get any either.
If a shark starts coming toward you underwater, don't panic and swim away as fast as you can. Most people think speed will save them, but a shark is usually much faster. So what should you do instead? I'll tell you, but if you don't want to end up in this situation, tap like, hit subscribe, then share. Here's the key. Stay as calm as possible. Face the shark and keep it in sight. Avoid sudden splashing or frantic movement.
17-incher on the SSJ. Lost the bigger one in the rocks, but they're starting to smoke them. Football. Cheek home. Woo! Come on. 17-incher on the SSJ. Lost the bigger one in the rocks, but
I'm painting this dress blue, so why am I doing it with a bright magenta glaze? Y'all know by now that I love using CMY as my primary color system. And on the CMY color wheel, blue falls in between cyan and magenta. So by glazing magenta on top of a cyan underpainting, I should end up with a sort
Japan has some strange inventions that the whole world should have. First, people in Japan use these kinds of glasses that won't break no matter how much you try to bend them, because they are made super flexible. If your glasses often fall and break, these are perfect for you. Second, Japanese people use this gadget to maintain the shape of their shoes. You just place it inside the shoe, and it prevents the shoe from losing its shape.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be...
You get a one-time power that lasts exactly 30 minutes. Everything you touch becomes legally yours. Touch a car, it's yours. Touch a skyscraper, it's yours. The previous owner gets the market value wired to their account. Tax-free, no cops, no lawsuits, no consequences. You can't claim people, animals, or government property.
I can't believe it's been 5 years since I made the pastel rainbow gradient pool.
How exactly do you trick an oyster into creating a pearl? Most people believe that pearls just appear on their own, but the reality is quite different. Let's find out. About 99% of the pearls you see today.
This is the Hua Moa banana, famous for its massive size because it grows up to 10 inches long and 4 inches wide. Unlike regular bananas, this one is thick, creamy, and versatile, eaten fresh when ripe and cooked like a plantain when green. This is the Hua Moa banana, famous for its massive size because it grows up to 10 inches long and 4 inches wide. Unlike regular bananas, this one is thick, creamy, and versatile.
Why do people say a Marine's favorite snack is a crayon? Are they really that dumb? Actually, other military branches love to tease Marines, saying they are just big muscle heads with the brains of a kindergartner. But instead of getting mad, Marines just roll with the joke. They even make videos of themselves eating crayons. But the crayons they eat aren't real. They are actually made of chocolate.
If you ever get stuck in the desert, don't make the mistake of eating a cactus as is, or you could end up in the hospital. The spines on a cactus are dangerous to eat, but if you cut the cactus and what happens to a snake's skin after it sheds it? Most people think it becomes completely useless, but that's actually wrong. Once the snake removes its old skin, the snake itself becomes fresh and shiny, but the shed skin isn't thrown away. In fact, it can sell for huge amounts of money because it's used in both the fashion and medical industry. Luxury bags, belts, and even shoes are made from it, and in some places, it's also used to create different kinds of medicine. And now the snake is shedding its skin for everyone who forgot to like and subscribe. What happens to a snake's skin after it sheds it? Most people think it becomes completely useless, but that's actually wrong. Once the
Machst du die selber?
Ja, mache ich.
Who was smarter?
In this workshop, nothing is made quickly, and nothing is ever just what it appears to be. A calabash begins as a simple shell, but in here, it is already becoming something else. The inside is cleared, stripped.
This is why eating around the mold is a deadly mistake, because even though the mold looks like it's only sitting on the surface, that's actually just the part you can see. And even if you scrape off the fuzzy spot or rinse the bread underwater, it doesn't remove what's already growing underneath, since mold spreads using tiny root-like threads called hyphae, which can grow deep through soft foods before the fuzzy spot.
Have you ever seen whiskey under a microscope? Let's take a look. First, we'll place a small amount of whiskey onto
Jesus is coming again. Repent and turn to God. For God so loved the world that he gave his begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Jesus is coming again. Repent and turn to God. For God so loved the world that he gave his begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Jesus is coming again. Repent and turn.
Ever since their dad passed away.
Mary, catch! Why are you scaring me? This is the stingray your husband.
Did you know there's a place in Wyoming
This man found a patch of grass in the pond that seemed to be moving, but when he lifted it, he found a rare blue lobster. And not far from there, he found another one who looked like her partner. So he brought them home, but then he noticed the female was actually pregnant with many tiny eggs under her tail. And he thought the male was the father, so he kept them together. But she kept fighting him, so the man had no choice but to separate them. And once she was alone, she became much calmer. But as days went by, the eggs turned red, which meant the real father was actually a red lobster. And soon many tiny lobsters hatched and just took over the tank. And if this made you smile, leave a like. This man found a patch of grass in the pond that seemed to be moving. This fish survived a drought and went days without food. So the man thought he must be starving and prepared different types of food for him. But surprisingly, the lungfish refused to eat anything at all. He tried many ways to feed him, even placing the food right in front of his eyes. But the fish simply turned its head away. It seemed like after everything he had been through, the fish had just gotten used to surviving without it.
See what happened to the rat that was eaten by a carnivorous plant. But first, like and subscribe if you love your mom. Or if not, this spider will appear in your bed tonight. And if you want to learn how to redeem Robux, check out the link in my YouTube profile. In recent days, a video has gone viral showing a rat being eaten by a carnivorous plant. It's truly frightening how dangerous a carnivore.
When this girl drops a coin into this sacred pot, it goes in easily, because only a pure-hearted person, blessed.
Jarvis, open glove. Extend your palm, it turns into a flashlight. Hold on. Oh, watch this. Blasters.
This man bought a tiny creature online and decided to put it in his aquarium. Soon it started to grow, but every time he tried to touch it, it would get shy and just hide. Then one day after feeding it a red sponge, its entire body turned red because it turns out it was a sea hare and they can actually change color depending on what they eat. And since the man didn't want it to be alone, he decided to get a second one.
Why so many people say this candy can be dangerous to eat? There's actually a reason behind it. But before we get into it, if you enjoy candy, hit like and subscribe. This is a jawbreaker candy, famous for having multiple colorful layers hidden inside. What makes it risky is how unbelievably hard it is. Trying to bite straight into it can put a lot of pressure on your teeth, and in some cases, it can even damage.
Am I cute enough to be your friend? Oh no! You scrolled! Wait! You're still here! If you said yes, will you hit for buttons? Thank you, new friends! Am I cute enough to be your friend? Oh no! You scrolled! Wait! You're still here! If you said
Disneyland will hate me for exposing these secrets. If you ever spot a cast member wearing a specific plaid vest, you need to look closely at who they are walking with. That uniform is exclusively reserved for elite VIP guides who are in charge of escorting celebrities or incredibly wealthy guests who pay up to $700 an hour just to skip every.
This is the only ice cream that hardens instead of melting, and waiters actually have to run to serve it. The moment liquid chocolate hits the cold surface, it solidifies instantly because it's made from coconut oil, which hardens within seconds, so the waiters have to move fast before the shell hardens, and that's why this is the only ice cream that hardens instead of melting, and
Wow, I can see a pond right in front of me. Oh, I came here to fill water, but it looks like there's a whole fair of fish and turtles here. First, I'll fill the bucket with water, then I'll gently pick up the big fish one by one. After that, I'll carefully take the tiny turtles and little fish home with love. Mom will be so happy to see this, because she probably has never.
Some people think that this man works really hard to make clay pots, but every time, all his pots fall to the ground and get ruined. But that's not true at all. In reality, as soon as he finishes making a pot, it does fall.
but not on its own. He deliberately drops it himself because he actually enjoys making pots and then smashing them. And this beautiful pottery will be given.
Some skaters secretly own the rarest curse boards on Earth, and some of them should have never.
I'm sure many will say.
These are the top 5 most beautiful peacocks in the world, and the last one is so beautiful. But first, like and subscribe if you think this cat is cute or this creepy spider will be on your bed tonight. First is Spalding Peacock. Spalding Peacock, a hybrid between Indian and green peafowl, combines bright blue with metallic green shine. Stronger and often more colorful than parent species. Second is White Peacock, a rare all-white beauty. When it spreads its feathers, it looks like a living snow fan. Third is Congo Peacock, the only peacock species from Africa.
As soon as this man started putting these fish into bottles, people began wondering why he was doing it. In Thailand, this is actually common, where people keep fish in separate glass bottles filled with water. But instead of keeping them all together, every fish gets its own bottle for one special reason. Before you find out, if you are not a baby fish, hit like and subscribe. Only real humans can do it. Well,
This is why you need to stop eating candy. But wait, if you love candy, like and subscribe. Candy is really sweet, so when we eat it, we always want more. But the more you eat, the more obese you get, like some streamers. Anyways, this is why you need to stop eating candy. But wait, if you love candy, like and subscribe.
Oh my gosh, Dad, why did you bring this monkey costume?
Hey Emily, a tiger took your mom. That's why I'm going to put on this monkey costume and fight the tiger. I'll defeat the tiger and bring your mom home safely.
But Dad, aren't you going to be afraid of that tiger?
No, Emily, if your friends like the video, I'm not even afraid of a tiger.
Oh my gosh, Dad, why did you bring this monkey costume? Huh?
I'm giving you a hug. In 3, 2, 1. I'm giving you a hug. In 3, 2, 1.
Have you ever wondered why Push Pop became so popular? Most candies disappear after one bite, but Push Pops were different. You could push the candy up little by little, like a candy lipstick. But first, which one you choose? Push Pop, leave a like. Chupa Chups, comment a heart. Tootsie Pop, share this video. Alright, Push Pops became huge in the 1990s because kids thought they...
When an elephant is small, a thin rope is tied tightly around its leg. It struggles for many days, pulls hard, but the rope does not break. It gives up trying. Years later, the same elephant grows big and strong. Even then, it is tied. Now it could easily break the rope, yet it does not, because it believes freedom is impossible. By your mother's oath, like and subscribe. When an elephant is small, a thin...
This is how a quiet engine gets 150 extra horsepower in an instant. This is how a quiet engine gets 150 extra horsepower in an instant. This is how a quiet engine gets 150 extra horsepower in an instant.
This is why you should never cut a parrot's wings carelessly, just like skipping the like button for no reason. The outcome can be bad. Many people trim parrot wings with scissors, even though there are sensitive blood vessels inside that can cause severe bleeding if cut. And their wings aren't just for flying, they also help regulate body temperature. That's why cutting them carelessly can seriously harm their health. This is why you should never cut a parrot.
This girl is putting on an incredible performance for the audience at the restaurant. Use her in a strange chemical substance that looks just like the bubbles we used to play with back in the day. This girl is putting on an incredible performance for the audience at the restaurant. Use her in a strange chemical substance.
Have you ever seen a sport where a tiny disc flies through the air like a bullet? This is Hornison, a unique Swiss game, also called Farmer's Golf. Using a long, flexible stick, players launch a small disc at incredible speed, sometimes reaching nearly 190 miles per hour. But the real challenge comes next. On the other side, the opposing team uses special wooden paddles to stop.
This flower blooms only once per year, and you need to see it. Epiphyllum oxypetalum, commonly known as the queen of the night, is a cactus which blooms once a year for only 10 hours, which starts at 8 p.m. and ends at 6 a.m. and pollinates in that time, and this is how it looks.
3 things in Korea that don't exist in your country. First, in Korea, you can find tiny umbrellas made for pets. They attach just like a leash and hold a small transparent umbrella above them, keeping your pet dry during rain without needing coats. Next, during snowy winters in Korea, bamboo skis are placed along certain streets and slopes just for fun. People step onto them to slide for a few seconds.
This boy had a birthday but completely alone, with no friends to visit or call on the phone. He walked to the river and threw in some food to feed all the fish and to change up his mood. They thought that no fish would show up to his side, but hundreds came swimming right out of the tide. They swam all around him to fin.
What happens when a big eater and a tiny eater swap diets? On day 1 of the swap, Lisa prepared a massive breakfast for Anna. A sandwich, 2 fried eggs, 3 sausages, and 5 pounds of bacon, plus 3 biscuits, and a large cup of Coke. Lisa only had a single sandwich. Anna looked at the food in front of her, unable to believe someone actually ate.
चलो ये देखें भाई, यासर भाई ने हमारे दाना मार दिया, जबरदस्त माशाल्लाह, फर्स्ट क्लास दाना मार दिया हमारे खाने। मजा आ गया भाई, आज मेरा साहब देख लें, ये बेहतरीन दाना मार दिया मैंने।
Look, this barber tried to cut her hair, but then he found out that the girl had been in a motorbike accident. Because of the head injury, she had lost some of her hair. But her wedding was only 2 days away, so she needed to find a way to hide the injury, or the wedding might get canceled. Thankfully, the barber made her a perfect wig that looked completely real, and to everyone's surprise, the barber told her the wig is free if she can at least get 2 likes. Look, this barber...
This is peach gum. It is basically natural resin. People call it the collagen of the forest. You find it on peach trees in the spring. It looks like amber jewelry. You have to pluck it by hand. It takes forever to clean. You trim the bark and dirt off. Then you dry it in the sun. It turns back into a jelly.
As soon as these 2 brothers found out that all the fish in the river hide near this bush to escape the sunlight, they decided to place their net right inside the bush and slowly pull it out along with the water. Since they were afraid that there might also be snakes and crabs inside, one brother stayed alert while the other carefully started opening the net. But when they finally...
Do not make the mistake of standing anywhere near this ordinary-looking tree, because it is officially the most poisonous tree on Earth. Meet the manchineel tree. It grows tiny, innocent-looking green apples, but eating just 1 bite will burn your throat and can literally kill you. The most terrifying part, if it starts raining and you stand under this tree, the water...
Why you should use a bottle gourd instead of a modern tumbler. Even though modern tumblers can keep water temperature longer and are stronger, bottle gourds have an eco-friendly design and are believed to bring good luck when using it. Why you should use a bottle gourd instead of a modern tumbler. Even though modern tumblers can keep water temperature longer and are strong.
This is my photo camera. I left it 4 months ago facing the tower behind me. The film was flooded, so I didn't expect the photo to turn out at all. It was a real surprise. As usual, I take a picture of exposed sensitive paper, then invert the image in Photoshop and flip it, and voila! See this gap?
I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I will always want you. I came in like
giant mother, sperm whale, gives live birth to her calf. Within moments, the newborn rises beside her for its very first breath of life. Deep ocean, a giant mother, sperm whale.
Fluffy little dog. Its eyes were gentle with a cute little chin. It was a fluffy little dog. Its coat was yellow and her tail was thin. It was a fluffy little dog. And
this boy is in huge trouble because when he was sleeping, this really weird creature had crawled into his ear. So he rushed to the doctor to get it removed, but it turns out that the doctor can't do it, and the only way to help him is to leave a like. This boy is in huge trouble because when he was sleeping, this really weird creature had crawled into his ear. So he rushed to the doctor to get it removed, but it turns out that
This man went viral because he wore clothes that looked burnt by an iron when going to an event. Don't think he was poor, because this is shirt worth more than $1,000 from Vetements. This man went viral because he wore clothes that looked burnt by an iron when going to an event. Don't think he was poor, because this is shirt worth more than $1,000 from...
Where are you going?
To find Obi-Wan.
No, you're not.
Let go of me.
Where are you going?
To find Obi-Wan.
No, you're not.
Let go of me.
Where are you going?
To find Obi-Wan.
No, you're not.
If you see this flower in your garden, run immediately. But wait, like, and subscribe if you love your mom. A few hours ago, a video went viral in which a flower was seen in a garden, and the flower has already killed people. Everyone needs to see this. So send this video to all your friends to warn them. If you see this flower in your garden, run immediately. But wait, like, and subscribe.
Sometimes a cat gets stuck in a pipe whose bottom part is blocked by the ground. It goes inside from the top, but it can't turn back because the pipe is so narrow that it becomes difficult for the cat to even turn its body. If no one helps it in there, the cat can also die from hunger and suffocation. However, now you will also get stuck in this tube unless you like and subscribe. Sometimes a cat gets stuck in a pipe.
You must push off the ground strongly with your left foot during the downswing for the impact to be completely different. You must push off the ground strongly with your left foot during the downswing for the impact to be completely different. You must push off the ground strongly with your left foot during the downswing for the impact to be completely different. You must
These foreigners came to the Philippines for the beaches and beautiful views. But one thing they'll never forget is how Filipinos use a handmade water pump. They decided to try it themselves, and their reaction was priceless.
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Where's the tabo when I need it?
These children had lost their grandmother, and their father just wanted to see them smile again. So he cut open the front part of the pool outside the house and turned it into a fun water slide for the kids. After many days, the children were laughing again. And would you give this father a like? These children had lost their grandmother, and their father just wanted to see them smile again. So he cut open the front part of the pool outside.
There goes my heart beating, and you are the reason I'm losing sleep. Please come back now. There goes my heart beating.
This
This is the only fish in the entire world that no predator dares to attack. While you might think it's incredibly dangerous, a shark could easily swallow it in a single bite. Yet every time an ocean monster sees this tiny creature, it completely freezes. This is the cleaner fish, the ultimate dentist of the sea, swimming straight into the jaws of giant sharks to rip out parasites they can't remove alone. In exchange,
3, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out. 3, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out.
When a snake bites you, how can you tell if it was venomous or not? When a snake gives you a love bite and after the bite you see 2 holes like this, don't panic. Instead, take a selfie with the snake and run straight to the hospital, because usually this is the mark of a venomous snake bite. But if the snake bite shows a V-shaped pattern, then it's a non-venomous snake bite. However, regardless,
Tottenham Hotspur are prepared to let Cristiano Romero leave this summer after their disastrous Premier League campaign. Atletico Madrid and Barcelona both remain interested in the sport captain, despite him signing a long-term contract last year. Romero's future has been in doubt for months, and his summer exit is now a real possibility. Tottenham Hotspur are prepared to...
Animals that can melt or dissolve things. First subscribe or this creature will be on your toilet tonight. Brown recluse spider. Its venom destroys skin cells, causing tissue around the bite to slowly break down. Predatory flatworm. It releases digestive enzymes onto prey, then absorbs the dissolved.
Wants to make sure he... Look at that. Oh, I love it. That's why you bring your glove too. Oh, look at that. Wants to make sure he... Look at that. Oh, I love it. That's why you bring your glove too. Oh, look at that. Wants to...
Poland. France. Thailand.
Ever wonder what happens if you never wash an elephant's feet? Most people think they're rock hard, but the bottoms are actually soft and sensitive. If you have feet, like and subscribe right now. Because zoo elephants walk less than those in the wild, the protective layer on their feet never wears down naturally. It gets thicker and thicker over time, which can become...
If you feel more tired and low on energy each day, this will quickly rejuvenate you. Put some apple slices in a pot, add oranges, a cinnamon stick, and 5 cloves. Let it boil for 7 minutes. Only people who like, comment, and share are receiving our videos. Then turn off the heat and add a handful of hibiscus flowers, letting it steep.
In China, there's a unique way to cross rivers without using a boat, called bamboo drifting. People use only a single bamboo pole that can support up to around 150 kilograms. But don't think it's easy. It takes years of practice to stand and keep balance on a bamboo pole constantly moving on the water. Once they master it, they can travel across rivers and cover long distances much faster than...
Time does not move here. It breathes. A titan that measures its life in centuries, carrying the weight of an island on its back. There is no rush in the heart of the giant. To endure is to win. To exist is to conquer. The time does not move here. It breathes. A titan that measures its life
Choose one candy to eat forever. Bug candy, ignore. Squid Game cookie, leave a like. Ice cream sugar candy, hit subscribe. Giant Sour Patch Kids, comment a heart emoji, and for box full of candies, share this with your family. Choose one candy to eat forever. Bug candy.
In America, drivers always look out for each other, because when this homeowner noticed a spider on the man's jacket, he immediately jumped into action to keep him safe. And after witnessing the heroic act, a nearby car decided to return the favor by helping the man close his door. In America, drivers always look out for each other, because when this homeowner noticed a spider on the man's jacket, he immediately jumped into action to
Have you ever wondered what the most disgusting candy in the world is? You might think it's a scorpion lollipop, or maybe even brain-shaped candy. But nope, the real answer is way worse. And the craziest part is, people in some countries actually love it. But before I tell you, choose your favorite candy. Skittles, leave a like. M&M's, comment a heart. Haribo, share this.
And see, we can put rocks on top of this, which would help. That's the other place where we can put rocks. And see, we can put rocks on top of this, which would help. That's the other place.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment, or subscribe, but if you do, thank you, and have a great. The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment.
Jai Nutella!
Would you eat that? Subscribe for more.
Jai Nutella!
Would you eat that? Subscribe for more.
Jai Nutella!
Would you eat that?
If you hate puppies, keep on scrolling now. But if you love them, let me show you how. Hit that like button. If you hate puppies, keep on scrolling now. But if you love them, let me show you how. Hit that like button. If you hate puppies, keep on scrolling now.
I see trees of green. I see trees of green. I see trees of green. I see.
अन्ना की तमन्ना है कि हीरा मुझे मिल जाए, चाहे अन्ना की तमन्ना है कि हीरा मुझे मिल जाए, चाहे
3, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out. 3, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out.
You ruined mom's favorite couch with color. What's your move now? Say your sibling did it. Ignore it. Call grandma for help. Leave a like. Act like you know nothing. Hit subscribe. Remove it before he notices. Comment a heart. Gift mom. Brand new couch. Do everything. You ruined mom's favorite couch with color. What's your move now? Say your sibling did it. Ignore it.
Wait, иди сюда. Мира. Wait. You guys having a nice meal?
Those who give this video a lookie will be rewarded with a cookie. Those who give this video a lookie will be rewarded with a cookie. Those who give this video a lookie.
The biker wanted a safer and more relaxing trip downstairs, so he believed the escalator was the safest choice. The biker wanted a safer and more relaxing trip downstairs, so he believed the escalator was the safest choice. The biker wanted a safer and more relaxing trip downstairs, so he believed the escalator was the safest choice.
If someone breaks into your house, don't panic and hide in the obvious places. Most people dive under the bed, but that's one of the first spots an intruder checks. Others lock themselves in a closet, only to realize there's no easy way out once the door is blocked. So where should you actually hide? I'll tell you. But first, if you're on the side of the angels, tap like, hit subscribe, and share this now.
Pancake, I'm a pancake. Do I'm a pancake. I'm a pancake. I'm a pancake. Do I'm a pancake. Do I'm a pancake. I'm a pancake. I'm a pancake. Do I'm a pancake. I'm a pancake.
B H. Hey brother. You.
is this basketball mini hoop going viral? Instead of a normal backboard, it uses a full TV screen, and it's not just for looks. It tracks your shots, counts your makes, and shows your shooting percentage in real time. But here's where it gets crazy. You can literally watch LeBron play while you're shooting, but the catch is the price, as it costs $500. So if you think it's
Keep up with a cowgirl. She's gonna take you on a hell of a ride. But if you can keep up with a cowgirl, she's gonna take you on a hell of a ride. But if you can keep up with a cowgirl, she's gonna.
You know you're not in danger. That knowledge does absolutely nothing. Your amygdala, thumbnail-sized, fires before a single thought arrives. It shuts down your logic brain not to hurt you, to save you time.
So I got these wild blackberries here. I'm wondering if I should pull these out or keep them. First of all, they're so small, and also they're taking forever to ripen. They're starting to grow along my fence, and I'm wondering if it's better to just keep them here so I could get some extra fruit, or rip them out. So let me know. So I got these wild blackberries here.
Que me lo cambies, porfa.
¿Por 2 de a 100?
Sí.
No, no tengo. ¿Te sirven 2 de a 50 y 1 de a 100?
Sí.
No.
Look, if you ever feel like eating something sweet, don't even think about going to this restaurant. Because this guy ordered a cotton candy, but then the waiter started pouring some strange red syrup over it. He saw the cotton candy slowly disappearing. So what was he supposed to eat now? But actually, this is a very famous sweet dish in many countries. They play a little prank on customers.
This giant clam spent more than 15 years growing on the ocean floor before reaching its impressive size. But in the end, it was selected to be served in a restaurant. The chef carefully uses a large knife to separate the clam's body from its thick, hard shell. This clam weighs about 100 pounds. On the outside, the shell is thick, rough and rugged, but inside it reveals bright white, tempting meat. After being completely removed from the shell, the
If you see these pink balls by the water's edge...
The triple inverted pendulum is one of the...
A Japanese ice cream company once apologized to the entire country for raising the price of their popsicles by just 10 yen. Back in 2016, the company increased the price from 60 yen to 70 yen for the first time in over 25 years. But because the company had PTSD, instead of quietly changing the price, they aired a 60-second commercial on national TV. In the ad, the CEO and every employee bowed deeply and apologized in shame for the increase, which was only about 9.
One bed for your room, but you have to sleep in it every day. Dirty bed, ignore. Cloud bed, subscribe and share. Beanbag bed, leave a comment. Giant bed, leave a like. Smart bed that can do everything, do everything. Pick one bed for your room, but you have to sleep in it every day. Dirty bed, ignore. Cloud bed, subscribe and share.
Did you know the most controversial part of regripping golf clubs is whether or not you take off that old tape? In my opinion, it's pretty simple. If the bottom tape is nice and clean like it was on this one, no reason to take it off. It makes the regripping process a lot easier and, well, majority of golfers won't even notice that extra piece of tape. Did you know the most controversial part of regripping?
Newborn elephants have no idea how to drink milk with their giant trunks constantly getting in the way, so need lots of guidance from their mothers. You might wonder why they don't simply suckle with their trunk then sneeze the milk into their mouth. It's because they don't yet know how to use their trunks and don't even realize the trunk is part of their body. Newborn elephants have no idea how to drink milk with their giant trunks constantly getting in the way, so need...
What was that?
I knew it. I didn't physically see him do it, but I saw him like putting his finger down the throat. 15 grams. I'm gonna tell him he didn't win. What bag number are you?
7. Upgrade.
You're not winning.
Okay.
Fucking weak, dude.
How many touches can I get before the balcony ends? No. How many touches can I get before the balcony ends?
Miren, o sea, es esta pieza, se puede cambiar. Ya la buscamos, cuesta 10,000.
This family lives by the beach where the kids have never seen snow before. But one day the grandpa came up with a special surprise for them.
He drove all the way to the mountains and filled his truck with snow. And after bringing it back home, he gave the kids a memory they would never forget.
This family lives by the beach where the kids have never seen snow before.
She writes her story in silk and symmetry.
This family lives by the beach where the kids have never seen snow before. But one day the grandpa came up with a special surprise for them.
He drove all the way to the mountains and filled his truck with snow. And after bringing it back home, he gave the kids a memory they would never forget.
This family lives by the beach where the kids have never seen snow before. But one day the grandpa came up with a special surprise for them.
He drove all the way to the mountains and filled.
She writes her story in silk and symmetry. A master of physics, waiting for the wind to bring her a gift. Speed is the second half of the trap. Once the vibrations begin, the end is already written. She writes her story in silk and symmetry. A master of physics.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Come here, Max.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do a flip! Do a flip! Do a flip! Do a flip! Do a flip!
مهرة عرب محلاها موسيقى نقل اخطاها دخيل رب البيضة بمي وعسل سواها.
It's time for dinner, so let's get into it.
A small wandering cart named the Globe Friar journeys from bustling Bangkok alleys to sunlit Lima docks, chasing forgotten street flavors. Each stop reveals a signature bite born of legends, from coconut corn on tropical coasts to fermented fish in foggy highlands. In Lagos, a
Pepperjack Mango Habanero. Pepperjack Mango Habanero. Pepperjack Mango Habanero.
Did you know airlines can't charge you for what you're wearing? Well, we knew that, so we spent the last 6 months designing it. It's called the
the Voyage coat, and it's the world's first travel coat with 16 plus pockets to carry all your extra clothes. It's fully waterproof and even has RFID blocking inside the pocket. And our coat doesn't even count as a personal item since you're wearing it.
Shadow in the dark, but the power fully shown.
Top Nerf Guns You've Never Seen Part 1. This is the Nexo Blast, a motion tracking shoulder blaster that honestly feels like a real-life aimbot. You wear a wireless earpiece, attach the blaster to your shoulder, and control everything with the remote. The blaster tracks movement while firing soft foam darts automatically. One of the craziest gadgets I've tested this year. Top Nerf Guns You've Never Seen Part 1. This is the Nexo Blast, a motion tracking shoulder blaster that honestly feels like a real-life aimbot. You wear a wireless earpiece, attach the blaster to your shoulder, and control everything.
Does this type of fruit taste good? This is an Amazon.
Bitter sulfur tuft, a lovely edible conifer tuft. How can you find it out without biting into the fruiting body? I will show you, come here. So if we pick this fellow out here, we can see it has a yellowish cap. It has a yellow step, and we can see here yellow gills.
That's why people in China are very careful with this bamboo in their home, because if they don't pay attention for even a single day, it can suddenly start growing from beneath their floor, and the next morning people have reported bamboo shoots pushing through kitchen tiles.
Have you ever wondered why
bedroom
doctors
floors,
pretend to
or
drop a
even right
newborn
beside their
baby?
bed? That's why some people.
Have you ever wondered why doctors pretend to drop a newborn baby, but before, like, an
This is why most people are not allowed to cut a jackfruit on their own, because you'll notice that while he's completely shirtless, his hands are fully covered up. But there's a very important reason he's doing this. Since jackfruits contain something called a latex sap, which acts like a natural rubber and sticks to everything it touches. So while it may seem like this guy is completely unprepared, this is actually the smartest way to do it, because the sap touches any fabric, it's basically permanent, but on skin you can just rub some.
In Thailand, every man aged 21, as he nervously walks up to the jar, he carefully reaches into it. He then pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to one of the guards. You see, in Thailand, every man aged 21 must take part in a military draft lottery. If they pull a red card, they're required to serve for up to
If they can't catch it, no one can. Because these are professional rugby players who are used to catching high-speed balls in their hands, but there's one big difference. You can predict the path of a ball, but you can't predict the path of a balloon, so unless you get lucky and it deflates right above you, you have no chance of catching it. If they can't catch it, no one can. Because these are professional rugby players.
Pink ponies can get tattooed permanent eyeliner.
Snakeskin is the strange reason why this whole thing actually works. Because when the skin is boiled, it becomes a rough and flexible.
Everyone got confused why this girl started sewing her fingers, but it turned out she was actually wearing sheer black gloves with long pointed claws on the fingertips. And by stitching the fabric tight behind each nail, she makes sure it doesn't bunch up, making the claws look like they're growing straight out of her fingers. Everyone got confused why this girl started sewing her fingers, but it turned out she was actually wearing sheer black gloves.
This is the only bow in history that was designed to look backwards. However, what made the Penobscot unique wasn't its size, but the secret buried inside its twin design. It featured a smaller second bow lashed to its back, a reinforced grip where both structures connect, and a set of short cables stretched between their tips. Although these features made it powerful enough to pin a man to a tree with a single shot, the Penobscot
This towel deserves a raise. What towel, bro? Oh, that one. What? How is that towel holding back that water? Give that towel Employee of the Year. This towel deserves a raise.
I'm on a mission to crochet with every yarn in the world. Today's yarn has me officially entering my mermaid era. This is spandex yarn. It's summer, so of course I was planning on making something I could wear to the beach. But this yarn was way chunkier than I was expecting, so my first attempt looked a little wonky. But I heard the sirens call to try again, so I went back.
Let's make a DIY bouncy ball. First, add the glue, coloring, and cornstarch. Stir it together until it forms a thick dough. Knead it smooth, then bounce and enjoy. Let's make a DIY bouncy ball. First, add the glue, color.
What happens when you make a soccer ball airless? Even if it matches the size and weight of a regular soccer ball, removing the internal air pressure changes how it performs. Without air pressure, the ball loses the elastic response that creates a proper bounce. Its open hole structure also disrupts airflow, altering the ball's trajectory in the air. As a result, it fails to replicate the performance.
Three things in Japan that are absurdly genius. First, in Japan, some supermarkets have avocado ripeness scanners. You place the avocado on the machine and it tells you exactly how ripe it is and how many.
This girl claims that paying a little extra at Disney lets you skip every single line in the park. Because while thousands of people were stuck waiting hours just to get on this one ride, she walked straight up the stairs and breezed through a completely empty queue. And by doing this, she ended up hitting 6 rides in just 3 hours. This girl claims that paying a little extra at Disney lets you skip every single line in the park.
Without this man, people were furious at the organizers of this marathon after these runners were stopped just as they were about to catch the leader. A train was crossing the road, forcing them to wait and lose valuable seconds. But what made people even more angry was that while they were stuck behind the crossing, another runner suddenly appeared right behind them. People were furious at the organizers.
Do it again.
Boring cleaning services. Done in 24 hours and your money back guaranteed.
An eagle named Timo never imagined he'd end up lying flat on the ground, pretending to be dead just to survive. All his life, he had been the hunter. But this time, a black mamba had wrapped itself tightly around him. One bite from that snake could have killed him, so Timo stayed completely still. Then a lion appeared. At first, it looked like he had found an easy meal, but the moment he noticed the mamba, he became...
Why do female soldiers put so much gel in their hair? Most people think it's just a style choice, but there's actually a reason behind it. If you have hair, hit-like. In the military, soldiers must keep their hair neat and tightly secured at all times, so they use large amounts of gel and hairspray to keep every strand flat and perfectly in place. Why do female soldiers put so much gel in their hair? Most people think it's just a style.
Thank goodness it's not someone's shin bone.
Damn.
Excuse me, sir. There are laws of physics. Bro unlocked the flying cheat code. That was insane, even for the professionals.
Nighty-night. Do, re, mi, fa, sol.
This guy went viral because he started training wild crows to bring him money. At first, he simply fed the crows whenever they touched a coin. Slowly, the crows began understanding that touching money meant getting food. But after a while, the things got completely worse, because the crows started stealing dollar bills and coins from different places, and even dropping them into cups on command. In the end, he created an entire crow army that collected money for him. Would you try this? This guy went viral because he started training wild crows to bring him money. At first, he simply fed the crows whenever they touched a coin. Slowly, the crows began understanding that touching money meant getting food. But after a while,
if you make your own homemade sea salt, it will kill you. Most people think you can just scoop up seawater, boil it down, and use
His students got mad at him when he tried to erase this whiteboard art, but they quickly realized it had been there so long that it dried on the board and wiping it wouldn't do anything. So when he tried scrubbing it off, he realized it was still visible, so he decided to make his kids happy and leave it. His students got mad at him when he tried to erase this whiteboard art, but they quickly realized it had been there so long that it dried on the board and wiping it wouldn't do anything. So when he tried
This woman was eating noodles when she noticed a little girl sitting across from her, staring at the food. The woman realized she was hungry, so she gently started feeding her some of her noodles. Then the woman...
why are people eating this? Why are people eating this thing? This long green tube is called bull kelp. It grows in the cold ocean waters near Alaska. Bull kelp floats on the surface because of this round ball called a pneumatocyst.
These are the craziest ways people tried to sneak into Disneyland. Firstly, many adults try folding themselves into strollers to pass as children, although it usually never works because the stroller always looks like it's carrying a full refrigerator. Next, some guests tried swimming. 3 rules Disney princesses have to follow when meeting guests. First, during photo ops, princesses are trained to keep both hands in clear sight. 3 rules Disney princesses have to follow when meeting guests. First, during photo ops, princesses are trained to keep both hands in clear sight. They shouldn't be behind the back or in the pockets. This is to avoid potential You ask the